to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Live from Hagley Oval in Christchurch. New Zealand versus Australia in the second test.
Smith is playing. He's hit on the bat. A big appeal. He's out. Henry Mikawaja, who edges it. He's caught it. Slim. New Zealand are in this up to their necks. Sears to Green, who's bowled. He's gone right through him, and that's 4 down for New Zealand. Oh, they can taste this. Tomorrow might be the coronation.
This is your home of cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
Test match beautifully set up as we head into day 4 at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Australia need 202 runs from here to win. After struggling miserably early with the bat, the top order tumbling to be 4 for 34. They're currently 4 for 77, courtesy of a 43-run stand between Travis Head and Mitch Marsh. And for New Zealand, they're on the precipice of a 31-year first, trying to defeat their arch nemesis at home. The last time they did that was way back in 1993. Welcome to ABC Cricket, Day 4 coverage from Hagley Oval in Christchurch. Corbin Middlemas in commentary, Jim Maxwell, Geoff Lemon, Craig MacMillan, Frankie, McKay, all to join us throughout the day. And off the top, 3-format spinner for the Aussies, Xavier Doherty, and the voice of New Zealand cricket in Brian Waddle. Unfortunately, the covers are on and the rain is falling. Xavier Doherty, pretty much the moment we opened our eyes this morning, you could hear the rain hitting the roof in our accommodation. There was the forecast of some morning showers, but we were hoping that it would have cleared by now. Unfortunately, the run-ups have been covered. The full centre square area has the big white tarpaulin down, and there are puddles that are starting to form on that. The umbrellas are out and the rain continues to fall heavily. Good morning to you.
Morning there, Corbin. Yeah, I've unfortunately got off to a bad start today. I predicted that the rain had gone. Yesterday I called everything wrong, and it's just continued on into today. It won't be a big break. It looks on the radar, although it might only be a 20-minute, half an hour delayed start. So we're going to get underway at some stage this morning, but just pause for now.
Australia to resume at 4 for 77. They need 202 from here. There was a bit of confidence in the Australian camp. They've overcome some troubles around the world in recent times, and so they'll be buoyed by that. And I know Nathan Lyon did press last night, and he was talking about Edgbaston, and the target on that occasion was 281. The target here is 279, and it was Nathan Lyon and Pat Cummins that saw Australia home in the finish there. It could be a very special day for New Zealand cricket. Brian Waddle, 6 wickets away. Barely could have gone better yesterday for the Kiwis. They were able to get 279 in front and then able to cause some problems with the new ball. I'm sure you would have been chatting to all sorts of people involved in and around New Zealand cricket. How are the confidence levels this morning?
Oh, I think the confidence levels have to be there, but both sides have to be confident that they can achieve. It's not an out-of-the-way target for Australia, even though they've lost 4 players. They've still got some good batting. And the New Zealanders, if Henry is on song, will lead them to a possible victory. It's exciting that we've had such cricket, and that from a New Zealand point of view, as I've said so many times, we set our standards by Australia, and beating them is something we don't do very often. And to be able to do that, then you've got something to celebrate. That's why they're celebrating what happened 50 years ago here at this ground. So I hope the rain will go, and this ground is a good drying ground as such. But while it sits at the moment and there's nothing to blow it away, there's a change to the south due. That rain has undone all the good work that the ground staff had done, because I think they were probably ready to play on time. Well, now they've got to go through the same process. They've got the big covers on there. They'll have to go round the ground to clean that up. So it's going to take a little bit of time. But I hope we do see a good battle between these two sides, because it's shaping up well.
I think this is the first time we've lost the entire series. So we didn't have a delay in Wellington, and likewise here in Christchurch so far. So rain is falling 10 minutes before the scheduled start time on day 4. Great to have you with us. I know there would be people all across the country, whether you're in a more comfortable time zone on the east coast of Australia, or perhaps even out west, where you've set the alarm early, fired up the ABC Listen app, wanting to follow along with the cricket this morning. It won't be that far away, so don't leave us for now. Australia 4 for 77, needing 202 from here with Marsh and Head at the crease. And the New Zealanders needing 6 wickets for a famous victory. 13 years since they've beaten Australia in Test cricket anywhere. You have to go back to December 2011 in Hobart. And 31 years since they have beaten Australia in these parts. That was 1993. Some precedence on this front, so where the Australians find themselves, there isn't one in terms of the target that they need. So I was reading Andrew Ramsey's article this morning on cricket.com.au. So Australia have never recovered, Xavier, from 4 for 34 or less to run down a target as large as 279. So if they are able to get there today, it will be a first for Australia in their Test history.
It will be, and it appears as though they've made it through the toughest of the bowling conditions. You know, we're not quite sure what this humidity and moisture will do to the wicket. Not much, I would suggest. The ball's, 24 overs old. It has been a new ball wicket all game. So the bright side for Australia is that they've made it through that little period. The downside is they've lost those 4 wickets. Marsh and Head looked comfortable at the crease last night, but they are still 200 runs away. So, like I said a moment ago, I've had all my predictions blown out of the water this week. So I'm not about to sit here and confidently call one way or the other which way this will go. But despite that, either way it goes, whichever team at the end of the day is on the right end of the result, it's going to be some cracking viewing and listening.
Absolutely. The only such precedence that was, or even remote comparison that was quoted in the article was the 1992 Test match between Australia and Sri Lanka, where the Aussies were 4 for 9. They ended up finishing 9 for 271 and held on for a draw. 130 run stand for the 7th wicket between Ian Healy,
the great Mo Matthews,
and the great Greg Matthews. So partnering there for a 130 run stand, which brought about a draw. The other thing which we noted yesterday, which was unmissable, Brian, was the fact that it has been a new ball wicket, and I know it sounds like a corny cliche that we roll out in the sport of cricket all the time, but we saw the batting by the New Zealanders early in the day. So Mitchell and Ravindra against the old ball. As soon as the Aussies took the second new ball, they ran through New Zealand, the last 7 wickets falling for just 94 runs. And then likewise, when the Australians started their innings, in early trouble at 4 for 34. So that's something, no doubt, that the Australians will be trying to lean on now that this ball enters its 25th over.
Yeah, you've got to look at the day, and as I mentioned yesterday, looking up, it was the best batting conditions of the Test. In fact, I think it's probably the best batting conditions of both Tests. The sun was shining, there was no wind, it was very warm, and the bowlers were forced to struggle because the ball was getting older and softer. The new ball did come in and play a part, but I would have to say that once this dries out, it'll be good bowling conditions for the first half hour to an hour. Matt Henry will be fresh, Ben Sears will be fresh, with all the bowlers will be fresh, and it's only, 30 overs old?
It's 24, yeah, 24 done.
Yeah, I guess there's another 10 to 15 overs in the newness, so to speak, that will encourage New Zealand. But you've also got, I suppose 3 guys with points to prove in Australia, haven't you? Travis Head has been inconsistent with the bat. Alex Carey has come under pressure. And Mitchell Marsh is trying to entrench himself in a consistent position. We know they're all capable of doing it, whether they can do it under the pressure of chasing a victory. Those are all the fascinating, intriguing aspects that we're looking forward to today. And while it's not a full house yet, there are still tickets available to get in.
Yes.
If not, you can listen to us.
Absolutely. Right here on the ABC Listen app, red cricket ball button, all through ABC Sport Digital. It's great to have you with us. The covers are on. Unfortunately, there's a few puddles that are starting to form as the run-ups have been covered as well, so we will have a delayed start to day 4, but those showers aren't forecast to stick around, so it won't be too long before we can get out there, and play will resume on day 4 with Australia. 4 for 77, the Test match beautifully set up, needing 202 runs to win, and New Zealand needing 6 wickets. The batting for the Australians, Xavier, we've spoken a bit about this, and the reason the Aussies find themselves in this kind of a position, it's an enormous day for the middle and lower order. So you've got Mitch Marsh there at the moment, who made his glorious return to Test cricket at Headingley, where he walked out with Australia in trouble at 4 for 85. He walks out here with the team 4 for 34, peeled off a memorable 100, and then went on to have a Alan Border medal winning season after spending 4 years out of the Test team. So he's 27 not out. And then there's Travis Head, who's been criticised sometimes for the way that he plays. He's a stroke player. He plays a lot square of the wicket. We saw his dismissal in the first innings. It was regrettable, trying to pull a ball that wasn't there. He's 17 not out. When the pressure has been on in the World Test Championship final and the World Cup final, he has produced his best innings in the last 12 months.
He has, and I really enjoyed the way he went about it yesterday. He's faced 39 balls for his 17, which doesn't sound that bad, but it is very Travis Head-like. It's been complicated, hasn't it, the Australian batting, since David Warner's left. They've thrown Steve Smith at the top, which I was in agreement with, I guess, at the time, but it hasn't worked. And, particularly on this Test series, we've had 4 innings from the top order, and it's been a failure every time. And I don't think you could argue with that. So it's an opportunity for Travis Head and Mitchell Marsh, because if we are going to change that Steve Smith at the top, either Head or Marsh go to the top and switch, or one of them go out. Is that the only way? Is that the only solution? If they want to bring in a specialist opener, which is what I'm copping grief from my mates overnight about, if they want to bring a specialist opener in, Smith comes down the order, and it's either Head or Marsh that have to make way.
So you're saying Marnus? Marnus, Green, Kawaja, all of them are safe no matter what.
I think safe. And then you've just reeled off the accomplishments of Head and Marsh over the last 12 months. As harsh as it sounds, they're the two that would probably make way, wouldn't they? One of them either goes to the top and there's a straight swap for Smith, or Head or Marsh go out of the team and they have a specialist opener come in and then Smith comes down. That's, in my mind, the only other options if they are to change it. I'm not convinced either way. I'm glad I'm not the selector and, have to make those choices. But it is a complicated situation just at the moment.
The guy who's in the hottest seat in the Australian team at the moment is Alex Carey. And we spoke about this earlier in the Test match, where the gap between the next guy out of this team and the incumbent is the smallest in the wicket-keeping position. I think that's fair to say. So that the gap between Carey and Inglis is not as large as it is between the 3 quicks and the 4th quick who's out of the team, between the spinner Nathan Lyon and the next best spinner in the country, and the top 6 bats and the next batsman that is available.
I think that's fair. And, Carey's done well, and they're, like we've mentioned a few times throughout this Test match, no matter how well the Australian team's going, there is always someone that people are talking about. At the moment, it's Alex Carey. He hasn't quite scored the runs which he would have liked, and he did drop a crucial chance off Latham earlier in the Test. He is the best gloveman in the country, which I think is the bit that he's... you can back up, his case just at the moment. Yeah, but the bit that's putting him under pressure is his work with the bat. Yep. And it's really his teammates above him that is putting him in these tricky positions, because the team has been 6 down for less than 200 in our last 6 Test innings now. So he's often walking out to bat without a huge platform in front of him. And so as much as people say, look, yes, he is the best gloveman in the country, his own performance with the bat has been under pressure, and it will be again today. At some stage, you get the feeling he's going to need to walk out there and bat with a Test match to win. And, this is professional sport. This is what we love about it, and the drama. He gets the chance to head out on the big stage and try and win a Test match for Australia. And if he does so, it'll keep the Wolves away from the door for a little longer.
It falls back on the best man for the job when it comes to keeping, to my mind. If he's the best keeper, yes, he'll make mistakes. They've all dropped catches. Daryl Mitchell dropped a sitter yesterday and was saved 2 balls later. That happens. But if he's doing it week in, week out, then you have to look and say, well, what's the problem here? And if he's the best keeper, then, to my mind, that's the person you pick. Not everybody's Adam Gilchrist, are they? I mean, he was worth his place as a batsman alone. And that's what you've got in terms of the keeper you've got at the moment.
It's got to be a balance, doesn't it?
Well, the thing about that is he's not Adam Gilchrist, but Inglis is a top-order batsman.
Yes.
And plays as a top-order batsman in the one-day team and for Western Australia. So that's... And Carey does as well when he goes back to South Australia. But you'd have to say that Inglis, if they were picking it on batting alone, would be the better...
Yep.
And again, the thing that complicates it, they play India next summer, but then they go to Sri Lanka, where they would want their best wicketkeeper.
Yep.
So I think, and Andrew McDonald's been very good at playing the long game and thinking ahead, and worrying, not necessarily worrying about today or tomorrow. It's about what is to come. So,
but if he's a 40% better bat and a 10% worse keeper,
well, I think
when do you start to do those numbers?
But dropping a catch or not having your best wicketkeeper, can cost you so many more runs than just the 10 or 15 you give up with the batting. So going with the best wicketkeeper makes a lot of sense.
How does he keep to the spinner? That's another major point. He's behind the best spinner going around in the game, and if he does his job well there, then that's also a mark of a keeper, isn't it? A lot of keepers have stood back and they've been catchers, haven't they? Because the seam bowlers, who Australia have got the best going at the moment, and who move the ball, so it's not as if the ball's just coming straight through all the time. It's the mark of his keeping ability, and I don't see him muffing too many. Yeah, of course they drop some or two, but I look at him and think, well, he probably is, as they say, the best going around in Australia, best glove man. And if I was selecting a side, that would be how I would select them.
Just quickly, if you've just turned on the radio and you're thinking, why aren't they calling the first ball of the day on day 4? I've set my alarm to be here for it. Unfortunately, the covers are on. The run-ups have even been covered, and there are some puddles that are starting to form. The umbrellas are still up for the patrons that have made their way in early on the hill. And there is some protected areas on both banks, and there is a heap of people that are crowded underneath any type of shade and protection that they can get square of the wicket on either side. So light rain falling now. We had some heavier showers earlier. It has rained most of the morning. The forecast is that it will clear. Xavier, you're reading the radar.
I am.
You've spent plenty of time doing this as a fisherman. What can you tell us?
We're about halfway through this little band of rain. So it's been going about 10 or 15 minutes. We're about halfway through. So, about, 10 or 15 minutes. Yeah, 10 or 15 minutes, the rain will be gone. Give another, 15 or 20 to clean the ground up. And we'll be somewhere around 11:30, I would imagine. Corbin Middlemas, Brian Waddle and Xavier Doherty on ABC Cricket. Jim Maxwell, Geoff Lemon, Craig MacMillan and Frankie McKay to join us throughout the day. Australia resuming at 4 for 77. A fascinating test match unfolding here at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. And Australia need 202 from here with Marsh and Head at the crease, and New Zealand need 6 wickets. Andrew McDonald, the coach of the Australian team, joined us on Grandstand at Stumps last night, and he spoke with Geoff Lemon at the completion of day 3.
ABC Sport, got the Australian coach Andrew McDonald with us. Things can change very quickly over one day of Test cricket, can't they?
Yeah, they can. Look, the game's in the balance. Disappointing tonight against the new ball. Clearly we had to navigate it through that. Then we know that batting can get easier, but weren't able to do that. But with Travis at the crease along with Mitch, well and truly in the game, and looking at the positives, what have we got to come, and how do we track down those extra 200 runs that we need?
It's interesting with these kind of targets these days. People sort of talk about 280 as though it's par, but it doesn't actually get chased that often. It's a big task in Test cricket.
It's a big task in Test cricket, but I think historically the games have probably gone a little bit deeper than what they do. This one's sped up really quickly early, so we're talking about a day 4 wicket. And as we saw today, once you got through that new ball, Ravinder and Daryl Mitchell, the way that they're able to navigate through any challenge that we sort of threw at them, it does flatten out. So we look forward to that stage tomorrow, first up. And as I said, the wicket's still true, and 200's achievable.
Yeah, I mean, achievable, and you may well pull it off. Even if you do you still think that this team has blown a couple of chances in this side to get further ahead and really put the game away after bowling out New Zealand so cheaply on day 1?
Yeah, I think both first innings were, I suppose, similar in terms of the conditions that were offered for the bowling groups. I think it sped up a little bit in the second innings of the game. So we were challenged with a bat in the first innings by their bowling attack, and Henry, was absolutely brilliant. Taking 7 for, and he challenged us again tonight. So there was some catches that went down. There's moments within the game, but New Zealand could say equally the same on the other side as well. So it's about us looking at what's ahead of us and navigating through that. And as I said, 200 on a 4th day wicket, 6 wickets in hand. We feel as though that's achievable.
The feedback from your guys, I mean, the commentary sort of says, it was getting easier to bat on day 3. Was it actually easier to bat out there, or was that just looking at it through the TV camera?
No, I think the surface, as I said, the new ball challenge was real for both teams, and we saw that even with the second new ball, we were able to impact. But once the ball sort of got 30, 40 overs old, it did become, in our minds, easier for batting, and we look forward to that same opportunity tomorrow and see how we go.
What do you do overnight? Will you have any chats with Travis and Mitch, because obviously so much relies on them tomorrow? Will you look to G them up, or will you just leave them alone and let them think about it themselves?
No, we'll leave them alone tonight. We're at night 3 of a test match, and a lot of mental and physical energy goes into that, so it's about recovery tonight, and we'll convene tomorrow morning and be clear on the way that we want to, I suppose, combat and also attack their bowling unit in terms of the method that we use. So there won't be anything tonight. Leave them to dinner and get out of their hair.
Well, I guess at least they had the 50th anniversary of the win in 1974 here just before this test. Even if things go badly, maybe you'll get an invitation in 50 years' time.
Yeah, we prefer not to have those invitations.
Okay, tomorrow should be fun. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it should be a good game.
Thanks.
Geoff Lemon and Andrew McDonald. That's a great way to end the interview, isn't it? Just
a cheeky little dig, yep.
If it doesn't go your way, you might be back here in 50 years as an invitee of the anniversary team. And understandably, Andrew McDonald's pretty keen to make sure he doesn't want a part of it.
They actually invited a few Aussies to their reunion, which I thought was pretty cheeky, but you and I decided not to go along, Corb.
Yes. Jim went and had some correspondence from Ian Chappell on the way through, so he played his part on behalf of the Australian contingent. The start of play on day 4 has been delayed, so we're 5 minutes after the scheduled start time on the 4th day. The Aussies to resume at 4 for 77, with rain falling ever so lightly at the moment in Christchurch. We did have some heavier showers about 15 minutes ago. The Aussies need 202 to win. New Zealand needs 6 wickets. Is they starting to pull the covers up?
They're starting to come up.
Yep.
So they've got a little bit of work to do, as you mentioned, Cole. There's a few puddles on the covers, so it might take them a little while, but the good news is the rain has stopped.
Right. Okay. Well, rather than us talk about the same things over and over again for the next half an hour as they clean up the ground, the good news is we will get some cricket. We're not going to be delayed by all that much here on day 4, but probably about another half an hour or so before the first ball is sent down on day 4. Our friends at TMS, Test Match Special Crew, dissected and really almost a post-mortem, wasn't it, for England's defeat after their 4-1 series loss to India. Jonathan Agnew alongside Phil Tufnell and Deep Dasgupta reflecting on England's crushing defeat to India in Dharamshala. We'll be back in 20 minutes here at Christchurch.
You're listening to the TMS podcast from BBC Radio 5 Live.
Hello, I'm Jonathan Agnew. Welcome to the TMS podcast. And of course, England have capitulated. They lost the final test in Dharamshala, meaning that India win this series 4-1. To come, we'll discuss where it went wrong for England in this test, and we'll talk about Jimmy Anderson taking his historic 700th wicket. So, just to run through the bare bones of the day, well, how long could England survive for, really was the question, and the answer was they were dismissed before tea for 195, so the victory margin in innings and 64 runs. Joe Root, the last man out, trying to hit a 6 on his way to 100. He was actually out for 84. There was a breezy 39 from Johnny Bairstow. We might discuss Ben Duckett's shot, because if anything, rather summed up, I think, the mindset, the rather scrambled mindset of England's batsmen. Surely it was that, first dismissal of England's second innings. So I've got Phil Tufnell. I've got Deep Dasgupta with me. We'll also hear from Ben Stokes during the course of this podcast as well. Where are we going to start? Well, Deep, let's start with you. Congratulations. It's always very easy to, look at this from an English perspective, and we will be doing that certainly. But from an Indian point of view, that was 4-1 in the end is very comprehensive, isn't it?
It is, and thank you, because obviously this was a big series. I mean, going into this series, which was kind of, hamstrung with all the absences and stuff like that, it is. But having said that, 4-1, I mean, I'm sure that dressing room and all Indian supporters would be absolutely chuffed with that. But obviously, we all realize how close this series was. Leave aside the last Test match, but the first 4 Test matches, I mean, there were a situation or points in those Test matches where England were in a very, very strong position, but they've just let it go. So it was a fascinating series, no two ways about that.
Yeah. Tough as, I think, if we're honest, we imagined it would probably end today. I mean, 3 days, just because of the way England batted on the first day.
Well, that's where all the damage was done, wasn't it? Did it have a bit of a sort of an end-of-term feel about it? A little bit, perhaps. The series had gone, but England had the first use of the pitch, and they didn't get enough runs in that first innings. We've been banging on about runs in the first innings are so crucial in India. And then today, well, they were always going to be up against it, as you say, a mountain to climb, men round the bat, the Indian bowlers, 5 of the Indian bowlers relentless at you. There was no break, no time to sort of take stock. And we just didn't stay in the game for longer enough periods with India, if you know what I mean. There was always opportunities for them, and it had the feeling of inevitability a bit, actually.
Yeah, and Ashwin taking the first 3 wickets. Deep. I mean, it's amazing, isn't it? I mean, well, tough. Let's start with you. The difficulty of a spin bowler actually bowling with a new ball.
Yeah. Well, it is. Well, there is a little bit of a difficulty with it. I mean, it's not the end of the world, but you've got to wrap those fingers around that sort of lacquer on the new ball. It's hard. It's a bit slippery. You like to get the sort of dirt in your fingers a bit and get a really good grip on it. But he's an absolute master at it. I mean, I've loved watching the Indian spinners bowl all series, but today Ashwin was just a genius. Not really big spinners, not really big off spinners, but such subtle little different variations. The under spinners, the one that got Ben Stokes just through the gate. It's just tiny little variations from the hand, but it just ties you up in knots as a batter. You don't really know which way it's going. Some sort of skid onto you a little bit quicker. Beautiful variations of pace. He really is. In Indian conditions, he's an absolute master of his art and a bit of a magician, really. The one that got Ben Foakes, these kind of deliveries. As a spin bowler, you sit there and you think to yourself, well, I want to pitch one on, as a left-arm spinner, sort of like pitch one leg and hit the top of off and all this kind of stuff. He does it slightly different, but with such subtle variations, which the batters just don't know which way to turn. It was an absolute masterclass to watch today.
Yeah, and he's got those men round the bat deep, hasn't he? There's probably a lot of nattering going on, or chatter, and it's that sort of environment. I'm just trying to sort of, excuse Duckett's shot, if that's the right way of saying it. But I mean, that was a calamitous piece of batting.
It is, and it was so. That's the whole issue, right? Because the moment post that second Test match, the moment that sweep was cut out, that boundary was cut off, in terms of putting two fielders out there and the reverse sweep, he's looked a different batter. He's looked like somebody who has kind of, who's a little bit clueless in terms of how he's going to get those runs. I mean, post that 100, and the second day, so third day onwards, he's got that 100, third day comes out to bat, two fielders, deep square leg, deep mid-wicket and a deep point. And because he does not have a game down the ground. If you look at his wagon wheel, just look at his wagon wheel right through this series, you will see very few runs in that V in front of the stumps. But just going back to Ashwin, I think what Tuff has mentioned, it's very difficult for a spinner to bowl with a new ball because of the lacquer, not just on the leather part, but on the seam as well. So it's difficult, and especially for a finger spinner, to kind of grip it. But what Ashwin does with the new ball, and I'm sure both of you have noticed, is that he doesn't try to bowl those over spinners. He generally bowls those undercutters where he's not looking to give it a really good rip, but just land it in the right place and make sure it kind of lands on the leather part, so it kind of skids through.
Yes.
Yeah, and keeps attacking the stumps. If you look at the mode of dismissal that Ashwin scored with the new ball, is predominantly leg before and bowled, because he keeps attacking the stump. And obviously, the natural variation of the pitch, one of them might turn, but he's absolutely brilliant. And as far as today is concerned, I mean, listen, he always finds ways to pick wickets, but I haven't seen the ball coming out as beautifully as it did today. Yeah. The dip, the drift, the turn. I mean, he's like, even the last Test match he picked up wickets, but I think today he was absolutely brilliant.
Can I just say something quickly, John, about the Duckett dismissal? It's funny because Ben Duckett has had his troubles with Ashwin, and he's been out a couple of times just defending, hasn't he? He's just gone forward and perhaps popped one up to one of the men. Sure, that over sort of encapsulated it for me. He tried to defend one, he got a thick inside edge, nearly got caught at short leg. He then went for the sweep, and as Deep was saying, it sort of skidded on to him a little bit quicker and hit the pad. So he thought to himself, crikey, you know what I mean? I'm just going to sort of die here and pop one up or get bowled or LBW. So he decided to come down the wicket and had a hack. And that's what happens to you as a batter. You kind of get confused in your brain because everything you're sort of wanting to try to achieve, the Indian bowlers seem to have a way to block it off or a way to get you out through it. So it was just, I know it was only 4 balls and he perhaps could have had a little go for a bit longer, but you could just see the brain, as you said earlier, was scrambled, was fried. I don't want to get out just blocking, so I'm going to try and take the attack. But then to hair down the wicket and miss it was the wrong option.
But
and I think that
to an off spinner from round the wicket to a left-hander, I mean, he's not giving himself any chance at all, really, is he? I mean, even if he got away with one, Ashwin's going to say, "Oh, okay, come on, let's have that again." You won't get away with 2.
But I guess also the plan was to, if he can hit him for a few boundaries, suddenly those close-in fielders might disperse a bit. Rather than having 3, they might cut down a couple of them, and the field might open up a bit. So you kind of understand the mindset behind it, or the strategy behind it. But you've also got to be smart, and that's something that we was talking about a few days ago, about being aware of the situation, of being cricket smart.
Yeah, it just felt that there was no longevity about the England batting line. I mean, Johnny Bairstow comes in and whacks a couple into the stand, but you're just almost sitting there going, well, hold on a minute, when's the next one going to go straight up in the air? Same with like a Ben Duckett, you know what I mean? There just didn't feel any... that they could stay in the game. They had a method. They had a way of counteracting the Indian spin bowlers. That, there was little passages of play, like a 2 or 3 over spell when they perhaps got in on top and used the feet and what have you. But you just thought it was always going to come to an end at some time.
It's interesting. We'll hear from Ben Stokes in a second. But he was talking about that. Well, not just that dismissal, but others too. And he's talking about how difficult it is when you've got men around the bat. You've got to get rid of them. He's saying you've got to get rid of them, but that comes with a risk. That doesn't always come off. But you've got to be positive enough to take that risk. It's that mentality they've talked about. That you have to be free in your mind to make the decision to go for it. And if it doesn't work, well, okay. And that's kind of the mindset that they've been operating on for the last 2 years.
And that's how it should be also to a great extent, unless you are superbly confident about your defensive skills. And especially on pitches where it's turning a bit and stuff like that, you're never 100% sure. So that's the right way to go about things. But again, the shot selection, what works for you, percentage cricket. I mean, end of the day, it's percentage cricket, right? And it's a very individual thing.
Just to talk about the sweep again, because he did play it so well. Just because they put a fielder back on the boundary on each side, why didn't he continue playing it? Because it's only rather than 4 runs, okay, or it's 1 or 2, and the sweep shot is having the same impact on the bowler's length that it did when he was playing it well.
Yeah, that's a very good point, because that also tells you about the range that he's got. So maybe someone like a Joe Root, his range is a lot bigger in terms of he can play a paddle sweep, he can access different part of the ground on the onside. But when you look at Ben Duckett and his areas, they're very fixed. I haven't really seen him paddle that much, and that also, if you have a leg slip, it's very difficult as a batter. You're thinking, okay, I've got a leg slip, I can't paddle anymore. So you're left with actually trying to hit the ball. I mean, trying to hit the ball, and there's only a couple of areas that he accesses with his sweep shot, which is, square leg and deep mid-wicket. And if you look at the deep mid-wicket as well, most of his slog sweep or deep mid-wicket ones are aerial. They stay in the air for a while. So, I don't think his range is as much as someone like Joe Root.
Yeah. Let's hear from Ben Stokes then. He's been speaking to Stefan Schemmelt.
Ben Stokes, thanks for joining the TMS podcast for the last time on this tour. You've competed really strongly across the majority of this tour. So how does it feel to be on the wrong end of a result like that in the final test?
I think about looking at the test, I think now the series has came to an end. Since the first game, we've been outplayed by the better team. I'm a big enough person, and the team are big enough to say that as well. The way I look at since the last 4 games have gone is whenever we've sort of managed to wrestle some momentum back, whether we've had it with the ball, India have managed to come back at us and then put it back onto us, and then again with the bat, whenever we've had periods where we have been on top and looked to, sort of be aggressive and put the pressure back onto the Indian bowlers, we've just not been able to do it for long enough periods, and in particular the last 4 games, and that's how I think the series goes. But take nothing away from India, they're an incredibly tough team to come out here and play against in a long series, and I don't think that should be overshadowed. That they're an absolute beast in their own conditions, and we obviously had very high hopes coming here. It started very well at the start of the tour, but yeah, we're obviously very disappointed. But now we've got so much cricket coming up, taking all the positives that I can from out of the series and look to build on those for the home summer, and then obviously the Pakistan and New Zealand tours after that.
Take the series as a whole in a moment, just focusing on today. You're obviously behind the game after the first innings. Was today a minimum requirement to make India bat again? How disappointing is it not to do that?
Well, yeah, minimum requirement, obviously you need to make India bat again to win the game. But look, I think, again, I think what India showed, not only in this game, but obviously in games before, is that when they're ahead, they really make it count. And That's something that we can maybe look at as a team if we want to grow, and that's something that we do want to do. We always want to grow. That's what the best teams in the world do. They look at things and understand, right, how can we get better and better? And, we've not stopped doing that since I've taken over as captain. We've always looked at how can we improve as a team, how can we improve as players. But, look, when we got the turn with the bat, India... You look at the way in which they operate when they get wickets, they like to surround the bat, especially when their spinners are bowling. And, we have to look at to try and get those fielders out there. And that comes with risk, playing some sweet shots, or whether it be running down the wicket and getting another fielder out. So it's not as sort of surrounded, if that makes sense, by the close fielders. The lads go out there with plans and try and implement those. And when that comes as risk, that can sometimes be a downfall. And, everyone goes out there with those intentions and it doesn't always pay off. But, yeah, look, just as a whole, very disappointed. But, we can't do much about it now. All we can do is assess it and look and try and understand what we can do to carry everything on that we've been about and hopefully have a very good summer and a winter.
You talked about the progress you've made on this tour. What is that progress, and has any of that been dented over the past 3 days?
No, there's been no dents. You learn from failures. I think failures are an unbelievable way of, really showing what you're about as a person and also as a team. You either let it affect you too much and you're never going to be able to climb back up that hill, or you take those failures, learn, but just never lose enthusiasm to what you want to do. I think the partnership at the top of the order with Zach and Ben has just gone from strength to strength. They've been incredible in the summer, and coming out here and continuing the way of putting pressure back onto the opposition, albeit completely different conditions than what we've seen those two play at in the summer gone. Shoaib Bashir, Tom Hartley, again, just fantastic to watch Tom have to take the responsibility of being the lead spinner with the unfortunate injury to Leachy, and Bash coming out and playing 3 test matches, 2 fifers, but just the attitude, and he's just got something very special about him, and something that we're going to have to look to get more game time into. Hopefully he goes back to Somerset and get some game times, because there is so much there that excites me as a captain, and also I think should excite England as well. And the only way you can get better is by playing. Ruti, again, coming into form. He looks set for a very big summer, and just from a personal note as well, it was great to be back out there with the ball in hand and trying to enforce myself in the game with the ball, because it's been a long time. It's something I very much enjoyed.
Jimmy Anderson, 700 wickets, what a fantastic achievement. Yeah,
unbelievable. Amazing performer for a long period of time now. 700 wickets, that obviously is a big number, but geez, it sounds a lot of deliveries bowled as well. Incredible athlete, one of the all-time greats. 700 wickets is ridiculous as a fast bowler. Longevity, you got to think about how much he's put his body through to be able to achieve that feat. But yeah, just completely and utter role model to anyone who wants to be a fast bowler.
Right back in Hyderabad, you said to me, winning just one test in India can be seen as a great achievement. Do you still feel like that, or could it have been more with the chances that you had, particularly over Test 2, 3 and 4?
Well, I think that was a comment as how dominant India are here. It's been a long time since they've lost a series out here, and obviously this series again has proved why. You've got Ashwin, Jadeja, Kuldeep with the ball. Yes, they're obviously missing some, Virat for instance, but you look at the quality and the depth of what India cricket has, especially in this format, the home conditions. They're a seriously good team. Winning one game, it was nice, but look, we've lost a series, we've lost 3 games, and it's the first time really where we've actually been completely outplayed on a consistent basis since I've taken over from captaincy. So, disappointing, but something that I'll go away and assess very quickly, but also take positives out of what we've got coming up.
So you say you're going to go away and assess it. Obviously, there's a little break before you play another Test match, as some guys, maybe yourself as well, going off to play in the T20 World Cup. Have you already formulated thoughts about how this team moves forward, and how does that look?
I think, sorry to talk about myself here, but I think the fact that I've managed to come back into competitive bowling in this game has given me a massive boost, and I know that me playing the all-rounder role really does help the sort of setup of the team, and I love being a part of the game. I'm not gonna lie, it is completely different when you're sort of you're focusing only on your batting and the captaincy, but now I felt like I was back into really good rhythm and confident of bowling, and the intense sort of atmosphere and the adrenaline of what a test match is. I'm looking forward to be able to hopefully come back in the summer and play a role as a bat bowler and a captain.
And just finally, I think over 2 years you guys have got your message out quite well. I think people understand what you're trying to do and the style of play and the mentality that you've got in the dressing room. How do you move that forward now and blend that with consistently winning series?
Well, this is the first one we've lost. So I think we've been pretty consistent before this one. We're always wanting to improve. We're always wanting to get better and better and better. And that's everyone's attitude of what more can you ask? Test cricket's about being on it every single minute of every single day of every single session. And when you're not, that's when oppositions pounce. It's a great saying. I've got a little thing on the present I got from the team about, some teams may be better than us, but no teams will be braver than us. And that's something that I really, really enjoy and, always is in the back of my mind.
Cheers, Ben. Travel well.
Thanks, mate. Cheers.
Just a brief one on that before we move on. Toughers, am I right to say that first win in the first test seemed like a distant memory? I mean, do you know what I mean? It was quite unexpected, and it was a brilliant, to win that first test. But just the way that India have been quite relentless since then, it does seem a long time ago.
No, absolutely. I mean, let's not take it away from England. That was a magnificent test victory. I did not see that coming. Listen, that was not on the cards. What were they behind? 190 or something? And I don't think India saw it on the cards, and I think it rattled them, I think that just shocked them, that the way England went about it, and that they lost that. And we were talking earlier about, Fields and the way Ben Duckett doesn't sweep and everything. You've got to give credit to Rohit Sharma and the Indian backroom staff, and also the bowlers and everyone really in the England setup, because they then went away, got their heads down, and decided this is the way we're going to try and counteract it. I think they were shocked at that first test match, Aggers,
yes.
And I think that they've come back very strong. I can remember, Rohit Sharma scratching his head out there going, well, what is going on here? I think it was a bit of a revelation, but they soon regrouped, and then they soon got back in and stuck into it, changed the way they bowled a little bit, messed around with the fields just to get in the batters' heads, and came out on top. So you've got to take your hat off to the Indian team.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval, Grandstand Cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you to the BBC TMS team, Jonathan Agnew, alongside Phil Tufnell and Deep Dasgupta with a breakdown there of the fifth test from Dharamshala, with England losing that series 4-1 in the end to India. You might be able to hear that is the tractor, which is pulling around essentially a huge blow dryer that is drying the outfield at the moment. Xavier, Doherty, that is good news. The stumps are in the ground. If you do have the ABC Listen app fired up and you're wondering why we're not calling cricket, the start of play on day 4 has been delayed. It was meant to start 28 minutes ago due to rain. It's not raining at the moment. The covers are off. The stumps are in the ground and the players are about to come out and warm up. We have a start time. We will start at 12 noon local time, which is 32 minutes from now.
Good result. Good result. Well done to the ground staff. They were pretty quick in whipping those covers off, and yeah, it's a strange little contraption. The mobile blower they've got going, just sort of drying out where the slips might be standing and the infielders. So yeah, we're not far away, Corb, to this contest getting underway.
12 to 1:30 is the first session. 1:30 to 2:10 is lunch. So after an hour delay, we're going to come out and play for 90 minutes, and then we're going to have 40 minutes off to have something to eat.
Is that right? How have they come up with those times? 1:40 was the first session to run till 1:40. That's my source. We've got different sources, have we?
So
okay. But at the end of the day, it sounds like they've just plucked a rule out of the book and just said, what's a nice little first session.
So that makes the second session 2:10 to 4:40, which then gives us a 2.5 hour second session. So 90 minutes off the top.
Okay, 90 minutes, yep.
40-minute break.
Okay.
2.5 hours of cricket, 20-minute tea, and then 2 hours to finish with a potential stumps time at 1900 hours. plus 30 minutes for slow overs. So we could potentially be playing through until 7:30 local time tonight.
I think either way, that's enough time to find a result for either team. I think in that amount of time, Australia, should they bat well, have enough time to get those runs. And, well, it's only 6 balls for New Zealand. So if they're good enough, they would have reached victory by then as well. So one way or the other, I feel like today will be the last day.
Yep.
But I'm just excited about this contest getting underway. It's been a really unpredictable series, really. You know, we couldn't have guessed what was going to happen up in Wellington with the turning pitch and the fast bouncy wicket. And then here it's been level pegging all the way through the first 3 days. You know, New Zealand come here on the 4th day with a slight advantage, but, you know, an hour of good batting from Marsh and Head, and I think we're back on level pegging. So it's going to be a really interesting 4th day of Test cricket.
Play starts in 30 minutes. That's 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, and we'll have 90 minutes of cricket before lunch on day 4. So the start of play delayed due to rain. Australia resuming at 4 for 77. They need 202 from here. New Zealand needs 6 wickets for a drought-breaking win over the Australians. In the last 32 Test matches they've played against one another, New Zealand have won only 1. So it's been 13 years since their last victory over Australia in Test cricket. It has been 31 years since their last victory over Australia at home. Gee, that makes a lot of noise, doesn't it?
It does.
So
it does.
That's our effects mic you can hear. We haven't got the stump mics on. So that is the microphone, which has been getting a little damp on top of the roof.
It has.
Which I'm sure will make people listening back home at ABC HQ a little nervous, but it does have a windsock on top of it. I'm hoping the mic will be okay, so I have been keeping an eye on it and checked it out. So that's a long way from...
That's about 100... Well, as it is now, about 150 metres away, but at its closest probably only comes within 80 metres, so it's a fair contraption.
And you can hear it. It's basically just a massive blow dryer as it tries to dry out the outfield as best it can. So no rope around the outfield like we see back home, but just the...
Not great for the environment, pumping out that petrol...
Just a huge
petrol blower, but anyway.
Huge hairdryer trying to dry out the outfield. We're less than half an hour away now from cricket on day 4, and what a Test match we have in front of us. Just teased us, hasn't it, with a bit of wet weather this morning after it was so well set up last night. What an amazing day of Test cricket. 12 wickets falling, 315 runs after it looked a little slow at some stages on the third day. On the second day.
Yeah.
And really just... awesome cricket on day 3.
Outstanding. It's been such a good series. You know, we came here with some really high hopes that it was going to be a great contest. You know, New Zealand in the first test just let themselves down and their supporters down a fraction. But it's been a fantastic contest all the way through this Test match here in Christchurch. You know, Matt Henry, you know, he's a guy that I haven't seen a lot of. You know, I've seen some of his short-form cricket, but he is just leading the way for New Zealand with the ball here. It's going to be an outstanding day. You know, the Australians will have to face a pretty... You know, I think he bowled 9 overs in his first spell last night, and he just tore the hearts out of that top order. So, you know, it's going to be a big first hour here for Marsh and Head to make it through Matt Henry. But, yeah, as you say, Corb, yesterday was just a fascinating day. Lots of toing and froing, which is what you want from Test cricket. So... I can't wait for this to get underway here today.
I absolutely agree with you. 4 for 77, the Aussies. They need 202 from here with 6 wickets in hand. Play will start at 12 local time. That is 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time, so 27 minutes from now. The SMS number, by the way, is 0467 920 222. 0467 920 222. If you've got something for Xavier Doherty, you're welcome to flick them through. I'm not sure if it's Sarah or Sarah, but in South Australia, shout out to you. Nice to have you with us. Corbs, I'm a huge fan of you as a commentator and also the pod with you and Teddy. Gee, look at that.
There we go.
I'm reading this for the first time on air, so I apologise for the little self-pump-up. But I'm getting really annoyed at your negativity against Alex Carey.
Okay.
I should have kept reading. Could it be the bias of a WA/Victorian heartman against a South Aussie? I don't believe Josh Inglis is the better alternative at this time for Test match cricket.
Which I think we did say. Like, when we didn't have Carey in the gun, but as we mentioned off the top, Sarah?
Yep.
There's always someone that you look at, particularly when the team's going really well. I think that's fair, isn't it, Corb? We don't have Carey out of the team, but it is a talking point just at the moment, giving his, slight lack of runs. His glove work's fantastic, and I don't think we doubt that. He dropped a chance, and I think that just gave everyone an opportunity to sort of have their say. So, what do you think about that one, Corp?
100% agree. If I'm picking a team for the first test in Brisbane, I got Alex Carey.
He's there. He is there.
Yeah. But at a certain point, if you keep saying, hey, he's the absolute best gloveman, everything else, and you're trying to sort of push away the rest of the competition, we keep implying somehow that Josh Inglis is a bad keeper and there's balls getting dropped all over the place and he's iron gloves and everything else. I mean, the guy's a very nice keeper. We've seen that in limited overs cricket. It's not as if he's a bad keeper. And he's a really good bat. He's a better batsman than Alex Carey at this stage. So you need to look at the whole package at some stage. That is my only point. And he is under pressure. I think it's unavoidable as a conversation and a talking point, and with the Australian team as settled as it is, it feels like his seat's as hot as anyone in the Australian lineup at the moment. But, as I did say, what a great opportunity. He gets the opportunity to walk out here at some stage today and win a test match for Australia, and if he does that, all power to him. I think everyone would love to see him come out and silence some of those doubters and peel off a match-winning innings for the Aussies today.
Could not agree more. Absolutely. Yep. So what about the little dig at you being a WA the Vic bias? You haven't been in WA for 8 years now.
It's been a long time. Also, no mention of my time in New South Wales or Queensland. So
yeah, you're not in Jimmy Pearson's camp or who they got. Who's the New South Wales keeper at the moment?
Well, it might be someone else next year, so who knows what happens on that front. 0467 920 222 is the SMS number. Keep them coming, Xavier Doherty. You'll be able to field some of those questions. Brian in Port Macquarie. Now, that is a part of the world. Port Macquarie, beautiful place. Tremendous part. We've never been to Port Macquarie.
Where's Port Macquarie?
It is...
is that halfway up the New South Wales coast?
In between New South Wales, Sydney and Brisbane.
Okay, yes.
But it is further south than Coffs Harbour. So keep going a little further south.
Okay.
Glorious spot. I highly recommend going to Port Macquarie at some stage in your life. Will the wet outfield negate swing bowling? So I'm fascinated by this as to... We usually see, overhead skies, damp conditions. People ordinarily think, the fielding team is going to benefit them. And yet the ball gets wet. And then you would think that if the ball gets wet and soft, that would help the batting team. How do you view it, Xavier? What does it all mean?
This is a great question because every time there's a Shield game in Hobart and there are overhead conditions, we have this theory that gloomy overhead conditions will all of a sudden make the ball swing. I don't subscribe to that. I think it's got more to do with the wicket and the moisture coming up out of the wicket. It's a dry pitch. It's a really dry pitch. There hasn't been a huge amount of swing in this test match. There's a little bit of some movement off the seam at times. But it will get wet. The ball is going to get wet. We've had a significant amount of rain, probably since about 5 o'clock this morning. So the outfield's going to be pretty damp. So if they can get a boundary away or, get the ball running across this outfield at some stage early in this session, it's certainly not going to help the seam bowling. The ball's already 24 overs old, which we've mentioned before. So it's not going to take much for it to soften up even more. So in that... if we're talking about that, it's advantage Australia. The other thing is we're going to start up with the lights on, I'd imagine. It's pretty gloomy. So you do suggest that it's not going to be great seeing conditions for the batsmen as well. So if you're talking about one advantage one way or the other, they probably negate each other, given that the lights will be on, but the ball is going to get slightly damp.
New Zealand needs 6 wickets for a famous test victory after being all out inside 2 sessions for 162 on day 1. It would be their first win against Australia in 13 years and their first at home in 31 years if they can get these last 6 wickets today. Meanwhile, Australia need 202 from here, resuming at 4 for 77. Play is going to start in 22 minutes from now, which is very exciting after we've lost an hour to start day 4. But we have a start time. 22 minutes from now, it is 10 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Time. The first ball will be sent down on day 4. In the meantime, we've spoken a bit about that 1974 New Zealand team defeating Australia for the first time in Test cricket. They had a celebration, a reunion, an anniversary, the night before the Test started. Richard Collins, a left-arm seamer, was part of that lineup. Of course, from that memorable team, he caught up with our own Brian Waddle at the cricket yesterday.
In the Hagley Lounge at Hagley Oval in Christchurch, and this Test series against Australia has been a chance to remember some great moments in cricket. And one of the great moments in New Zealand cricket was the first ever win by New Zealand over Australia. at Lancaster Park, not at Hagley Oval, but it was Lancaster Park, and a memorable event that was. The former players from 1974 have assembled in Christchurch. One of those, Richard Collins, who has been a regular attender at events too in New Zealand, even though he lives in Sydney now. Rock, you've been back to New Zealand on a number of occasions for various celebrations of past events.
Yeah, well, I couldn't miss them, and as I said to a few of the boys, that with our advancing years, we're getting very few opportunities to get together, and there may not be too many coming up. So every opportunity that I have to get together with ex-players and that, I take it with, open arms. And this one's been very special because of that first win against Australia. And remembering it was only the 6th official test between Australia and New Zealand. So they used to ignore us really in official tests, but that was real special.
Yeah, and the special thing was, I think there was about 6 or 7 of you all having a bit of a chat at a special function, and the memories just flowed. 50 years on, the memory not falter at all?
No, they're still there. You remember the particular wickets you got. You remember some of the other wickets that the other bowlers got, although most of the time I was down at fine leg, so I was too far away to really tell what happened. But no, I think it was a very good Australian batting lineup, and to knock them over twice, it was a pretty good effort. And I think the only player that they were probably missing was DK Lilly, who was injured at the time. Otherwise, it was full strength Australian side.
Yeah, I think that was the point of significance, was the strength of that side. It was a very good side.
Yeah, but I think they made one selection blunder, in my opinion, is they played 2 spinners, Kerry O'Keefe and Ashley Mallett, and had Gary Gilmore sitting in the stands. And it transpired that O'Keefe never bowled an over. Mallett probably only bowled 11 or 12, and the rest of it was, from memory, Maxwell, Geoff and Doug Walters and Greg Chappell filled in for the third medium pacer. So had Gary Gilmore been playing, it might have been a bit more difficult, because not only can he move the ball, he's not a bad bat.
No, that's right. And they came up against a New Zealand side that had a batsman who could score hundreds as well, in Glenn Turner. He made a difference.
Well, that shows the class of Glenn, because no other batsman really got runs, and he got 200s, and it just showed that. And as I said, Max Walker and Geoff Dimmock are pretty useful bowlers, and superb effort. And without that, of course, we didn't win, did we?
Yeah. You mentioned the fact that you were down early, but you played a significant part in what was a team effort. It wasn't an individual's effort. It wasn't, yes, you had Turner with 200s, but everybody had to play a part.
Oh, yes, and you've got to remember the catching. Like, Headley Howard took a screamer, Pete Congdon took a screamer, Jerry, I think, took a pretty good catch at first or second slip. So, I don't think I can't remember us grasping a chance. Catches win matches.
Exactly. The sad part of it all is that you played Test cricket for, 13 years, I think, your career last, and you only played Australia 3 times,
yes.
One series.
Yeah, because I wasn't available for the Australian part of the tour, because we'd just had 10 and a half, 11 weeks in England, or 12 weeks in England, and when I left, my twin boys were only 8 weeks old. So it would have been a bit rugged to actually then come home, say hello, oh gee, you've grown up, and then bugger off again on a tour.
Yeah, well, that was the cricketing life, and it's probably even tougher now.
And then of course you had your 40-hour a week job. They couldn't let you off all the time, so
13 years, is that your best memory? Because there are a few other personal milestones along the way for you as well, weren't there?
Yeah, I suppose the victory against England at the Basin, and a couple of wins against India, and the world record 10th wicket partnership, I suppose. But
well, that's a special personal milestone, isn't it? You know, I know cricketers don't always laud those, but I mean that was special in itself, wasn't it? Because one of your teammates or the partnership was with Ryan Hastings, who unfortunately wasn't able to be here, feeling a bit unwell.
Yeah, no, it would have been great to have had Brian here, but he's going through hard times.
Yeah, the Australians, Ian Chappell, always highly competitive. Do you remember him like that during this Test series?
Oh yes, yeah. He was passionate. I thought he was a very, very good captain. I see Ian from time to time in lunches in Sydney, and there's a lot of respect, and we get on well.
Yeah, it was interesting that he sent a text to Jim Maxwell, basically saying, ask him about the Auckland Test.
I thought that was a very good response. There's no argument about that. Absolutely no argument. And strangely, in that Test, we had them 5 for 67 at lunch. Doug Walters was not out, and if we had have got Doug, I think we would have knocked him over for under 100. Yeah. But he got a superb 100 on a wicket that was doing a lot, and it was very strange that Doug never got a Test 100 in England on the wickets that were moving around there. But that day at Eden Park, he was superb.
Yeah. So lovely memories, good time to chat with some of your old mates here. And,
Oh yes, we had a nice dinner last night at the George Hotel, and we sort of moved around and had a great chat to them all, and and we sort of carry on from where we left off, such as the friendship and respect for each other.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you for your time, and go and enjoy the rest of this Test match, and hope that we can do better against Australia.
Well, I'm hoping for a bit of resilient batting, and if we give them 250, game on.
And it's not like the old days down here now, is it? This is the new ground, not the old Lancaster Park.
Yeah, what a shame that got decimated in the earthquake, but because I think they'd only just rebuilt most of it. But anyway, I love this ground, and the hospitality and the friendliness here. I think all the boys have thoroughly appreciated it.
Rock, thanks for your time. Go and enjoy it.
Thanks, Brian.
How great is that? Richard Collins, member of that famous breakthrough team that won a test against Australia for the first time for New Zealand now 50 years ago, back in 1974. Corbin Middlemas alongside Xavier Doherty as we count down to the start of play on day 4. It has been delayed by an hour due to inclement weather, but the good news is the stumps are in, the roller is on the pitch, and the New Zealand Quicks are warming up. They need 6 more wickets to record a famous victory here at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. It would be their first in 13 years in Test cricket against Australia, and their first in 31 years in these parts. While for the Aussies, after being in early trouble at 4 for 34, they're trying to do something they've never done and overcome such a start to chase down 279 and win the Test match. 0467 920 222 is the SMS number. Word has clearly got around Christchurch that play is starting at 12 noon, and the grass banks are filling up, as you would expect. We've had great crowds throughout the Test match so far, and today is no different, with the result within reach for both teams. What do you make of it all, Xavier? 10 or 12 minutes to go before the first ball.
Well, like I mentioned long ago, Corbin, this has been a really tightly contested Test match all the way through the first 3 days. New Zealand, quite clearly have their noses just in front, 4 for 77, still requiring 202 Australia, so they will need a good hour of play to get back on level pegging, Marsh and Travis Head. Within that time, you can imagine they'll be facing plenty of Matt Henry, who's making life really difficult for Australia. Ben Sears is another guy we probably haven't spoken nearly enough about, a guy on debut who's clocking about, somewhere around the low 140-kilometre mark. He created all sorts of issues for Marnus Labuschagne early yesterday. He had him dropped, I think, second ball, got him out fourth ball of his spell, and then he was too quick for Cameron Green as well. So it's going to be a really intriguing day, set up by this first hour. Australia trying to keep as many wickets intact as possible. The ball is slowly getting older, slowly getting easier to bat out there, but a huge first hour on day 4 here for Australia.
The SMS number 0467920222. You can hear that blower still going around the outfield, making plenty of noise in our effects mic. David in Dulwich Hill says, hi, enjoying the coverage. What can be done to ensure more test matches between Australia and New Zealand? Is test cricket strong in New Zealand?
It seems pretty strong to me. You know, the support that we've had throughout this series has been absolutely fantastic. No doubt that these two teams should be playing more against each other. It's a 3-hour flight for the eastern seaboard of Australia to get here. There's been a lot of support here from Australians. You know, people just coming over for a couple of days to fly the flag for Australia. So there's no doubt in my mind that they should be playing more. The CEOs met in Wellington last week together. I think there's an ICC CEO meeting in Dubai this week. So hopefully, this schedule between these two nations can be discussed even further. But hopefully, in the future we see these teams meeting far more regularly than we've seen in the past.
Also from Matt in South Australia, regarding Inglis versus Carey, everyone is talking as if we're giving away 20-30 runs in innings by picking Carey instead of Inglis. Carey still averages 30 in Test cricket. If Inglis was going to average any more than 40 at Test level, he'd be getting a gig as a frontline batsman. So realistically, we're arguing about potentially 10 runs an innings extra on an unproven batsman in international cricket compared to someone everyone agrees is a better gloveman.
Outstanding point, Matt. And I think that's almost the point that you and I are trying to make, Corb. You know, it's more a discussion point than an argument to Carey being out of the team. Great point. You know, if Carey, who's he's averaging 30, which is respectable, isn't it? You know, it's a contribution from your number 7. Clearly the best gloveman, but it's a great point that you to try and average 40, which is the argument for in the pro-Inglis camp, is going to be tough. So unless his glovemanship is better, then we've got the best player in at the moment, which I think is the argument that you and I were trying to make, Corb.
Play starts in 9 minutes. Xavier Doherty alongside myself, Corbin Middlemas, Brian Waddle, Jim Maxwell, Geoff Lemon, Craig MacMillan, Frankie McKay throughout the day. Overcast skies. We had morning showers. They have cleared now and we're ready to go 9 minutes from now. Australia to resume at 4 for 77. They need 202 to win. Meanwhile, 6 wickets is what the Black Caps need to pull off a famous victory. 0467 920 222, the SMS number. Sheffield Shield round starts today, Xavier. The last one of the season.
I'm nervous, Corb.
Nervous?
I'm nervous. The Tigers have got themselves in the Shield final. I think they just need to sort of beat WA on bonus points, which you'll assume will happen over the first couple of days of that round. But, I'm showing my bias there. I'm not hiding away from it. I'm hoping Tassie will score enough bonus points to lock in a final at Bellerive Oval, and I can get along and cheer next week.
It's a walk in the park, surely, against South Australia. They win easy.
Come on. I don't think our record over the last little period against South Australia is that flash, given where the Redbacks usually find themselves on the table. So they've got some work to do. Don't worry about that.
I kid, of course. I'm just staring up, Xavier. It's not a shot at our friends, the Crow Eaters, the Spiders. Let's see if they can end the year on a good note. Tasmania and South Australia. Play starts at 12:30 Eastern Daylight Time. No, 10:30 Eastern Daylight Time. 12:30 our time, which is about 40 minutes from now. We've already had the toss of the coin. Gee, that's early. So Tasmania have won the toss and they're going to field first.
Not a surprise at Bellerive.
Why is the toss done so early?
45 minutes in Shield cricket. Right. 45 minutes, so the play starts in 37 minutes. So they've just snuck that one in.
Okay. Now, the toss hasn't been none of the other venues. Victoria and WA at Junction Oval and Queensland and New South Wales at AB Field. But we'll keep you updated with all 3 of those fixtures throughout the day. Hi from Ballingen on the mid-north coast. It is sad to see the lack of footwork in modern cricketers. As an opening batsman who cannot play forward, is like a lamb to the slaughter. All products of the so-called modern game. Regards, Bob.
Well, I'm not a batting technician, so I don't want to go too deep on this one, but there's no doubt that batsmen trying to score at a higher clip is probably bringing out about a few dismissals that, don't look that flash. A lot of playing outside the off stump, which in an era gone by you wouldn't have seen. But I think it's hard to argue that the cricket is still a great product to watch. If you are someone who breaks down batsmen's techniques, then maybe you're not quite enjoying what you're seeing at the moment. But I think the end product is still a pretty good one.
Keep them coming. 0467 920 222 is the SMS number. That's from Bob. Did you enjoy Nathan Lyon's work yesterday? So 3 for 49, his figures. He managed to pick up the wickets of Phillips, Kugelheim and Henry. So 3 more for the GOAT as he continues to pull away in second spot all time.
I really enjoyed Nathan Lyon's work yesterday, and so did he.
Third spot, sorry, all time.
Oh, sorry, yeah, so did he. He had a little clip at me because I was not critical is not the right word, is it, Corb? I was sort of just mentioned that he was bowling a little leg side in the first Test match, and he just made the point known to me as he walked past me this morning that he got one outside off stump and to spin back through the gate of who was that he knocked over late?
Yesterday.
Phillips it was, yeah. That was a huge wicket as well. So I enjoyed it, and Gazza did as well.
He's got a great sense of humour. We love that from Nathan Lyon. We might have a listen to what he had to say at the close of play last night. And after he's done that, the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell's about to make his way in because we're ready for some cricket. It's so well set up. Day 4 here at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. So Australia need 202 from here, 4 for 77 in their second dig, and New Zealand needs 6 wickets for a famous victory. Xavier Doherty will start the day with him. But before all of that, Nathan Lyon, the GOAT, last night at the close of play.
The way I said it, it's been a good Test match and a usual roller coaster of emotions where, as bowlers, we've got to do our things what we do really well. I understand there's going to be partnerships, and I thought the way Mitchell and Rachin batted today was credit to those guys. But the effort that our fast bowlers, all our bowlers went to today was pretty impressive. Too often I seem to be batting in the top 6. But no, I'm happy to do the role. But yeah, it's nice that I didn't have to walk out there tonight. Mood is when it happens, it's not the greatest change room to be in, but understanding that we've still got 2 world-class batters at the crease there now, and we've got all confidence and all belief that if we do the good things for long periods of time with Hetty and Marshy, the way that they bat, and then you've got Alex coming in next, and anything is possible. So there's a lot of belief in that change room, and so there should be. But understanding that we're coming up against a class New Zealand bowling attack, and Matt Henry's been the pick of the bowlers the whole series. So there's going to be plenty of respect there. But if we do our good things for long periods of time, then there's no reason why not. We've been able to tick off a couple of totals in the past, so there's a lot of confidence within our batting group and us bowlers with the bat in hand. We're pride ourselves on our batting, so we'll give it our best chance if it comes down to that, that's for sure.
Yes, I think he described that as a cautious optimism from Nathan Lyon. It didn't sound full-bodied about how Australia may go today, because they all know this pitch will do a bit. There'll be a ball or two that'll get a wicket potentially, and how Australia manages all that in the first period of the day will be fascinating, and that's why we're here to tell you all about it, aren't we, Mr. X?
We are, and I'm looking forward to it, Jim. It's been a fantastic 3 days so far, and it's set up beautifully for a great storyline one way or the other.
Which way do you think it'll go? Do you stop making predictions?
I need to stop making predictions, because I was pretty good in the first test.
Just get out there and say New Zealand are going to win.
It's going to be a famous New Zealand victory.
That's it. That's what you've got to say.
And then we can only hope that I'm wrong again.
Might be a tie.
Could be a tie.
Yeah. Anything's a chance here. But it's what happens in the first half hour. You would reckon they say it's new ball, wicket and the rest of it. Well, the ball's still firm enough and is not very ancient. And the conditions around, a bit of cloud cover. The outfield, you'd imagine, will still be a little damp, even though they had the ladies blow hair dryer on it to dry it out.
It was a solid piece of machinery, that one, wasn't it, Jim?
It was. It's one of the biggest blow dryers I think I've ever seen.
It knocked the feathers off the top of most people's bonds.
I think it's a better weapon than the rope, to be honest.
I think in this day and age, Jim, we're all environmentalists, aren't we? We shouldn't churn through, a couple of litres of diesel. The old rope doesn't, just a bit of manual labour and does the same job. But anyway, whichever camp you're in, it got the job done.
Well, just get the crowd out there dragging towels around.
Well,
that'll do the job.
Well, that's right. They're happy to let them out at lunch. Why don't they make yourself useful, the 9,000 locals, and take your chamois out there and soak it all up.
So we're about to get underway. Matt Henry has got the ball. He's been keen. He's been out there warming up on an adjacent strip. And it's Henry who's done the business. 7 for, 2 for, 4 for 77. We're underway. Australia need 202. Here comes Henry around the wicket and on the back foot. Travis Head gets up and over the ball. If anyone's due for a score, it's got to be Travis Head after a few misses along the way in recent times. But he got out to a pretty ordinary stroke in the first innings under edging on an exotic, expansive horizontal shot. And he's now on 17, Marsh 27. 4 for 77, Australia. Around the wicket, Henry bowls it, and he leaves outside the off stump. Only just outside. Just a sense the ball's going to be doing a little bit. It won't be gun barrel straight. And that is why Henry has been so effective in this series. As he heard Nathan Lyon say, he's probably been the bowler of the series, even though Hazelwood's been outstanding and Cummins in his own way. But the numbers tell you how well he's bowled. So he's on his way. Henry bowls again around the wicket and on the back foot. It's cut sort of. He's almost cut in half. It came back and bounced and cramped the shot, which ended up being a little bunt away on the offside, high on the bat for a single between cover point and mid-off. So Australia underway. It's not the biggest chase they've ever had in a test match to win, but it'll certainly be significant in the context of the WTC, this series, and the fact they've never made as many as this against New Zealand in the fourth innings to win a test match.
Well, and the fact they've lost, what were they, 4 for 34 at one stage? So, you know, they made life pretty difficult for them. So there'll be a storyline one way or the other here today. 3
slips into gully, over the wicket he bowls, and back goes Marsh and pushes away on the offside. So, yeah, just see what the ball's doing here. It looks still a very firm, shiny missile to me. So,
it does, yeah.
Its quality, its original quality's been retained by the ground and everything else. I mean, it's not abrasive at all, this surface. And that often chops up the ball, but not so far here. 4 for 78. He bowls again, and he's forward, and he's getting an inside edge into his pad. Again, indication of a little bit of movement there into the batsman. And batsmen these days who are so intent most of the time and looking for the balls to score off, can be vulnerable when the ball's doing what it did then. It took a think inside edge into his pad.
Some significant seam movement on that occasion. Mitch Marsh was actually doing pretty well to get a little piece of willow on it. There's still something there. This is a huge little session for Australia against Henry.
Henry bowls. Back goes Marsh and twiddles him away quietly in front of square for a single to end the first over of the day. Umpire Erasmus handing the cap back to Henry. A little bit of discotheque or whatever can be heard in the background. It's not a full house by any means. In fact, if you're listening nearby, you can probably get into the ground if you come down. There are quite a few vacant spots on the grassy slopes. Not that there's much for the goats or the sheep to eat. It's been trampled down in the last few days. So 4 for 79, a delayed start because of some mizzle, some rain this morning. But we've got enough time to get this game over with today if it doesn't rain again.
Yeah, some really nice conditions now. The sun's just trying its best to break through. It really is a huge hour, in particular for Australia. Matt Henry will bowl most of that hour. He's been the danger man, as you said, Jim. He's matched, if not bettered, the Australian quicks. He's been sensational in this series and really carrying New Zealand along to what could be a famous victory.
That's a rare slip. Here comes Southey, first ball of the day. Short, and he's after it, and he hammers it in the air. Was he dropped at point? I think he was by Ravindra. He hit that in the air just to the right of Ravindra. and the reaction from him suggests it carried to him, and he's put it down. Another New Zealand drop catch. They don't need those. He's sort of uppercut that, and he moves to his left, and he should have eaten that for breakfast, but it hit his hands hard, maybe the back of his hand, I don't know, but it went on the ground. That's the thing. He didn't catch it. Boo-boo, baby, boo-boo.
Yeah, no good that, Rachin Ravindra. I heard Geoff Lemon say there was a 33%er yesterday where, what was it? So it was bad bowling, bad batting, but a nice catch. That was a 0%er. It was a long hop. Mitch Marsh has played a cut shot in the air, and Rachin Ravindra has dropped a sitter at point.
Yeah. They took a single. Now, Southey around the wicket, bowls, and it's driven in. He's caught at point. Travis Head has hit the next ball in the air. He's hit it firmly, but straight to point. And Australia lose their 5th wicket. A disconsolate, disappointed Travis Head moves off the ground after playing another loose shot. 2 of them in the row. One went down. That one was hit straight at point. The catch was taken out there comfortably. Was that Young out there?
It was, yep, Will Young.
Will Young has taken the catch. It was straight at him. He did not miss the chance. And that's a huge moment for New Zealand. Australia, 5 for 80 in the second over of the day.
Yeah, spot on there, Jim. That's a pretty soft out from Travis Head. He walks off slowly. It was not much of a delivery again from Tim Southey. Short and wide. It was there to be hit. There's no need to hit it in the air. He's only bowling at 122 k's an hour. You've got time to control your shot there, Travis Head. He hasn't. He's tried to hit it as hard as he could instead of just playing a controlled cut shot, and presented what was a pretty easy catch in the end to Will Young. They're going to give chances here, Australia. If they're going to keep hitting them like that, this could be over really quickly.
Instinctive from Travis Head. He was short, and he just went after it, just as Marsh had done a moment or two ago. But it wasn't controlled. He hit it hard, but he hit it straight at the fieldsman. And, well, as the great man said, if you don't hit the ball in the air, you can't get caught. Right?
Makes a bit of sense, doesn't it?
Yeah. 2 slips and a gully. New man in is Carey. He faces Southey. Southey has him pushing forward away on the offside. The sun is starting to poke through now, and you can hear a little bit of excitement, of anticipation in the crowd. And there might be a few New Zealanders here who are expecting a little bit more of this to occur after yesterday's initial assault. I heard Corby saying that 4 for 34 is not a position Australia have ever come back from in a 4th innings chase.
Well, it makes sense, doesn't it? That's it's a long way to come back from, chasing 279. You know, if the supposed best batsmen in the team aren't getting them, then it's a big ask for the lower order.
Southey bowls, and he's forward, pushing the ball away out there on the offside. So there's some runs in this wicket, but at the moment, with New Zealand bowling so keenly and so full of expectation too, you'd have to say, you think wickets are going to fall. But just for a moment there, when Ravindra dropped that catch, you thought, oh, that's an escape. Australia are going to cash in on this. But they didn't.
They didn't. It was just really not great cricket. Is the nicest way I can put it, Jim.
Here comes Southey. He bowls once more and beats him outside the off stump, hitting a spot. Just a little bit of bounce, bit of angle there going away from the batsman as he played down the line. Nicely bowled, sir, yep.
Oh, yeah, it's one of those scrambled seam. You know, he's so good. Usually Tim Southey presenting the seam upright, but that's a very deliberate ploy to scramble it. It's taken somewhere on the ball that's clipped the seam on an angle and shot away from Alex Carey. Fantastic bowling from the NZ skipper.
Short cover in place here for Carey too. He's been caught out there a few times as he watches and leaves outside the off stump. A very eventful over. A drop catch, a dismissal. And New Zealand looked to be, well, if they weren't in the front row seat, the box seat, before the day started, you'd have to think they might be now. 5-4-80. It's a good game to win in a run chase from here.
Yeah, spot on, Jim. New Zealand well and truly on top now. Just going back Travis Head's dismissal. Life's going to be tough enough without just handing your wicket over. You know, they've got a real battle on their hands to get through, Matt Henry in particular, without trying to hit Southey in the air through. A ball is there to be hit, that's fair enough, have a go at it. But he's only bowling 123, 124 k's an hour. It shouldn't be that hard to get over the top of it and hit it along the ground. It's second over of the day.
Well, it is the way some of these fellas play. And the risk-reward, the percentages go down markedly when you're in this position, as Henry bowls and back is Marsh playing away on the offside. But there is movement out there, and that's danger for batsmen who like to be aggressive, because it just takes one ball on the spot, as we saw last night, to get through onto the pads or nick the bat. And again, there was bounce and movement off the seam, taking Marsh high up there as he got in line. So Henry in the sunshine runs up and bowls. Marsh goes back and he edges it along the ground down towards third man. Is going to run away to the boundary for 4. Yes, it was sort of controlled, but if you're Matt Henry, you wouldn't be worrying too much about that boundary, because you know the next time he plays like that, it could easily nick off into the slips. But he guided it handily and kept over the ball. It wasn't in the air as it left his bat, and a handy little 4.
Yeah, it sort of kissed off the outfield, didn't it? It's going to be a wet outfield here for a little while until the sun takes some effect, but nice bowling again there from Matt Henry. He's been nipping him back off the seam. That one just kissed through and caught the outside edge of Mitch Marsh's bat.
Marsh 33 as Henry bowls to him again. He's on the walk and then he cops it amidships. Maybe he saw him coming. And he just did a little shuffle in the direction of the ball, and Henry hit the pitch with bounce and struck Marsh. Not where he wanted to be getting hit, but it didn't knock him over. But the risk is huge here for Marsh. He likes to attack. Henry goes in, bowls to him, and he's leaning forward and getting a run. Well played, just sending the ball into the gap between cover and mid-off for a single. So he's 34. Clearly top scorer at 5 for 85. Good morning, good evening, hello, wherever you're listening to us. Jim Maxwell and Xavier Doherty here. And Australia having to fight very hard. New Zealand right on top. One thing this result will do, if it goes New Zealand's way, will make the punditry and everyone else yell more for 3 test series. Waddle is very unsatisfactory, if that's what it is. He bowls now to Carey and he plays away down the onside. Everyone's been saying this is ridiculous, playing 2 test series. But this is going to add some serious ammunition to it.
It is.
As it did in Australia when the West Indies won in Brisbane, and it was 1-1.
We were desperate for a decider, weren't we? Particularly after, as you say, Jim, the West Indies came back for a famous victory. You don't really want to finish 1-1, which is the way this one's heading as well.
Henry bowls to Carey. Carey forward, gets a run as he pushes the ball straight down the ground, and it's collected around from mid-off as they trundle through. 5 for 86, and Carey is off the mark. Yes, well, it's a nonsense. It's an absolute nonsense, despite the fact that the WTC is going quite well. And regardless of the distorted nature of its structure, 2 test series are a no-no, particularly amongst the top nations. So there we go, folks. It's 5 for 86, and Australia have got a lot of runs to score, and Henry could take another 5 wickets here and finish with 14 for the match.
Well, he thoroughly deserved that, wouldn't he, Matt Henry? But I think, and a lot of the feedback we're getting, Jim, is spot on. You know, It feels like we're just cramming it in, and they're games for the sake of games. But I think at the end of the series, you want a clear winner.
The interest in Test cricket in recent times has been overwhelming as Carey leans and drives and plays well wide of mid-off. The ball is scampering away fast towards the boundary, and there it goes for 4. It could not be stopped at mid-off, and that was a nicely timed stroke from Carey as Southey pitched up. and he just waited on the ball, leant into it, and timed it very, very well for a boundary.
He did. That's a beautiful shot from Alex Carey. Just in full control. Just a little punch off the front foot. I don't think Tim South would be too disappointed with that. A little bit of seam movement, but Carey was able to cover that and play a beautiful little cover drive.
Southey again. Carey forward. Plays it well. We've got Henry Nichols on the field today. And who's our Santner? Or it's Kugeline there. I'm looking around. Is he actually on the field?
He's got a distinctive running style, Kugeline. I think he did chase one down last over. So
where's he fielding now? Mid off? Yeah, he was the bloke chasing the ball a moment ago. He's got the jumper on, as a few have. So he's on the field. And hopefully he can do a bit with the ball if he needs to. 5 for 90. Carey's 5, Marsh is 34. There are 2 slips, a gully, a short cover. Southey bowls, he leans forward and runs it away into the gully, well fielded by Phillips, diving to his left. An excellent save, as you'd expect.
Glenn Phillips, he'd be, 5'9" or 5'8"? Honestly, he covers 3 metres either side. He's covering 6 metres.
Mm-hmm.
He is an unbelievable fielder and probably the quickest when it does get past him. He chases anything down. He's a very handy cricketer, Glenn Phillips.
I wonder if he played some rugby. What do you reckon he would have been? Standoff?
You're talking to the wrong person here, Jim.
Breakaway? He's a South African. He would have played rugby. Here comes Southey. It's wide of the off stump and it goes through to the keeper.
I'm fortunate, Jim. I come from a place in Australia where we disowned the Wallabies a long time ago.
But you didn't disown the World Cup.
No, of course not.
I think Georgia was your preferred team in the 2003
York
World
Park,
Cup.
down at York Park in Launceston.
Yeah.
We had a couple of games.
They filled the grounds for all those strange games between teams that weren't in the race. They did a brilliant marketing job in 2003 to fill the grounds for all those strange matches. Southey goes up again. Carey goes back and leaves the ball at the depth. Yes, just a bit of bounce and movement. So it's an anxious period here for the batsman trying to get established against very purposeful and controlled bowling here.
Yeah, that's some lovely bowling again. Some significant seam movement from Tim Southey. We're seeing it from both ends just at the moment. Of course, I'm saying that tongue-in-cheek. Of course, we haven't disowned the Wallabies, but I think all of Australia would like them to see a few more wins on the board.
It's just, you don't understand whether it's rugby league or rugby union. We know that. That's what it's like in those southern states. Here comes Southey. He bowls it and it's driven well. It's going out through the covers. Young's chasing it back. And as he scrambles to gather it, they collect a couple of runs. 5 for 92. And that's the end of the over. Carey 7, Marsh 34. Travis Head out to a short ball from Southey in his previous over. Hit it straight to Young at point. And there was a sigh of relief around the field and the ground when he took the catch, because in the previous ball, Ravindra dropped what looked to be a straightforward chance from Marsh out there at point. Good morning. Craig MacMillan's in.
Morning, Jim.
You got another nice jacket on today. Coat.
Different number, merino wool.
Merino wool. Oh, okay. New Zealand merino?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
A New Zealand company that have looked after us and given us a couple of jackets to wear over the summer.
Is that a TV number or just for you?
It's a TV. No, it's just for me.
So it should be. It's very smart. Very smart. So is that not only bred but woven in New Zealand?
I'm guessing so, yeah. It's made by a company called Three Wise Men.
Right.
Who you probably haven't heard of in Australia, but if you're over in New Zealand and you need something warm to wear, shirt, jacket, pants, socks, shoes, that's the place to go, Jim. They'll look after you.
Excellent work. The ABC loves that sort of endorsement. As Henry bowls and it's left alone outside the off stump.
We've had some strange weather this morning, haven't we? There was no rain forecast.
Is that right?
Started at 5 a.m. this morning.
I heard it, and here, when we were sitting here a while ago, it makes a very distinctive sound. We had a good Samaritan, actually, because there was our sort of horses do the thing microphone left out, and it was rescued by someone walking past because it was on the roof. So it turned up this morning, and a great relief to see it was sitting in here as Henry Bowles hits the pad, and there's a run for Marsh as he tried to tickle it away. Did he get bat? No, it's a leg by.
Well, when I saw the rain this morning, I thought this is the reason Australia is so hard to beat. Why New Zealand can't beat Australia over all the years, because they've got the weather gods in their corner as well. They're on the back foot. New Zealand needs sun out, good weather, just to try and get a famous victory, and it's raining. Australia are controlling the weather gods, but they didn't last for long, did they, that rain? Came and went. No,
it was just a little miserly interruption. Henry's bowling, Carey's playing firmly away down towards mid-off, an awkward bump there for Williamson, and he stopped it. 5 for 93. Well, that was a start and a half for New Zealand. It looked ugly, and then celebration.
Well, Rachin Ravindra, he'll be feeling a little bit more comfortable, but the man he dropped is still out in the middle. So whenever you drop a catch and the man is still out in the middle, you're never comfortable. So it was a catch that just has to be taken at this level. New Zealand got lucky with the next ball, Travis Head offering up a simple catch.
Here's Henry, wide of the off stump. Carey shoulders arms to it. Yes. Is Ravindra well regarded in the field?
He's fine. Yeah. I mean, just a regulation catch at point. It came at a nice height. Sort of lost his balance, was looking to dive when he didn't really need to, and it just went in and out. Which happens. It happens to everyone. But, gee, big day ahead in terms of winning the test against Australia. You don't get many opportunities. Can't grasp chances like that.
3 slips the gully weight. Henry bowls Carey's on the back foot, and he flashes it away down towards third man. It was in the air, but he had a piece of it, and it went away to the boundary. Carey 11, 5 for 97. You sense there are going to be a few shots played. I'll leave it with you, Craig, and Wads is coming in.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, well, now's not the time from a New Zealand point of view for Alex Carey to find some form. He has been struggling for runs throughout the series, probably throughout the summer for Australia. Now's not the time for him to find the middle of the bat, but he's made a quick start, 11 from 15. Marsh still there on 34 from 38. He's the danger. This is the partnership. This is the partnership that could do real damage to New Zealand. So they need to break it and get into that Australian lower order as quickly as they can. Morning, Wads.
Macca, one of them needs a ton. Both capable. And Marsh is on 34 from 38. Carey 11 from 15. We're about to watch Southey again, bowling from the Botanical Gardens end. He's in bowling to the right-handed Marsh, who drives powerfully back past the bowler. A bit of pace taken off it. Maybe overhauled inside the boundary. They've taken one. We'll get 2 just inside the boundary. And they're coming back for the third. The throw coming into the bowler's end isn't straight. And Marsh gets 3. And that's how destructive he can be with the bat. He really does hit the ball. 37. That's the 100 for Australia. 100 for 5. 179 needed.
He's the danger because he's got a big innings in him and he'll score it quickly. And there's still some question marks over this New Zealand attack, isn't there, barring Henry, so...
And he can't bowl all day.
He can't, as much as New Zealand would love him to be able to do that.
Well, it'll be interesting to see what Sears is able to deliver. They haven't really had much faith in Kugelheim, and he's had a leg injury, hasn't he? Warmed up this morning. Southey bowls to Carey, who drives and beats outside the edge of the bat through to Blundell. Well, I was just sort of talking in the back of the box to Geoff Lemon, saying, who would you much rather have in terms of a catch, with Marsh being put down or Travis Head? Both of them capable players. He opted for the Head call.
Did he?
Yeah. I thought Marsh was probably the man who can be the most destructive But both of them can be if they get their way. Southey in, bowling to Carey, who's on the front foot, playing up towards mid-on, and mid-off, in fact. The mid-on fieldsman Sears was coming across, but it went up towards Kugelheim fielding mid-off, and they took one.
I think New Zealand happy to get either of those two, but I think...
In fact, both would have been the right answer.
Yeah. Ravindra might say that, I dropped that catch and then they rotated the strike, so that gave you the opportunity to pick up the wicket off the next ball.
Yeah, you've got to look for some consolations, don't you?
I'm not sure Tim Southey would have laughed at that, but...
Well, he got the wicket in the end result, and he has struggled for wickets in this series.
Yes.
You look at Matt Henry, what was 17 wickets at 12, hasn't he?
Southey has had a couple that have been dropped off his bowling wads. Nathan Lyon the other day.
Southey bowls to Marsh, who drives at the ball but misses completely as it goes through to Bloodle. Well, that has been one of the features of the series for New Zealand and the T20 was their inability to take catches that on other days they would just swallow. I haven't quite worked out the reason why. Are they not doing enough work on their fielding? It just seems strange because the players who've been dropping catches from New Zealand are the safest catches normally. Southey, has gobbled up so many slip field, in the outfield. You think of a guy who's not playing now, Trent Bolt, the catches he's taken. Very seldom drop one, did he? Yes, Southey bowling to Marsh, defending back along the pitch to the bowler.
Well, I had that role as batting coach, but also / fielding coach. So we worked them really hard over that period, Wads. And the only thing I can think of is maybe the intensity that they're training at. I hit the balls hard and quite often got complaints about how hard I was hitting the ball and the soreness of hands. But if you do practice and train at a high intensity, and then that moves over into game time as well. So I'm sure they're still doing the work. There's no doubt that they will. But I just wonder whether, because it's been such a tight schedule, whether they're putting in the work at the same level, same intensity.
Which is a sharpness thing too, isn't it? Being sharp in the field.
Absolutely.
That Phillips can show you a thing or two about. Southey bowls to Marsh, who drives into the onside, up towards Kugelheim. Fields comfortably enough. There's no run. The over completed. That's 30 of the innings. 101 for 5. Marsh 37. Carey is 12. The batsman out today, Travis Head, was dismissed, caught by Young from the bowling of Southey. And now he got 18. It's 101 for 5. And the current partnership already worth 21.
Yeah, I'm going to score quickly, Australia. That lower order, Stark, Cummins, Lyon will throw bat at ball. So one way or another, this test is over after 2 sessions. By the time we hit the tea break, there will be one team that will be happy, one team will be sad. And let's just have our fingers crossed that New Zealand can find a way to win this test match. It's been so long, 93. Saw some clips from that 93 test victory. Murph Hughes, who's here in the crowd, was playing in that match.
Henry bowls to Carey, who's defensive, playing into the offside. Will run out to Williamson, and there's no run. 178 still needed. Yeah.
It's one of those things, isn't it? It's quite remarkable when you break it down that effectively 2 test wins, 1 home, 1 away over the last 31 years. And so there's a generation, an era of New Zealand cricketers, some very good New Zealand cricketers who never savoured a test win over Australia through their period of time.
And New Zealand has been proud of the fact that they have won a high percentage of their games at home.
Correct.
And not to be able to do it against Australia, not that they've played a lot of games against Australia. Here's Henry bowling to Carey, who turns into the onside. He'll have run behind square. Might have come from pad, didn't travel very quickly out towards the backward square leg region, but did he get bat on it? Umpire Murray Erasmus says yes, he did. So there's one more to his total, 13 from 19, and 102 for 5.
I did a few stats last night, Wads, so I'm going to pose a question to you.
Oh!
You've watched as much cricket as I know of anyone in New Zealand. Name some of the New Zealand players that have played the most test matches against Australia without a test match victory.
Oh!
Give me a top 5.
Oh. Here's the next delivery from Henry. How am I going to get out of this one? Well, I can tell it. One I can tell you is that Jeremy Coney's led 3 of them.
Correct.
Of the wins.
So yeah, he's not on the list. He's definitely not on the list.
Yeah, well, we probably in the 80s we probably played them more often than we've played them recent times. I'm Trying to think of who was captain in the 93.
Ken Rutherford.
Okay, so Stephen
Crow, was it?
Yeah. So Stephen Fleming might well be one of those. Here's the next one too. Marsh, he plays back along the pitch to the bowler.
So he's number 2 on the list with 14 test matches. Lost 9, drew 5. Captain all 14 against Australia without a test win. He's number 2 on the list.
Tim Southey?
No, he played in that 2011 match.
That's right, he did too.
Yeah,
So,
Hobart.
and he's come on a little bit more recently than when we played some of these games. Yeah, Stephen Fleming. So it's around his era, isn't it?
Correct.
Goes the next delivery to Marsh, who crashes it through point for 4. Up on his toes and thrashed it through point. Nice stroke. Beat the fieldsman way to the boundary. 106 for 5, and he moves to 41.
Yeah, nice shot. That was in the air for a little bit. Yeah, it was in the air. Wasn't far away from that fielder. Again, I don't understand why New Zealand have their point fielder in front. If they've got him behind, that's where it's going to slice off. And it's a real catching position. Look where Will Young is. He's too far in front. He's got to be behind because Marsh goes hard at it. So it's going to come off the outside half of the bat and slice behind that point region. But for some reason, they've got that point fielder in front.
Here's the next delivery from Henry, and it's left as it goes down the offside, taken by Blundell. Yeah, well, the trouble is, of course, that then they can go forward if you can't. They when you go behind, so you've got to make a marker. Craig MacMillan, is he one of them?
I'm 5th on the list, played 12 tests out of only 55 against Australia. Came up with donuts, lost 7, drew 5 though.
Nathan Astle?
Yes, he is second equal. There's 3 on 14 test matches. Nathan was 1, lost 9, drew 5. So Stephen Fleming, Nathan Astle on 14, one other, and you haven't got number 1.
Number 1.
And it's quite ironic who number 1 is.
106 for 5. I've got to think back to that era, who was playing. Here's Southey bowling to Carey. Defensive as he punches it out towards Kugelheim, fielding it mid-off.
If New Zealand managed to get a victory today, it's even more ironic, Brian. I'll leave. I can't give you any more clues than that.
No. Oh, when I get off, I'll have time to sit down and think about it.
Xavier's nodding his head. He's got it at the back of the box.
106 for 5. Let me concentrate on this game.
Silence is golden.
Southey comes in again from the far end, bowling to Carey, who leaves down the offside, and it's through to wicketkeeper Kane Williamson.
Nope, he played in that 2011
That's right,
match.
he did too. So did Ross Taylor. He was captain.
Chris Cairns was the other one on 14. So Fleming, Cairns and Astle on 14. Myself on 12. We round out the top 5, but you need number 1.
Number 1. Goodness. I've got to pick a few names out of the hat, don't I? 106 for 5.
What other clue could I give you?
Southey. Up from the far end, bowls to Carey, and Carey nudges it nicely to the offside, times it reasonably well, but it'll bring only 1 as Young goes streaking after it to get it and prevent any more than 1 being taken.
He's in attendance at this test match, Wads.
He's in attendance at this test match.
You might have seen him around the ground somewhere.
Very good. I like that. You've got Mark Richardson.
Stop it.
Well, he's been here in attendance at the ground.
He only played 5 tests against Australia before they burnt him out.
107 for 5. Oh, goodness gracious me. I'm just trying to think who's at the ground now. Marsh waits for the next delivery from Southey, and he plays and misses. Taken on the pad, was it? And just in the back of him?
Inside edge onto pad, Wads.
Yeah.
And we've got a great angle here. It was not far away from those stumps. It looked like it was just going to roll back onto the stumps and dislodge the bail. Inch.
Almost touched him.
millimetres.
Yeah, the bat was away from the pad, wasn't it? And that's the area that can create the issues.
It's been a good spell from Tim Southey. I think close to his best spell the Test match so far. Obviously got the confidence of picking up that wicket, but he's causing problems for both batters. Just what New Zealand needed first up this morning.
Next delivery from Southey to Marsh, who's on the front foot and tentatively defensive, just covering up the movement back in on the front pad. 41 from 48, 14 for Carey, and 107 for 5, 172 still needed.
Right, I'm going to put you out of your misery, Wads.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I'd get it if I had time to think about it, but I'm trying to concentrate on the game.
Yeah, apologies for taking you out of that zone.
Yeah, there are people listening who,
Daniel Vittori.
Oh, Daniel Vittori.
18 Test matches.
Of course, yes.
Australian assistant coach.
Here's the next delivery to Marsh, pushing it into the offside, fielded at cover by Williamson in the end of a tidy over, 107 for 5. Yeah, of course. And he was captain for many Test matches that he played, yeah.
18 Test matches against Australia. He's sitting on the sideline as Australia's assistant coach, perhaps watching New Zealand get up and beat the team that he's part of the management of.
Yeah, well, I've talked about the fact of our spin bowlers and the coaches who are otherwise involved in other teams. Chetan Patel is working with a crop of them with the England team, and Daniel Vittori working with the Australians. And we're going to see a change at the broadcasting end, the Port Hills end. Ben Sears is in, and this is a significant change. We've had a period of Matt Henry. Will he come in from the other end? Hard to know. At the moment, you would think that these three are the bowlers that Southey would like to rotate.
Yes.
And the next one would probably be Phillips. When does he want to put Phillips in? Particularly to bowling to a left-hander.
Yeah, I think he got Carey out in the first innings as well, didn't he? That little off the toe of the bat to mid-wicket catch to Latham, so could be some use there.
Sears bowls to Carey, who gets one that climbs quite sharply. And it's played out to Ravindra at backward point. 107 for 5. There's still a reasonable amount of bounce. I was trying to reflect back on some of the catches that might have been taken or lost, about players coping with bounce that has lasted. Generally, you expect the bounce to settle down a bit, don't you, within the first day and a half. But there's that encouragement there for the bowlers still. The pitch is holding together, and Sears is one who's going to get that sort of bounce. So too is Henry. And of course we saw it from the Australian bowlers, because they're the taller, higher delivery. Here's the next one turned into the onside. Fielding it mid-on. Henry fires at the stumps. Carey just tap and run for that one, wasn't it?
It was. It was a quick call, and Marsh was alert to it.
Why did he want to do that? Does he want to keep Marsh on strike to do all the work, or is that just another way to put pressure on the New Zealand field?
Take every run you can, Wads. I think it was a good, comfortable run. Matt Henry's just finished the spell, so it was maybe dozing a little bit.
Would he do it to Glenn Phillips?
Probably not. Probably not.
108 for 5. 171 still required. Marsh 41, Carey 15. Head the man out today, who was caught by the cover point fieldsman Young straight after Marsh was dropped by Ravindra, the other side of the park at point. Here's Sears bowling to Marsh, and Marsh leads the delivery down the offside. It's going to be interesting to see how Marsh plays Sears, because as a new boy in Test cricket, he may be inclined to bowl the odd loose delivery more so than might be the case from Henry. But generally, he's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he? I've actually been impressed with him and O'Rourke, who played in the last Test match, because from New Zealand's development point of view, they are the future.
Without a doubt.
With Jameson, if Jameson is able to overcome the injury problems that have plagued him lately. Here's Sears bowling to Marsh, who gets one, lifts awkwardly, and that might be the advantage that the pace of Sears brings.
Well, that's exactly what you're talking about, Wads. He's in that channel asking questions. This one just nips away, just enough for Marsh to have a little fiddle outside off stump. It's a nice piece of bowling, because the heat's up. It is up at 137, 138. which is quick enough just to hurry you. And Marsh has a wee look down at the surface, says well bowled. So, yeah, it's been impressive. The consistency of a young fast bowler has been impressive, the spells he's put together.
Up he goes again, Sears, bowling from the Port Hills end to Marsh, and Marsh goes onto the back foot and forces away through the cover region, out towards the boundary. It's slowing up. Fieldsman in pursuit will get to it. They've taken 2. Will come back for the 3rd as the return comes in. Good piece of work. A good running as well from Marsh. Lifts him to 44. Australia to 111 for 5 in the 53rd over.
There was a little bit of a heave from Mitchell Marsh. He really threw everything at it and went up and over cover. Wasn't trying to keep it on the ground. He was more than happy to let it go in the air. And that's what he'll do. If he sees any width or any opportunity for scoring, he'll attack and look to go after it. Wasn't a bad delivery at all. They've got a left and right hand combination, so they've got to use that to their advantage as well to upset the New Zealand bowlers.
Sears with 2 slips in place, bowls to Carey, and Carey gets one on the pad, turns it down towards long leg. May have come from pad. It's chased by Blundell, but the long leg fieldsman is down there to pick it up, and 1 run is added to the total. 112 for 5, 44 Marsh, 15 is Carey. And there's 167 runs still required. I'll leave you with Craig MacMillan, and then it's Corbin Middlemas.
Thanks, Wad. Well, it's, interesting start to day 4. Feels like day 5. This game's been on fast forward right from the start, but this is a key partnership for Australia. Plenty of runs still for New Zealand to play with, but just hang tough with some patience. It'll be interesting to see how Tim Southee rotates through his bowlers. That's going to be a key tactic throughout the day. Obviously, he'd like to bowl Matt Henry as often as he can, and it looks like actually Henry's coming back into the attack for a second spell, just a change of ends. Corbin, good morning.
Morning, Macca. Potentially a very significant day in New Zealand cricket history. They need 5 more wickets to try and win their first Test match in a wee bit against the Australians, as Henry outside the off stump and Carey just dead bats it out on the offside. So Carey 15, Marsh 44. The Australians 5 down for 112. Marsh dropped earlier. It was a big one at that. Put down in the second over of the day off Tim Southee's bowling. He was on 28 at the time. He's now 44. Ravindra dropping the catch out of point. Mandagova's Travis Head, very next delivery. Same shot, cut it to point, was out for 18. Here comes Henry around the wicket again. Carey clips it away off his pads. Very fine down to the boundary for 4. 4 more off the target for the Aussies. They're 5 for 116. They need 163 from here. Carey's on 19. Corbin Middlemas and Geoff Lemon, cricket writer and broadcaster, back with us at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. And Geoff, I need to give you your dues off the very top. Jim was telling the story about how lucky we were to have the microphone put away. I understand that you made a little trip in the middle of the night to Hagley Oval to save our dear effects mic.
Might be the most wholesome thing I could have done in the park in the middle of the night.
His Carey's wrapped on the pad. Big shot the leg before he's given. Carey trapped in front by Henry, and Matt Henry's done it again. The Aussies are 6 down. He's going to review it. This would be Henry's 10th wicket in the match. And what a moment this is. Carey on 19, trapped on the crease, and we are going upstairs.
That's your classic review because you have to. Carey's not interested. He wasn't interested. He thinks he's out. His head's dipped. He's chatting to Marsh, looking like it's pretty much a foregone conclusion, but maybe not. That seemed a long way. That might just be slipping down the leg side. That has cut in significantly. It's beat the inside edge by a distance, but it's hit him around middle and leg, and it's angling. So the question is whether that's going to pop up a yellow light on the leg stump. I think it will, just.
So it's been given out, so it needs to be missing, not umpire's call for Carey to survive. This is a moment as everybody turns and looks at the big screen.
They're all standing up in the commentary box. They're standing on the hill.
It would mean that New Zealand are into the Aussie bowlers.
This is effectively the game right here on this review. Henry's throwing his head back in supplication almost. We're waiting for the ball tracking to load. Here it goes.
So the ball The original decision's out. The wickets are missing. Carey is given a reprieve. What a moment. Overturned on the video. Carey given out by umpire Menon on 19. Judged LBW. He sends it upstairs and it goes in Australia's favour. The Aussies still 5 down. Carey helped out on review, still there on 19.
Well, Carey didn't want it. He didn't think that he was going to be reprieved. He saw that cut in off the deck. He felt it smash the pad. He thought he was gone. He started brightly here. I wonder if that reprieve that just frees him up a little bit more.
Carey, middle of the bat, plays back down the pitch, and Henry Fields on his follow-through. What a day this is turning into. We started an hour late after some morning showers, which felt like it only added to the drama in Hagley Oval in Christchurch. When we got underway, Mitch Marsh cut a ball straight to point. He was dropped on 28. The very next delivery, Travis Head plays the same shot, other side of the wicket. Young takes the catch off Southie's bowling, out for 18. Here's Young again, a lifter outside the off stump, cut away by Carey, 1 bounce, and Young Fields at point. And since then, Marsh has moved to 44 after being dropped on 28. Carey's on 19. The Aussies need 163 to win. New Zealand need 5 wickets.
It had that ominous feel when they started this morning. The thick cloud was still there, the light was still gloomy, and it just feels like wicket-taking conditions. I just had this feeling. I felt sure that one of the set 2 was going to get out. In the end, both of them gave up wicket-taking chances. Marsh got away with his. Travis Head didn't.
The lefty on strike awaits Henry. He's forward, he's driving out towards mid-off, and it's retrieved on the bounce by Cougar line. Now that's the end of the over. So the Aussies 5 for 116, Marsh 44, Carey 19, given a life in that over. Given out by umpire Nitin Menon. He reviews it and comes back as not out. Currently 18 degrees. Feels warmer than that in our box. It will get into the mid to low 20s. In fact, the players are going to take a drink here halfway through the morning session, as it's just ticked over to 1:45 local time. So resetting the sessions today, hour and a half up front, 40-minute lunch break, 2.5 hour middle session, and then the evening session won't begin until 5 o'clock local time. There are more showers forecast around that time. We can go through as late as 7:30 p.m. tonight, so it could be another 2.5 hour evening session. But it feels like there's a lot of water that's got to go under the Narrows Bridge before we get there, Geoff.
Well, it could all be over much more quickly than that if another wicket falls here. I mean, they're still so far adrift, Australia. These kind of chases are historically infrequent. Been 53 chases of this kind of magnitude in the history of Test cricket, and that's almost 150 years now, so 1 every 3 years on average. Obviously they didn't play many in the early years, but if you take that across the full span, it's a long way off for the Australians as well. One more wicket and it's just about done. It'll be interesting to see the psychology of it. If they need to get it down to double figures, that's when you can start to make New Zealand nervous.
Now, you might have to help me with my pronunciation here, Geoff. You've been all over the place. Phil from, is it Kyoto?
Corryong.
That's how you'd say that?
Corryong.
With a T in it.
There's as in this one here, that's a C. Yeah.
No, I don't know.
Where are we? Oh, sorry, yeah, on the right. It's between Tallangatta and Corryong. I'd say Coatong.
Yeah. Coatong. We'll go with that. Sorry, for a minute there I thought, surely that's not how you spell Corryong. Threw me completely. Northeast Victoria. Nice to hear from you, Phil, listening to the cricket while fixing fences. Thanks for the awesome broadcast. Got me through a bloody hot weekend on the farm.
Oh, it was scorching back home. It was interesting hearing the reports from back home of everybody sweltering near 40 degrees while it was about 7 degrees when we were leaving the ground here most of the evening.
So you've been leaving here late at night?
Yeah, it's at 8:30, something like that, by the time I wrap up work. Yeah.
What's the light like at 7:30 if we get that far?
It's not good. Right. It's not good. They're not playing until 7:30. They've got some okay floodlights here, but they're not the biggest. They're more the kind of IKEA style that they've stuck in. They've unfolded, got the Allen key, screwed them together. But, you know, they've had the lights on during the afternoon. A couple of the gloomy days they've helped a bit. But, yeah, by the time it's about 7 o'clock-ish, particularly if it's a bit cloudy, it's quite gloomy out there. I can't see the umpires allowing play to continue once they get the light meters out.
Nice to hear from you, Phil. Hi to all. Thanks for your awesome coverage. Really enjoying B. Waddle after hearing him when I lived in New Zealand. X is great and would love to hear more of Geoff Lemon. His knowledge is invaluable. Thanks to all from Marn in Melbourne.
Thank you.
That's nice timing, isn't it?
Very much appreciate that.
As Geoff sits down. So 0467920222. Marsh awaits Sears, a lifter in around his hip as he pulls it away out towards deep backward square leg for a single. And Ravindra out there in front of the bank on the western side does the fielding. Eastern side, in fact.
Yep.
162 now needed to win for the Aussies. 5 for 117. Carey still there on 19, Marsh on 45.
So this is where it gets interesting. The business end of test matches and the psychology of chasers. And, when you've been to a lot of test cricket over the years, you've sat in a lot of press boxes, you've sat in a lot of grandstands, you've chatted to people watching. I mean, spectating cricket there's something different about observing the art of spectating rather than the art of playing.
So he's on his way in, pushing across the left-hander, and Carey tucks it very fine off his thigh pad down to the rope for 4. So a boundary for Carey moves to 23. Given a life in the previous over, judged LBW, sent it upstairs, proved to be missing the wickets, and as a result, Carey's still there and trying to whittle away these runs for the Aussies.
And it seems like there's something that goes around the ground. Once a crowd starts to believe in something, that seeps into the players, it seeps into the dressing rooms, and there's a sort of shared attitude to things. And I think at the moment, Australia is still too far away. But usually in chasing terms, once you get down to about 120 to get, even if it's the tail left to come, that's when people start thinking, well, maybe they'll knock these off.
Here's to Carey forward on drive. Nice shot. Cougar line's quite wide, almost at a mid-wicket. Goes racing back in front of the side screen and pull it up 5 metres inside the rope. 2 more for Carey, moves to 25. It's a big knock for him. Marsh is on 45 and the Australians are 5 for 123, so 156 to get. So if you were framing it, Geoff, percentages, and you were giving out your WinViz predictor, as we love to do in the home Australian summers, how would you have it?
I think it's been all over the place during this test match. Poor old WinViz has been ticking back and forth so much it's got RSI. I mean, at the moment, this is New Zealand's game. They should win this game.
Sears on his way in, bowls to the left-hander and carries forward and just pushes it out to Ravindra at point.
But if it comes down to, double figures to get, then maybe it's a 50-50. And then as it ticks down, once it goes from the 90s to the 80s to the 70s, each sort of decade of runs remaining ratchets up the pressure more on the bowling team than the batting team, until it gets down to about 30 to get, and then the pressure's back on the batting team because they could do it. They could pull it off.
It's an amazing test match, and this is everything that we'd hoped for. So the team that gets rolled for 162 inside 2 sessions on the first day is now in the box seat to win, trying to feed Australia at home for the first time in 31 years. As Sears on his way in, bowls full and Carey's driving out to mid-off. And likewise, if Australia win from here now, they're trying to cast themselves as the underdog, as a team that was 4 for 34 in the 4th innings of the match, trying to do what no Australian side has done previously and come back from such a position to run down a score of 279.
I'd say it's almost an amazing test match. Australia could still get knocked over at this point. The margin's over 100. It won't feel that close in the final analysis.
Sears again pushing across the left-hander, Carey forward and confidently defends back down the track. End of the over. New Zealand need 5 wickets. The Aussies need another 156. Marsh on 45, Carey on 25.
But if these two put on another 50, say, and then the lower order are taking it under 100, that's when it'll really tick over into being a genuine classic. It can, often it's a little bit unfair because we define matches by the ending. If it's a close ending, we say it was a great test match. You can have a great quality of play all the way up until the ending. That doesn't get recognised if the ending isn't an absolute down-to-the-wire proposition.
But after 8 days of cricket in this series, and it feels like Australia's been on top for large portions of those 8 days, all of a sudden momentum swung the other way. The Black Caps in a winning position, chance to tie the series. It's a great conclusion, isn't it? As you come into day 4 and it's perfectly set up. Whether it pans out that way and we get the pulsating finish we're all hoping for, it's certainly set up for a great day to follow along on ABC Cricket.
A lot of the enjoyment of cricket is about the potential, and this has the potential to be great.
Henry starts a new over, bowls to Marsh. He defends off the front foot out towards cover. He was dropped earlier today, put down by Rachin Ravindra on 28, the second over of the morning. Fair to say, Geoff, it was one that should have been taken.
Yes, it was straightforward. It was straight at him, and I don't know if they were planning to have Ravindra switch between point for the right and left-handers, or if they were going to leave the field as is, but it was Will Young at point for the left-hander, and he hung on to the one that Travis Head hit to him.
Just the bowlers to come, so Stark, Cummins, Lyon, Hazelwood. Marsh on strike, again forward, again defending, picks out Williamson at cover.
So it raises the interesting question, which Brian was asking me off air. Who would you rather have? Get Marsh out or get Travis Head out if you're New Zealand? Because, of course, well, some people will fall into the time-based fallacy that they could have had both of them. But, of course, if they catch Marsh, then they don't bowl the ball to Travis Head that gets him out. He may have got out next delivery to a different ball, or he may have gone on to make 100 and won the game. You don't know, because time moves in one direction as far as we can see it.
Here comes Henry. Delivers to Marsh on leg stump, just trying to turn it off his pads, slams into his thigh pad and drops short of the wicket on the leg side, and they charge through for a leg bye. Tack on one in the sundries column, so 155 to win from here, 5 down.
But I thought if it's one or the other, I think you'd rather get rid of Travis Head, because when he makes hundreds, he makes big hundreds. He's got, a 170, a couple of 160s, a 150. He doesn't often get to 100 and stop there. And Mitchell Marsh, he's got his 300s against England. That's it. He tends to make quick and entertaining scores of maybe a 60 or a 70 or an 80, but not so much the big score. So he can make 80 here and New Zealand can still win the test.
Henry coming around the wicket on his way into Carey, who's in behind it, defending out on the leg side, and Henry Fields on his follow-through. Are you telling me it was tactical then? It was all the setup?
It's definitely not tactical. It just might have worked in their favour. I think if you had the option, if the devil meets you at a crossroads in Georgia and says you can have one of them in the second over of the day, who's it going to be? And doesn't tell you about the fact that will involve a drop catch the previous ball. Well, fine. You've still got rid of who I think is the more dangerous player, which doesn't mean that Marsh can't win the game on his own. He's just got less of a record of those sort of innings.
Carey on strike. He's forward again, defending back to the bowler. One to come in this Henry over. He thought he had Carey in his previous over from the Botanic Gardens end of the ground, but wasn't to be. As a result, given out on field by umpire Ninta Mannon, went upstairs on the video and overturned. So Carey's still there, and the Aussies are still 5 down. Travis Head, by the way, the king pair in Brisbane, 129, 21, 18. His 4 scores on the trip across the ditch. As Carey tucks the ball around the corner, will get a single back with a square. In fact, he wants 2 with the field back, and he's coming back. That's well fielded. Ravindra, a little fumble coming in off the rope from deep square leg. So 2 more for Carey, moves to 27. Marsh is 45. The Aussies 5 for 126. 153 they need from here to win. New Zealand need 5 wickets. ABC Cricket, Corbin Middlemas and Geoff Lemon on ABC Sport. And through the Listen app, thanks for being with us. You can follow along every ball of the series through the ABC Listen app. Look out for that red cricket ball button.
He's looked bright, Carey. He's looked good this morning. He's got the 10 catches in the match, which will have helped his confidence. Obviously, he's been struggling with confidence with the bat in recent times, but he's been able to pick things into gaps. He's been able to hustle up and down the pitch. And this is the period for Australia. So they're, 36 overs in. This is the period yesterday where New Zealand were able to get on top. The ball went flat. There wasn't as much coming out, as much that they could get out of the pitch. And through that sort of end of the morning session and into the middle session, that 123-run partnership between Ravindra and Mitchell, they were able to put on a substantial score. This is the chance for Australia to try to do that up to lunch here and then through that 2.5-hour middle session, and see if they can get the bulk of this done without risking bringing a second new ball into play. It's a new ball wicket, Andrew McDonald reckoned when we spoke to him, and the results seem to back that up.
Bowling change here, Geoff. Scott Kugelheim for the first time in the Aussie second innings. And right arm over the wicket. He bowls to Marsh, who hops back in the crease and defends out through point. So Kugelheim, who returned to the team for the first test in Wellington, bowled 20 overs in the first innings, 2 for 75. He did get Carey as part of that innings. Caught Williamson out for 10. The other wicket was Marnus Labuschagne. Since then, he bowled just 3 overs in the second innings in Wellington and only 6 overs in the first innings here, going wicketless. And this is the 37th over of the innings and the first time that he's been used.
Well, he's got some problems with his foot, got a bruised heel. He also got smashed on the foot when he was LBW when he was batting in the first innings here.
Cougar line charging in again, bowls to Marsh. Again, he's going back in the crease and defending back down the pitch.
And he went round the park a bit with 6 overs, number 30. They got hold of him there, so this is an interesting one. If the Australians can expose this weak link in the bowling, which is what he has been. I mean, the wicket of Carey in Wellington was a filthy wide half volley that got drilled straight to cover, so I wouldn't exactly say it was a brilliant setup. Australians can put a lot more pressure on the rest of New Zealand's bowlers, if they can make sure that this one doesn't get any purchase.
The black socks on too underneath his whites as he charges in here, bowls on leg stump, and Marsh trying to clip it off his pads, plays and misses. Thumps into his pad and trickles away backward to square for another leg by. So he's still 45, Carey 27. They both had a life this morning. Carey was given out when he wasn't, according to the video, so he's still there. Had that overturned on the DRS. And Mitch Marsh was dropped at point. Absolute setter. Should have been taken by Ravindra, so he's trying to make NZ pay.
Basically, Henry was too good to get the wicket. That ball seemed so savagely off the surface from a nice full length as well, really. Certainly full enough to get the LBW had it not gone so far. Too much work on the ball.
Cleared up. Showers this morning, but mostly sunny at the moment, and Cougar Line's going to come around the wicket to the lefty. Cougar Line delivers now as Carey's on the back foot and just plays out on the offside. 5 for 127.
152 adrift. Those little milestones, just get a couple more, tick it under 150. Jeremy Coney was very keen on talking in tens. He batted with the lower order a lot, the New Zealand captain who won 3 tests against Australia in the 80s, and he was often there at the tail end of innings, trying to shepherd his tail enders, batting around 6 or 7.
Talked a lot about Carey in the pre-game today as well, before the first ball was bowled, as Cougar Line bowls to Carey, gets an inside edge, drags it down to fine leg. He'll get a single for it, but I think the intention of that shot was to try and get it to go on the offside. Count them all the same, moves to 28, 5 for 128, the Australians. And I think the conclusion we came to, chatting with Xavier, is what an amazing opportunity. There's always someone in the hot seat in the Australian team at any one time.
Yes.
Feels like his seat's hotter than anyone, but this is a great moment for him as a keeper bat to go out there and produce a match-winning innings for Australia.
There's no better way to quiet people down than to do something remarkable. So it's almost a free hit, really. No one's expecting Carey to win the game from here. So if he doesn't, you can't criticise him too much. If he does, then he's probably sealed his spot for next November.
Australia still need more than they've made so far. 151 to get. Marsh forward on the front foot driving, but picks out the fielder at wide mid-on. And that'll do us. It's the end of the over. Carey's 28, Marsh 45. The Aussies need 151 to win. New Zealand need 5 wickets. 5 for 128. Australia, we are half an hour away from lunch on day 4. This intriguing test match at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. More from Geoff Lemon. Jim Maxwell's on his way in.
So a big task still ahead. Marsh with 45 moving up towards a half century. Australia need 3 more of those in order to get up to the target, 151 to win. The tie still not out of the equation either. We've only had 2 of those in nearly 150 years of Test cricket. It'll be 150 years in 2027, and it's encouraging to see that Australia and the Cricket Australia Board and the ECB are talking about trying to get a 150th anniversary game going.
Now, from the top end, he comes in here. It says Sears bowling, beats the outside edge. He's been switched down the end of the Botanical Gardens behind him, and he starts up with the handy delivery that goes past the edge. Carey looking to get on the front foot and drive. There's still enough going on here for a wicket to fall.
Oh, yeah.
Off an edge or an LBW. But the sun is baking the pitch a little after it had been under the covers overnight and this morning. Sears goes in and bowls it, and he's edging it, and he gets away with it down the gully for 4 runs. He didn't intend to play that stroke. It bounced, it took a thick edge into the turf between second slip and gully and raced away to the boundary. So Carey's contribution is useful, and it brings up the 50 partnership, and he's been the dominant scorer so far. He's 32, and Australia at 5 for 132.
I think he was trying to play that into the ground, maybe quite a bit squarer, maybe between the gully and the point. It ended up going between the slip and the gully. An extra bit of bounce from Sears.
Sears goes in and bowls, and Carey goes back and takes it from the line of his body, his hip, out into deep square where Ravindra is fielding. So it's interesting to watch the progress of this, with Australia getting a partnership now after the early dismissal of Travis Head, because you wonder what role Phillips, if any, will play in the proceedings here today and when that will happen.
Well, I'm surprised we haven't seen him already, to be honest. Got Alex Carey out in the first innings. Made him look very ordinary as well. You know, Carey likes to sweep and reverse.
Marsh faces Sears, goes back and defends, getting right in behind it. So this is the 38th over of the innings as well. And you'd think if Australia was to get to or near this target, there won't be a second-year ball. So that's where at some point they're going to have to think about how they're going to manipulate the bowling to get a wicket.
Well, Southey is not a very imaginative captain at times, especially when it comes to the use of spin bowling or even the inclusion of spin bowling in his 11s.
Two men behind square for Marsh. Sears runs in. He leaves the ball wide of the off stump. He's 45. 5 for 133. It was 5 for 80 a little bit earlier in the day. Late start. We had some mizzly rain overnight and this morning, but it's bright and sunny now. It's perfect, and the crowd's swelling a little bit more than at the start, which is good to see. Good atmosphere here for a potential New Zealand win.
Phillips has brought something to the game almost every time he's come to the bowling crease. He will at least make Alex Carey have to make decisions.
More of Sears, bounds in, and he's flicked away by Marsh, hard to the onside in front of square, and they rush back for a second run. Well run there, because he found the gap with a neatly controlled shot as Sears got in a bit more to the line of middle and leg to complete the over. 5 for 135. Marsh 47 and Carey 33.
I think that's one of the interesting things about the kinds of bowlers you can employ. If you've got fast bowlers operating on a pitch like this, you pretty much know as a batter what they're trying to do. You know how they're going to try to get you out, and the players out there almost respond to whatever is bowled to them rather than coming up with preemptive plans or having to necessarily decide. You have to play a shot, you have to execute the shot, but the bowler sets the agenda, the batter follows the agenda. You bring a spinner on, and there are different ways that you can approach playing that spinner. The batter has to make decisions, and Alex Carey has been making decisions that haven't been working for him in recent times.
Now, Kugeline around the wicket. Carey goes down the leg side. It's gone off something towards the boundary for 4. Buys. He pitched near the line of the leg stump, and poor old Tom Blundell, as is the way with wicket keepers, had a long way to go because the ball just kept going to his right and he couldn't get a glove on it. He was bouncing wide down the leg side. Well, he got a glove on it, but not enough of it to stop the ball going through him for 4. 5 for 139.
Just slowed it up. It wasn't that wide as it went past the leg stump, hence not being called, but the angle took it a long way down. I guess if the keeper touches it, then the umpire's really going to call it a wide rather than a bye.
Here comes Kugeline in line behind the ball. Carey slides it down the pitch. It was noticeable yesterday, though, from about this period, if not a little earlier, when the sun was more out and baking earlier than today, that the best time to be batting is against an ageing ball. And New Zealand, you made good runs yesterday, but they really were getting a rhythm and a good scoring rate until the second new ball, which is unlikely here. So they need to rock and roll with this pill. They've got one. They could have had another, but a drop catch, consecutive balls, drop catch, then a dismissal of Travis Head, and then a near thing on the LBW given but overturned on review. Now around the wicket, Kugeline bowls a shortish ball. It's played away firmly out through point. There are runs here as Ravindra chases it back, and it goes for 4. Another nice stroke from Carey. and just tipping a little water on to the ne'er-doers, the near-sayers, who are talking about, his place is in jeopardy because he doesn't score enough runs. Well, he's scoring some today.
He is, and you do have to do it as a wicket-keeper in the modern era. You can't be the old keeping number 11 that we used to see on some of the 1890s scorecards. Things have changed a bit.
We know he can play. I'm still thinking of that 65 he made in the second innings the other day at the Gabba. Didn't win the game, but if Australia had won it, we would have been talking about it a lot more positively.
Yeah, should have done.
Kuggeleijn goes in and bowls short, and he tries to ramp it. Has he nicked it? There's a big shout. Not out. They're very excited behind the stumps. This might be a review for umpire Erasmus. He tried a little ramp, and they're going upstairs. Was there a feathery on this one? He was trying to help it on its way to the boundary. How's he looking out there? He doesn't seem too fussed, but you never know with the technology here.
Well, we know that batters don't know when they've nicked it these days. That is something that DRS has improved. That a lot of the time there's a little touch of an edge or a glove, and it's so faint that the batter can't feel it.
So he's hurled this missile down. It's bounced. He's tried to go underneath.
Okay, the ball is close to the bat. Can we confirm with Ultra Edge, please?
I think he's missed that at first glance.
Here we go. We're looking at the ball flying through. It seems to have missed. Yep.
Clear gap between bat and ball and a flat line on Ultra Edge. So stay with your original decision of not out, Murray. I'll let you know when
it
you're on
might
screen.
be Carey's day. He's had one
screen,
turned over and another one go his way when they've tried to find an edge. They went up exultantly behind the stumps.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it was the way that he twisted his wrists, that little flourish of the bat that makes it tick from low to high as the ball's going past it. So you see bat and ball all in a flurry of movement, intersecting each other, and think, well, it must have touched something. But there was no sound.
You could say there are moments where he may be living a little dangerously, but he survived that shout as Kuggeleijn bowls, and he's over the short ball with a horizontal shot, swivelling it out to deep square and collecting a single. He's 38, 5 for 144. As we were saying before, once it gets down to around 100 with 5 and 4 in hand, you're thinking, this is good. This is a chance for the tail enders. New Zealand really do need to get a wicket, one of these two fellas soon, you think, to be confident of marching through the tail.
Well, maybe they should have paid more attention to Alex Carey, because as soon as that appeal went up, Marsh asked him at the non-strikers end, did he hit it? And Carey smiled and shook his head. And the New Zealanders weren't watching. He's a man of his word. Straight away, before they'd review.
Kuggeleijn bowls it, and it's short, and it's pulled away hard to deep mid-wicket for 4. It's gone out to the Australian dressing room or thereabouts. Clean hit by Marsh. His 50's come up. An invaluable half-century for Australia as they try to chase this handy score of 279 down there. 5 for 148. 64 balls and 7 fours for Mitch Marsh after that life earlier in the day.
Well, he's been remarkable, hasn't he, since he came back into the side at Headingley, a test match at Leeds. Bashed that 100 there. It ended up being very narrowly in a losing cause. It was good enough to be in a winning one. He made runs consistently through the Australian home summer, runs against Pakistan where they were needed, and didn't make a big score in the first test, but he had an important partnership with Green just to help get Cameron Green going, so when he was able to go on to that 100 with the tail.
5 for 148. Sears starts the over, driven to point. Nice looking stroke, square of the wicket. There's just that evidence of a little riskiness about some of the Australian batting, but that's how they play, and that's why they score so briskly. We're now in the 40th over, and they're going at close to 4.5 runs, certainly over 4 runs and over. A good clip, given the situation of the game, with Australia playing, as it were, from behind. But this is the nature of their game, of most of the game of cricket. Counter-attack. Sears bowls, and he's back, and he's running it away out towards Young at point, who does a dive and a stop and a collect eventually.
It's been a remarkably consistent run, really. 118 at Leeds for Marsh, 51 and 31 not out at Old Trafford, which was important in saving that test and securing the earn. 90 and 63 not out in Perth against Pakistan, 41 and 96 in Melbourne, and then 54 in Sydney. A remarkable series against them. Didn't make so many against West Indies. And then that 40 in Wellington that helped set up Green to secure that big lead. 51 not here, and still a chance to do something special.
Sears tries again to Kerry. Kerry leaves at the death outside the off stump. And a couple of ducks in between.
Well, yes.
The first baller down second innings in Basin Reserve, and
he's made 3 of those in New Zealand, because he made a duck in 2016 when he was out here as well. 0 and 18 in the 2 test matches, where he only got to bat once in each of those.
Well, it's turned into the most perfect day. It really has.
Well, this is the other potential advantage for Australia, to get to lunch and let the sun bake it for another 40 minutes.
Around the wicket, Sears is bowling with 2 slips and a gully. And he's coming up to Kerry. Kerry's sliding forward, watching the ball carefully and playing it back down the pitch. When he was on 19, I think he was given out LBW to Henry from umpire Menon at that far end. And it certainly looked to be doing the business as it slid in towards the line of the leg stump. But the technology said, no, it's doing too much. And it was missing leg. It wasn't even clipping it. So you could say it's a life in the way we do these days with DRS.
A reprieve, anyway.
Yeah. Sears bowls it, and he's pushing forward once more, getting over the length of the delivery out to Williamson, who's there in the covers. Carey 38, Marsh 51. Travis Head out for 18 earlier in the day when he clipped a short ball from Southey, second over of the day, straight to Young at point. And you could see the disappointment as he slowly trudged away towards the pavilion for playing such a loose shot. So the young fella on debut, Ben Sears, has had a good game, a bit of bounce, a bit of vigour. He runs up again. Carey leaves the ball wide of the off stump. So that is the end of that over. 40 overs gone. It's 5 for 148. The lunch break will be taken at 1:40 today. So 12 o'clock to 1:40, then a 2.5 hour session is how they've broken up the day. Mr. X.
1:30.
Oh, 1:30.
They've played around with that time a couple of times, I think, Jim, so I don't blame you.
Oh, right, we've had another...
They readjusted it, yeah.
Okay.
So 1:30. So we've got another, 14 minutes until the long break for the day?
He's got a very strange device in front of me. It's got Australian time on it. Yeah, so I can add 2 hours, so I'm working it out. Thanks, Corb. And, so what do you think of the proceedings so far? Australia had a bit of good fortune, perhaps, to be where they are?
They have. They're creating, though, New Zealand. They've created 2 catching chances, taken one of those. A big LB shout on Alex Carey. It was overturned to the benefit of the Australian wicketkeeper. But there's plenty happening, and you'd imagine, another little burst after lunch from these 2, and it starts to level up a little bit. Still 131 required for Australia, but...
Look at this field. They're going for the Wagner field.
The Wagner field, yes.
All those onsiders. There's no slip, there's a gully, and there's a cover. So you'd think with all those blokes posted out there, they're not going to blow bubbles. They're going to take a catch, they hope. Cougar line, here he comes. Tippy-toe, and he runs up to Marsh, and Marsh gets a bounce. That says no thanks.
Yeah.
Cougar line, that is a name I'm going to be working with. I like limericks, you see, and I'm thinking of on Eden line, online, and there's so many words you can throw in with Cougar line, aren't
okay.
They? Yeah.
You're gonna bust something out for us after lunch, maybe, Jim?
No, I'm working on it.
You're going. You're all right. You're onto it already.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I look forward to this. It is a superb name for Limerick Smiths. So here he comes. He's going to bowl a bouncer. I'll tell you now, he runs up and bowls a bouncer. And it's wide down the leg side. And it's not taken by the keeper cleanly. And it goes for 4 byes. That's the problem with bowling this stuff. He's not Wagner. He'll bang it into the pitch and it'll trampoline so far that the poor old wicketkeeper, he'll look like Mickey Mouse down there behind the stumps, as he did then. And they get, 4 extra runs.
He's not a fan of Kugeline's bowling, is he, Tom Blundell? He's made life pretty difficult for him all the way through the series.
If I was Blundell, I'd walk back another 30 yards.
Yeah.
So if you're going to bowl that crap, that's where I'm going to try and stop it. I mean, it is. And you've got to make the batsman play. It's so far over his head. And now we're going for the most ridiculous field. There's only one player on the offside. Oh, this is Wagnerian and some. As Kugeline goes in and bowls a ball, it bounces through and is taken by the keeper without any shot from Marsh. I mean, seriously, you got to give the bowler some kind of chance of taking a wicket, particularly if the batsman says, well, is more than your eye, lad. Keep bowling there and I'll keep ignoring them.
So we have a gully. That's what we've got on the offside, a gully fieldsman.
No one else.
Well, there's a backward point and a third man.
Oh, there's a bloke down
there.
They're
blending in. But Mitch Marsh is ducking underneath them. Nothing suggests to me that you need this leg side field. It's 11 minutes till lunch. He's going to come around the wicket. So they've seen something in Mitch Marsh's ducking underneath that they think they need a change of angle. And Blundell is actually going down the leg side as well. So call it, Jim.
Fly slip, third man, gully, cover. Now, around the wicket, he bowls short, and it's down the leg side off the body of Marsh. Did he play at that or not? They've run through for 1. They're back for 2. What will umpire Erasmus say? Leg byes. He reckons that Marsh was trying to avoid that ball, and it took him on the body, and it brushed away down the leg side. So far, this tactic is worth a bonus of 6 runs, I reckon, because unless the batsman is intent on going after that, and he's got no one at bat pad if he's just going to glove it somewhere. There's no one within QE other than the gully.
That's a great shout, Jim. Mitch Marsh is so happy to duck underneath these, even if he gets his position wrong, which he did then. He went to duck it and realised it wasn't as short as he thought, and at the last minute sort of fended at it. So they're going with the leg gully now. So that's a little better if you're going to employ this tactic.
You've got to make him play, though. You can't just keep bold balloons that go over his head. And the last delivery was better in that regard. He did play at it, and he could have gloved it somewhere, but there's no one near until now. The leg slip is in place. So they're slowly getting a better field, but whether or not this is the right tactic is another matter. But if it gets a wicket, they're geniuses. 5 for 154. Kugeline around the wicket, bowls, Marsh ducks the bouncer. That's easy to duck. Yeah. So there's a lot of energy been expended here by Scott Kugeline, and it's 5 for 154, 125 more needed by Australia. New Zealand really want a wicket, and they've gone for a curious tactic here, which is beautifully worked over by Neil Wagner, but I'm not sure this guy is such a skillful, comparably a practitioner of this method. Last ball of the over, Kugeline around the wicket, bowls to Marsh, leaves the ball alone, and it takes him on the body, and it goes down to the boundary. Now what's he going to say? Leg byes.
They are going to give it.
He's given that. He tried to avoid the ball. That's what he will be saying, the umpire, if anyone asks. He tried to avoid it, it hit him, and it went for 4. So, as anticipated, certainly from me, that was a futile over. 10 runs have come from it, and none of them off the bat. 5 for 158. The over ends, and Waddle is coming in to join you.
Thank you, Jim. Yeah, they're just searching for answers here, New Zealand. I think I get the idea or the impression that Jim's not a fan of the short ball bowling there. I'm going to say I have to agree with him, Wads. They've gone with an all-out leg side field, which in my mind, they need to, if they're going to go with that, they need to encourage Mitch Marsh to play it. And I think with so many guys out on on the boundary. It's not doing that. Welcome back, Watts.
Here's Sears bowling to Carey, who withdraws the bat but manages to get an edge down towards third man. It's going to run away to the boundary. Phillips in pursuit won't be able to stop it, but just manages to stop crashing into the signs that are advertising around the ground. Another boundary, and New Zealand at the moment are showing some forms of concession, because while I agree to a certain extent, there's nothing wrong with that approach at the right time.
No, I actually like it. I don't mind it now. I think it's a good time to do it. But you've got to have a field that encourages it and allows for it. Having everyone out on the leg side, Mitch Marsh is just going to duck under. What did it cost him? 10 runs. He's going to keep ducking. He's a smart man, Mitch Marsh, despite what some people say. He will just keep going underneath them and underneath them and underneath them. They've got to encourage him to play a shot at it if they're going to employ that tactic.
162 for 5, 117 still needed. Here's the next one to Carey, who's on his toes, clipping it away through point, racing away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot
Short
there.
and wide.
Yeah, sorry, Wides. It was a lovely shot there from Alex Carey. It was short and wide. It sat up, and the left-handed wicket-keeper from Australia more than happy to pounce on top of that one. He did what Travis Head couldn't do and kept that one down and beat Will Young at point, and it raced away.
Well, 2 consecutive boundaries. Continuing round the wicket, 166 for 5. Sears bowls to Carey, who drives, and it's driven out towards the cover boundary. They've taken 1. The fieldsman in the beat is Young, who will restrict the scoring to 2. But at the moment, the New Zealand bowlers are not looking as they are capable of breaking up this partnership. Needs the spin, perhaps, yep.
We need the spin, I think. I think this was going to be the danger for New Zealand. They had Matt Henry and they had Tim Southey with a burst at the start. They got the wicket they were after. But I guess just with the inexperience of Kugelheim and Sears, this was always a chance that the runs were going to creep along at some stage in this session.
168 for 5. Here's Carey getting a short delivery down the offside through to Blundell. Well, the end result, if you want to reflect back on this game, chances have been created by New Zealand.
They have.
And they've been spilt. And the chance to get Marsh out first of the day didn't actually determine that Head was going to go either, but I think he, to my mind, was the man who probably should have been the one that New Zealand wanted to target. He was put down. Not the first time in this series that catches have cost New Zealand. Sears bowls to Carey, who guides this one away to backward point. Chase for Phillips will get it. They're taking 1. Will come back for 2 as the return comes in the way. But Carey so quick between the wickets to complete 2. And a good over from Australia's point of view. 170 for the loss of 5. 109 runs needed. And that's a half century for Carey from 60 deliveries.
Yeah, well played, Alex Carey. It has been a little bit short of runs of late. This will be a telling knock in terms of, the fortunes of Australia if he's able to see this one through. He started really nicely. He's been proactive from the start. He did survive a close LB shout earlier on, and he's making the most of that good fortune.
Sears bowling to him, last ball of the over, has him nudging it into the offside. There's no runs. Williamson has to come round to do the fielding, but New Zealand have really got to find some way now to try and break this partnership, because they're getting into the coasting position towards victory.
Well, that's it. There's been 22 runs off the last 2 overs. And I think it's a time to just change the pace a little bit here for New Zealand. Tim Southey's making his way towards Glenn Phillips, his first choice spinner in this lineup. It will be the spin of Phillips to see us through to the lunch break. But it just, as you say, Wads, it just felt like it was creeping away there. There's still 109 runs that Australia need, so it's not quite danger territory for the locals, but they don't want this one to sneak along for another 50 or so, do they?
No, but you could see early on that it was going to be one of 3 batsmen who were going to play the significant role. Head, Marsh, Carey, and now 2 of them are playing that role. And it just makes it a little easier for those down the order if either one should depart in the very near future.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. You know, if they can get both of these guys going, you know, they've both made excellent starts here. Marsh 51 and Carey 50.
Close in field, they've got a slip, bat pad, short mid-wicket, short cover, deep mid-off, orthodox mid-wicket, backwards square leg. And there'll be somebody down at long on, I would imagine, as Phillips picks up the attack, bowling to Marsh. He's got a very open stance and back and across, playing defensively into the offside. Did we get a chance, because we're not in a position to see whether the ball turns?
It's hard, isn't it?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether he is able to get the ball to bite.
I'll watch the screen. You watch the live play, Watts. Let's do it that way.
Okie doke. Phillips into Marsh, who uses his feet and hits it in the air off the edge down towards third man, and a chase for slip is going down to the boundary for 4. That was a bit of a woof, but he got enough on it, as he does with the big bat on a thick edge. It went a little in the air wide of the slip fields down to the boundary.
Wow, that's a big shot with 2 minutes to go before the break. He was down the wicket, Mitchell Marsh. He's only just got a little piece of bat on it. Would have been a stumping chance. It's brought about the change of field, has it? No. Mid-off's come back up. They were going to drop long off, but you'd assume with only a minute or two to go, they'd like seeing that sort of shot.
Phillips in again, uses his feet. The beaten is dropped. LBW appeal from Phillips. The ball was dropped, but it must come from pad. And they've appealed. Are they going to challenge again? The players are having a discussion about whether or not it was pitching in the right area.
Yeah, I think it's hit Mitchell Marsh on the full. So the fact he advanced down the wicket, so he's thrown his head back, Mitchell Marsh. He thinks he might be in a bit of strife.
Feet, it's a fair delivery.
I think if he's outside the line of the off stump, it's pretty hard to give, is it?
It is, but I think the issue will be if you're a certain amount of distance down the wicket, I think is it 3 metres? It'll go to umpire's call. It's hit him on the full, I believe.
Can you just rock and roll that then,
yeah,
please?
it's hard to see from that shot, isn't
see what is hit first. Can we have Ultra Edge when available, please?
Yeah, Michael Geoff wants to know whether it's hit the bat or the foot first.
Yeah, if it's hit him on the foot, it's in line, which will be a pretty poor result for Australia.
Okay, just waiting for Ultra Edge, Murray.
Well, he was prepared to come down again, wasn't he? He wanted to get and cover the spin.
Yeah.
The Ultra Edge is going to determine whether it was hitting the bat, because the bat was close to the front pad.
So the two things they need to check here is, and they'll get a side-on angle.
Still waiting for Ultra Edge.
I imagine they'll get whether it's hit the bat first, which the side-on will usually tell that one, and whether he's far enough down the wicket. I think if he gets beyond 3 metres, it comes back to umpire's call.
It's a little bit slow, isn't it? Prayers being held by both camps.
Still
as they want to see. Waiting for it to come now, says Michael Geoff. It's currently 174 for 5. The batsman has been given out, not out, by umpire Marasmus. He's been given not out. And here we go now with the ball.
Rolling through, please.
Think. Has that got... Is the noise... Is the bat on ball? It's hard to see. It's not a very clear picture, is it?
Roll through, please.
This is going to... Well... Because it all happens in such a close proximity, it's hard...
Back again, please.
I think he's hit the foot with the bat, hasn't he? It looks like. It's hard to tell.
Rolling through. Frame by frame.
He may have. This is going to be an impossible call to try and make.
Yeah.
There's a bat, the ball and the foot all so close together. It's hard to know what the noise is. Is it the ball hitting the ground? Is it the bat hitting the ball? Is it the bat hitting the foot?
We'll have lunch at 3.
Yeah. Get one frame back, please.
I think this is a near impossible call to make.
There's a little spike.
Thank you.
But he's got to decide what the spike is.
One frame forward. One frame forward. Yes.
I think he's going to...
Thank you. He's going to freeze it with that image. Thanks very much.
He's going to adjust
the bat, Murray. So stay with your original decision of not out. Let you know when you're on screen. You're on screen.
That's what he said.
Oh, that's... I guess the best you could do with that vision, isn't it? Like, it was adjacent. So if...
There's a lot of guesswork involved in that, but someone's got to make a decision.
A little bit, and even with the technology we've got, it is quite hard to tell there. There's just so much happening at once.
Players still looking at the screen.
So we've got 3 balls remaining in the over, I think. And New Zealand will lose that review as well. Yeah, they will.
Still being replayed on the ground. The players looking at it, but the end result is it's a not-out decision. Phillips, 3 balls still to be bowled. Going into bowl to Marsh. What's his attitude from this delivery? He's tapping his bat and then he just leans forward, nudges it into the onside. You're seeing a bit of turn there. At the moment, there's so much going on, we're not sure whether the ball's turning or not.
I was meant to be watching the screen. Sorry, what? It's hard to take your eyes off what's happening.
Exactly.
It's fascinating. I'll watch the screen.
I'm trying to watch closely through binoculars at the moment. Phillips continuing. Still a couple of balls left in the over. Bowls to Marsh. And Marsh uses his feet and plays bat pad away into the offside. So he's wanting to get out to him. He's not trusting the pitch or the fact that it may be turning.
Yeah, he's using his feet, Mitchell Marsh, which is, usually a good tactic. He's covering that spin.
Phillips' last ball before the luncheon adjournment, bowling to Marsh, and Marsh drives back along the pitch to the bowler, mistimes it, closing down the face as he tried to cover the turn. The over is at an end, and the players leave the field for lunch. Well, what a morning again. Another entertaining morning. 19 overs in the session. 97 runs have been scored, and 1 wicket has been taken. That of Travis Head, who was out early on in the day after Marsh had been put down by Ravindra at point. He was caught at point from the bowling of Southeyhead, and he was sent on his way. But the partnership between Marsh and Carey has revived the innings. 105 runs still to win, 174 for 5, so 105 needed. There's only one more session, really, at the way the score has been progressing. Phillips, 3 overs, none for 8 has completed, but they have gone to lunch with the score very much now in favour of Australia, as I see it. I don't know about you, Xavier.
It's level pegging, isn't it? It's level pegging. We saw there a near chance for New Zealand. If that's given out, so we're 1 ball away from New Zealand being back on top. That was a very good session for Australia. New Zealand did pick up the early wicket of Travis Head. A catch at point of what you'd have to say was a loose shot from Travis Head. New Zealand did create the chance of Mitchell Marsh. Alex Carey survived a close LB shot, which is actually given out, and DRS overturned it. You would have to say it's a thrilling session of Test match cricket. Nearly 100 runs scored, 1 wicket. I'm calling it level pegging, Wads. I think it's so even. It only takes 1 ball. 1 ball for New Zealand here, and they are back on top. It's level. I can't wait for this second session to come around. It's been a fantastic Test match, and something tells me we're in for a really good finish.
Thank you very much. Those comments from Xavier Doherty. So 174 for 5 at lunch. Marsh 55, Carey 50. The batsman out was Travis Head, who was out for 18. And 174 for 5 means 105 runs or 5 wickets needed to decide this Test match at lunch on day 4. Coming up shortly, we'll hear from Chair of the Australian Rugby League Commission, Peter V'landys, and GWS Giants forward Jesse Hogan after the AFL's opening round. But first, let's get the latest from the ABC Newsroom.
Good morning, Sarah Hall with ABC News. Victorians are enduring a 3rd day of extreme heat with several warnings issued to the community. Melissa Brown has the latest.
A heatwave warning remains in place after another sweltering night across much of Victoria. Temperatures are again expected to reach the mid to high 30s in every district except the Alps. The Weather Bureau says there hasn't been 3 consecutive days of autumn temperatures in the high 30s for 80 years. There's a total fire ban in the southwest where the fire danger rating is extreme. A heat health warning remains current. Victorians are being urged to find somewhere cool if they don't have air conditioning, such as libraries, community centres or local shops. The cool change isn't expected to start moving across from the west until the late afternoon and evening.
A 3-day severe heatwave is also gripping South Australia. A search is continuing for a 12-year-old boy missing from the Greater Western Sydney area. Hussein Al-Mansouri has been missing since Saturday morning after disappearing from Auburn Memorial Park. The 12-year-old lives with Down syndrome and autism and is non-verbal. Authorities are urging people to keep an eye out for the boy, but not to approach him if he is spotted, as they fear he may run away. Shadow Home Affairs Minister James Patterson says Australia should not restore funding to the UN Palestinian Refugee Agency until it can be absolutely sure aid money will not flow to Hamas. Australia was among several countries to pause funding for the agency after Israel alleged that some of its staff were involved in the October 7 terror attacks. Canada and Sweden have since restored their funding, but Australia is yet to do so and hasn't received evidence it requested from Israel. Senator Patterson is in Israel and says that decision cannot be rushed.
There is an investigation currently occurring by a former French foreign minister. That investigation has not been completed or published yet. And if we were to try to resume our support for UNRWA before then, we would have to have very strong guarantees that Australian money would not be misspent.
Voters in the federal electorate of Cook in South Sydney will head to the polls on April 13th. The by-election was triggered after the former Prime Minister Scott Morrison resigned from politics last month. The seat has a safe Liberal Party hold of more than 12%. The Associated Press has retracted the first image of Princess Kate released since her surgery amid concerns over its authenticity. Sarah Amir with more.
Kensington Palace released the photo of the Princess of Wales with her 3 children, along with a statement from Kate thanking the public for its support. It's the first official image released since her abdominal surgery around 2 months ago and follows wild internet speculation about her health. But the Associated Press has now revoked the image, saying the source appears to have been manipulated in a way that does not meet its photo standards. It says it shows an inconsistency in the alignment of Princess Charlotte's left hand. Kensington Palace says Prince William took the photo last week in Windsor.
Police have recovered the body of a man who fell overboard while on a family boating trip in North Queensland. The latest from Hannah Walsh.
Police were called to Kinchin Dam, southwest of McKay, on Saturday morning after a 40-year-old man and his 9-year-old daughter fell off a broken-down boat. The girl was rescued a short time later. Her mother and 3 siblings were also rescued from the boat just before it sank. Police divers and other emergency crews have been scouring the area searching for the father. Officers say the man's body was found just before 7 o'clock this morning. A report is being prepared for the coroner.
An independent review into New South Wales tolls has found that toll deals have put private companies ahead of the needs of drivers. The report by former Australian Competition and Consumer Commission Chair Alan Fells found that drivers will pay for WestConnex 3 times over. Mr Fells says drivers may be reaching toll saturation, so they're choosing more congested roads to avoid having to pay.
There's been insufficient focus on competition in toll setting. And toll deals had put financial concerns first and the concerns of motorists second.
And the first Oscar of the night has been handed out in Los Angeles. It's gone to Davine Joy Randolph in the Best Supporting Actress category for her performance as a grieving mother in The Holdovers. The most nominated film is the historical drama Oppenheimer with 13 nods. Australia's Margot Robbie is in the running as a producer of Barbie, while fellow Aussie screenwriter Tony McNamara was nominated for Poor Things but missed out to American Fiction. You're up to date with ABC News.
Happy rugby league.
Bludging on the blind side.
There's somehow a stink erupt in respect round. Yes. Which is bound to happen, obviously, because it's rugby league. But that's fine. Yeah, I know. What's wrong with that?
Roy and HG are back.
Well, Sydney University is no stranger to taking money from corporations.
No, I know. Anyway, there's an image here of the research centre, HG. It just appears to be a VIP room at your local pub.
Bludging on the blind side. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and on the ABC Listen app.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia. Live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app. Just look for the red cricket button.
Here comes Southey. First ball of the day. Short, and he's after it, and he hammers it in the air. Was he dropped at point? I think he was by Ravindra. He hit that in the air just to the right of Ravindra. And the reaction from him suggests It carried to him and he put it down. Another New Zealand drop catch. Now, Southey around the wicket, bowls, and it's driven in. He's caught at point. Travis Head has hit the next ball in the air. He's hit it firmly, but straight to point. And Australia lose their 5th wicket. A disconsolate, disappointed Travis Head moves off the ground. Henry in the sunshine. Runs up and bowls. Marsh goes back and he edges it along the ground. Down towards third man. It's going to run away to the boundary for 4. Carey leans and drives and plays well wide of mid-off. The ball is scampering away fast towards the boundary and there it goes for 4. Henry bowls Carey's on the back foot and he flashes it away down towards third man. It was in the air, but he had a piece of it and it went away to the boundary.
Here comes Henry around the wicket again. Carey clips it away off his pads. Very fine down to the boundary for 4. Carey's wrapped on the pad. Big shot the leg before he's given. Carey trapped in front by Henry. And Matt Henry's done it again. The Aussies are 6 down. He's going to review it. This would be Henry's 10th wicket in the match. The original decision's out. The wickets are missing. Carey is given a reprieve. What a moment. Overturned on the video. Carey given out by umpire Menon on 19, judged LBW. He sends it upstairs and it goes in Australia's favour. The Aussies still 5 down. Carey helped out on review, still there on 19. So he's on his way in, pushing across the left-hander, and Carey tucks it very fine. Off his thigh pad down to the rope for 4. So a boundary for Carey moves to 23.
Kuggeleijn bowls it, and it's short, and it's pulled away hard to deep mid-wicket for 4. It's gone out to the Australian dressing room or thereabouts. Clean hit by Marsh. His 50's come up. An invaluable half-century for Australia as they try to chase this handy score of 279 down there. 5 for 148, 64 balls and 7 fours for Mitch Marsh.
But here's the next one to Carey, who's on his toes, clipping it away through point, racing away to the boundary for 4. Sears bowls to Carey, who guides this one away to backward point. Chase for Phillips will get it. They'll take him 1. Will come back for 2 as the return comes in the way. But Carey so quick between the wickets to complete 2. And a good over from Australia's point of view. 170 for the loss of 5. 109 runs needed. And that's a half-century for Carey from 60 deliveries.
New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval on ABC Sport Digital and the ABC Listen app.
Welcome back to ABC Sports coverage of the second test between Australia and New Zealand. Aaron Bryans with you in the grandstand host studio at lunch. And despite the early patch of rain, we are headed towards a result today, I reckon. Australia 5 for 174. They need 105 runs for victory. So very precariously placed. Alex Carey, as you just heard, on 50. Mitch Marsh alongside him on 55. So plenty still to play out across today and maybe even tomorrow, but I think we're going to get a result. Australia, 105 runs needed for victory with 5 wickets in hand. In a moment's time, we're going to get a recap rather of the opening rounds of the NRL and the AFL that just occurred over the past weekend. But there are some live scores to get this afternoon on this Monday, and we can whip around the Sheffield Shield venues to do so, albeit just myself today, not our usual summer grandstand crew, but a good chance to recap some of the scores that are happening in the final round of the Sheffield Shield before next week's final. First up at Bellerive Oval, South Australia, sent in by Tasmania. They're none for 46 to kickstart things. So Kyle Brazell, the youngster, on 16. Connor McInerney out there alongside him on 29. In terms of the bowling figures so far, Gabe Bell looks to be the best. He's just had the 6 runs from his 7 overs. So pretty clean start for the Redbacks there at Bellerive. Not so much for the Bulls at Allan Border Field. A rain delay has probably saved them because they've needed a chance to catch their breath. They're 2 for 10 to start their match-up against New South Wales, and they were basically 2 for 3 if you want to go back to where the wickets fell. Angus Lovell out for a 14-ball duck. Jack Clayton followed shortly afterwards for a golden duck, both bowled by Chris Tremaine, who was on a hat-trick at that point. Bryce Street's 3 not out, Max Bryant 7 not out. So the Bulls 2 for 10, and a rain delay giving them a chance to recoup up against New South Wales. Big game happening at Junction Oval between Victoria and Western Australia. Essentially the winner will go on to play Tasmania in the Sheffield Shield final. Victoria won the toss, elected to bowl first. WA 1 for 58 at the moment after being sent in. So Cam Bancroft, the only wicket to fall, he was bowled by Scott Boland on 16. Sam Whiteman's out there at the moment on 32. Alongside him is Jaden Goodwin on 3. So we'll keep you up to date with those 3 matchups, with the Sheffield Shield final at stake in this final round. Tasmania essentially locked in, and they'll play likely either Victoria or WA, depending on that matchup at Junction Oval. It is the end of the weekend. For some people here in Adelaide especially, it's a long weekend. And that means that the sport has just kick-started in terms of our winter season. So the NRL's finished its first round, the extended first round that started in Vegas and finished over the past weekend. And the AFL's had its inaugural opening round that saw the first 4 games of the season played, and then round 1 begins on Thursday. We might start with rugby league, though. A pretty big guest joined Andrew Moore and the Grandstand rugby team across the weekend in the midst of round 1 and off the back of the success in Las Vegas. The chair of the Australian Rugby League Commission, Peter V'landys, was Maury's guest on the weekend. Here's how it all played out on Grandstand Rugby League.
Well, myself, Gibbsy and Ryan Hoffman were privileged to be in Las Vegas last weekend for the historic season opener, and I'd like to think we can give an honest assessment. Unlike many others, we weren't paid for or funded by the NRL. ABC management made the decision to send us to this event, and our assessment was awesome. From the NRL Fan Fest in downtown Vegas on Thursday night to the games on Saturday at that sensational stadium, it was an incredible experience. And I'm sure ARL Commission Chair Peter V'landys has been on a high during and since the whirlwind. And we've all been asked so often, what makes that trip a success or otherwise? Let's find out. Peter V'landys, welcome to the show. Have your feet touched the ground yet?
Yes, unfortunately they have, but I want to go back to Vegas. It was that good. But I'll have to wait 12 months.
Let's get your view on this. We spoke to Andrew Abdo before the game, and as he said, it's a complex issue working out what the key indicators are to make year 1 of a 5-year deal in Vegas a success. Were they met? Were you satisfied all the way through, or things to improve? What was your take on it all?
Look, for the first one, we couldn't be happier. I think it went flawless. The NRL team did a magnificent job in the implementation, Andrew Abdo and his team. Everything went to plan. But you have to understand that this was setting the foundation for the future years, and we learnt a lot from the process, and we can do things better. We can certainly look at growing some of the areas that we lacked in, especially in the broadcast side. But overall, it was just to set the foundations. We were in uncharted waters, and we're certainly better for the experience.
As we mentioned, broadcasting from over there last week, the real eye-opener for us, Peter, was that Fan Fest, the NRL launch. We got there, I think, 5:30 in the afternoon, about an hour before it all started. And it was a struggle to get to where we had to be. There were so many people shoulder to shoulder. To see the expression and to talk to the players and the coaches who embraced it and were stunned by what they were seeing on the stage and going through the red carpet, it was amazing. And that's what made it really real, I think, for all of us. What excited you the most from your week or so over there?
Oh, certainly the Fan Fest. That was just unbelievable. I didn't expect that many people would actually go to it, and I think it was more than 5,000. And there was people from all around the world, not just Australia, and many Americans. And it was an extraordinary event, and it's going to be hard next year to repeat it because it was so good.
Talking about next year, Pete, most of the discussion back home has been who's going to go. Now, what sort of criteria do you have, and have you had already many expressions of interest?
Look, we have. We've had an enormous amount of interest, and we are talking to a variety of clubs, and even the Warriors. They've got to come into the picture. It's going to be one of the hardest decisions we've had to make because we have to pick 4 teams, and there's probably 10 or 12 to pick from. So it's not going to be easy, but the main criteria for us is what they can bring to the table, how they can promote the game, and have an impact on the American audience.
Along those lines, because there was so much interest, there was nearly 15,000 Australians that made the trip over there, so I would expect double next year. When are you likely to make a decision?
Look, we want to make it quickly because we've got to consider the fan. The first thought for us is the fan. They need time to make arrangements to go to Vegas if they go. So we'll make it in the next 3 or 4 weeks to give them plenty of time to plan. And we will certainly be doing chartered flights again. One of the highlights for me was actually being able to go from Sydney straight to Vegas and missing LA. And it made it so much easier and so more comfortable. So we're going to try to get a lot more chartered flights and a lot more tours. And we're going to really make it a fan experience they'll never forget. And we did it this year, and I think a lot of fans will never forget the experience. We want to go to that next level.
Mate, well, I fully admire you for what you have done with this trip. I'm hating on you right now. Direct flights. You missed out on all the delays the next day. Half your luck. Very jealous.
No, look, and that's why we want to make it easy for the fans. We learned from that experience. People that went through LA, it was much harder. And on the last day, on the actual game day, the winds were so heavy that the airport was closed. So we lost a lot of people that were coming from LA to Vegas because there was no airport open. And, you know, we lost Kevin Rudd, our ambassador over there, and he was very apologetic, but he was stuck in San Francisco. We had senior executives from a variety of companies that were stuck in LA. So we want to make it as easy as possible for the fans, take them straight to Vegas and avoid all that inconvenience.
Yeah, Pete, that's why I didn't get to go on the trip, because Andrew said there's going to be a lot of delays here and there. So, you know, he probably recommended me not to go. So that's why I didn't get to go. So it's great to hear that you're going to have direct flights. So well done on that. But when I was listening to you speak earlier, you were saying there's a few things that you didn't do or you learnt from this experience that you didn't do very well that you'd like to improve on next time. What are those things?
Look, the whole intention for us is to generate revenue, and because when you generate revenue, you can put it all back into grassroots and other areas of the game, build the assets for the game. So we need to penetrate the American market. We need to do a better deal with the broadcast over there to get it to more homes. Maybe a free-to-air situation where we can penetrate, because we were through Fox One and they've been absolutely terrific partners. You couldn't ask for better partners. They've tried everything to help us. But they're a cable TV, so it's a subscription TV. So if you really want to get the widespread attention, you need to go through free-to-air. So we'll certainly look at discussing that with some of those free-to-air broadcasters in America. We want to do a better deal with the wagering operators. But again, I stress that we're in uncharted waters, and we learned a lot and we laid the foundations. It's only going to get bigger and bigger from here.
We got some good feedback yesterday. Andrew Moore had an interview with Mark Cannizzaro, and he was saying that one thing they didn't have was access to the players. And over there, and obviously the American sport, they had a lot of access to the players. Is that something you'd be considering to open the door to for all those reporters over there?
Look, absolutely. The players are the personalities. Your Reece Walshes are the ones that will market the game. So, look, we'll certainly open it up to the players, and I'm surprised that wasn't the case this time around, because our Australian journalists got unbelievable access to the clubs and the players. They've never had such access. So it's disappointing that we didn't do the same for the US media.
Peter, while my colleagues were over in Las Vegas, I managed to have a lovely trip up to Port Moresby last week for the last 10 days and got a little bit of exposure to the amazing work the NRL are doing for the local competitions, from junior development right through to developing referees. I guess that ties in with a question about the bid. Regardless of whether it's 27 or 30, do you think that at some stage we're going to see a team from PNG in the NRL?
Oh, absolutely. It's a major objective for us. And you're right, we want to open up all the pathways in New Guinea. See, sport has an asset that a lot of things don't have, and that it brings communities together. Phil Bill told me once that kids don't go to school there, but you take a rugby league player to the school, they'll turn up to the school. It has an enormous benefit, because if you don't have education, it continues the poverty circle. And if rugby league can help to stop poverty in Papua New Guinea and give people hope, we'll certainly be part of that. And it's soft diplomacy for the Australian government. They're prepared to make a major investment in Papua New Guinea where we'll set pathways. It's not about, the money's not going to having an NRL team. The money is actually going to establish pathways, having the game at schools, making sure the kids turn up to school and have something to look forward to at school. And we'll do it in a couple of regions, and then we'll replicate it in other regions. And eventually, sport can actually be a major tool in basically attacking the poverty situation in Papua New Guinea.
Well, I can tell you there's momentum being gained there already, even just in 1 week's exposure to it. I was really blown away by the amount of people that have been contacted by the NRL there. It's really incredible. There's a pathway system where they've got over 720 kids in that pathway system, and that's in 1 year. So I want to congratulate you on that. I guess my last question is to turn your attention locally, because we've obviously talked about overseas. What about the NRL's challenge at the moment across all sports? This is existing is obviously participation and continuing to grow the sport in our communities. What are some of the things that you're doing there?
Look, we've set aside $425 million in the next, or including this year, and the next 4 years for pathways and development. It's very, very important to us. And the reason we go to Vegas and all those areas is to generate revenue so we can put back into junior rugby league and pathways and grassroots. And one of the advantages of our great game is that anyone can participate. You can participate in touch, tag and contact. So it's not only just for the elite level, it's for everyone. And the more people get involved in rugby league, the more they participate, the more they get engaged in watching it on TV and being tribal and part of a club and registering. And that's how we get our revenues in the future, is through broadcast. So the more we can get to participate, the better. Look, we're looking at various schemes at the moment to help country clubs and junior rugby league by giving direct funding to them, and we'll probably make some announcements in the next few weeks. But as I said, we've got $425 million set aside purely for grassroots development and participation, and we'll certainly be looking at those areas where we're deficient at the moment.
The chair of the Australian Rugby League Commission, Peter V'landys, there joining the Grandstand Rugby League team this past weekend as part of round one for the NRL. Aaron Bryan's with you in the Grandstand host studio. It is lunch at Hagley Oval. We'll head back there in a moment's time for the second session. But currently, Australia 5 for 174, and they need 105 runs for victory. So we're headed towards a result on day 4 at Hagley Oval in Christchurch. A quick chance to whip around our Sheffield Shield venues again. There's been a bit more action. We'll start things off at Bellerive, because South Australia, after a hot start, has lost 2 quick wickets. Kyle Brazel's out for 29, Connor McInerney for 21. Brazel was run out, and McInerney caught by Jake Doran off the bowling of Bo Webster. So Nathan McSweeney's now out there on 4, Thomas Kelly's on 1. Tasmania won the toss originally, and South Australia now 2 for 56. Plays back underway at Allan Border Field after a brief rain delay. Queensland 2 for 13 against New South Wales after being sent in. Angus Lavelle out for a 14-ball duck. Jack Clayton then out for a golden duck, which left Chris Tremaine on a hat-trick. Bryce Street, he's on 3 at the moment. Max Bryant's alongside him on 10. And then over at Junction Oval, a game that's likely to decide who will play Tasmania in the Sheffield Shield final. WA 2 for 64 against Victoria after being sent in. Cam Bancroft out for 16, and Sam Whiteman, the most recent batter to depart, for 35. So Jaden Goodwin not out on 5 alongside Hilton Cartwright on 1. We heard a bit of the NRL, and in terms of their first round of the season, the AFL had its opening round over the weekend as well. Just the 4 games to kickstart the season before the official round 1. Just that being said as well, Thursday nights where you can get your action across either code. So round 2 kicking off in the NRL for the Broncos and the Rabbitohs from Lang Park. You can hear that from 7:05 Eastern Daylight Time in New South Wales on local radio. You can also hear it in Queensland from 7:30 Eastern Daylight Time. If you want to hear it from the get-go, just jump on Sport Digital in either of those markets or on the ABC Listen app. And the AFL then round 1 kicks off at the same time, 7:05 Eastern Daylight Time at the MCG with Carlton and Richmond, which you can hear in Victoria, South Australia, WA, Tasmania and the Northern Territory on ABC Radio and Sport Digital. And you can hear it everywhere else on the ABC Listen app. There were a couple of upsets in the opening round. One of them that I guess wasn't so much an upset, but certainly a surprise in terms of the margin, was the Giants' win over Collingwood. 32 points in the end. The reigning premiers went down by, but it could have easily been more. GWS rocketing into premiership contention are certainly the favourites for it now. And yesterday on Sunday AFL, a man who kicked 4 goals against Collingwood, Jesse Hogan, joined Matt Clinch and the Grandstand AFL team to recap the victory.
The standout result last night was the rematch of the preliminary final, in which GWS were able to surge in the final term, prevailing by 32 points. Callum Brown booted 5 goals, while Jesse Hogan and Brent Daniels kicked 4. And it's our great pleasure to say Jesse Hogan's been good enough to join us on Grandstand AFL Sunday. Jesse, welcome. Thanks so much for your time.
No worries. Thanks for having me.
Tell us what you made of last night. I mean, a really impressive note to start your season, especially taking down the reigning premiers.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there was a lot of noise going into it, which we kind of block out a little bit. I mean, we didn't really want to think too much about. It's not like everyone was making it seem like we made the whole preseason about this game. We just trusted our process, and we happened to get it done.
Jesse, well done. Fantastic performance last night, team and yourself. You talk about just locking in on what you guys want to do and not listening to that external noise. You were so good last year. You were so close. What have you guys as a team tried to add to your game to make that jump and jump above and win the flag?
I think the biggest thing that from this time last year is we know the system. We didn't really change much. Our personnel has been pretty similar with a little bit more continuity across the board. But honestly, we just kind of try to piggyback off the momentum we had last year. I think the brand of footy we played and the system we have is good enough to deal with the best. And obviously, we came up just short last year. But we didn't really change a whole lot. I just think we went into the pre-season just basically a year ahead of the pre-season before. Adam came in with a brand new game plan. And obviously last year it took us probably about 12 rounds to actually start to click into gear, whereas this year we knew what we were doing. So, there was no kind of secret sauce or anything like that. We're just a bit more embedded in the game plan.
As an external person looking at it, the spread across last night was so impressive. Obviously, Clinchy's just mentioned yourself, Callum Brown and Brent Daniels all getting amongst the goals in that forward line. Toby Green... apart from one of the most magnificent goals that he made look as easy as anything, despite it being a high degree of difficulty, was not, best on ground, dominant Toby Green that we often see. The fact that others could take up and share that load and kick the goals and finish the work, is that something you're trying to add as well, that it's not as reliant on half a dozen players?
Absolutely. I think the modern game requires 23 players to play pretty good footy, to be honest. It's not like you can have like a lot of kicks 15 and get the game done. So to be able to get an even spread and to be able to have Callum Brown turn into the player he's slowly turning into, it just takes the pressure off Toby. I mean, Toby's still going to have his massive days and he's the All-Australian captain for a reason, but to be able to take the load off him and when he does get a matchup that, I'll say if the matchup's not suited for him and Callum Brown or myself or Cadman or Riccardi gets a better matchup, we can kind of just throw different looks at opponents. So, it's a pleasure to be able to have that luxury to have a pretty potent forward line.
GWS forward Jesse Hogan is with you on Grandstand AFL Sunday with Matt Clinch and Cameron Ling. So just a bit more on Callum Brown. Jesse, tell us a bit more about his journey, English-born. His improvement from last season to this season. I mean, we always knew he was athletic, but he went back and nailed those opening goals to really set the tone, despite Collingwood having a fair fight back. And it feels like he, like a number of the Giants players, have come back a hell of a lot fitter this year.
Yeah, look, it's probably something that we didn't have last year. This time last year, he was training as a backman. So him to have a whole year of playing as a forward and to be able to work with Toby, to be able to work with Brent Daniels, work with myself and Rick. I mean, he's an ultimate hybrid, to be honest. He's an absolute nightmare matchup. He's arguably an athletic bloke. In the competition, he's 6'1". He can play as a key, he can play as a small. He's just going to be a nightmare all year long. So, he only picked up the game, 5 or 6 years ago. So, I mean, the sky's the limit for him, to be honest. I wish I had some of his athleticism and stuff he does in the gym. A training track, and when we get the Kappa bag yard, he does things that you go, holy damn, and if he started playing footy when he was 10, it would be absolutely terrifying. But yeah, look, it's really exciting to be able to play alongside someone with that ability, like athleticism.
Yeah, I feel like you're underselling yourself a little bit, Jesse. You looked super fit last night as well. You kicked the 4 goals and took the 6 marks. Do you feel like you're in as good a place as you've been throughout your playing career?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a bit similar to the theme with the Giants. I'm kind of just rolling off the momentum I had last year. I mean, I was able to play 23 games last year, which is the most I've ever been able to play, and my body's just letting me have a run at it. And I think as you get a little bit older, if you can get those pre-season sessions under the belt, it just goes so far. Like, your touch feels a bit better, your cohesion with the teammates, just all those small things that just you don't get if you have an interrupted pre-season or if you're not training with the main group. So just my body's giving me the opportunity to get out there and play good footy.
Oh, well, that's great to hear. We love watching you play that sort of footy, Jess. You've experienced being a highly touted young key forward yourself, so I'm hoping you can understand what he's going through. But I want to talk about Aaron Cadman, 2 goals last night. What have you seen from him throughout the summer and leading into last night to allow him to improve from a bit of a taste of it last year to maybe making that jump?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's obviously gotten a little bit bigger, which is, he's definitely got boost for a few kgs, but he's just got that raw, natural ability that key forwards usually take a bit of time for it all to click together. I think he doesn't. I think a lot of last year, he was overthinking it a lot, and I was like, mate, you're the number 1 pick for a reason. You're good enough. You're good enough at this level. So I think the mental side is going to be a massive one for him, but he's growing each week. There was a few marking contests last night where I'm like, you take those, you absolutely do. So we're starting to see glimpses of it, and for each game he plays, he's going to get better and better. So he's got all the ingredients to be superstar key forward for the next 10, 15 years. So it's going to be really exciting to see him develop.
Jesse Hogan is with you on ABC Sport. The only downside, Jesse, was the AC injury to Cal Ward. Sort of the initial reports was he was pretty open that he thinks it's popped out, and hopefully he won't need surgery, but possibly to miss up to 2 months. What was he like in the rooms after the game? And he's been such a senior figure for the club for such a long time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a bit of a bummer to see your absolute champion player, in a swing after such a successful life for the club, but. He's called cement head for a reason. He's one of the toughest blokes in our team. So I'm not sure if he's out for 6 to 8 or 10, but he'll narrow that down to 5. He's a freak like that, and he just always manages to find a spot in the team. So it's definitely a bit sad that happened, but he'll bounce back. He's a 250 rounds a game player. He knows what it takes. His attitude is the best I've ever seen, pretty much. So he'll be back.
Absolutely. I'm sure he will be. As we let you go, Jesse, I'm sure our listeners would be interested in an off-season where you were so close in that prelim final. How much do you look back at that, or how quickly do you think on to next season and just the small margins that you need to improve on to be a genuine premiership contender?
So what was the question? What do we need to change?
Yeah, the small margins between one season and the next to feel like you're a bona fide premiership contender.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like I said, it's just another year where we've had Adam Kingsley's system, another 6 months of pre-season. Not 6 months, but it's roughly. Like I said, the personnel's the same. Tom Green's got another year older. There's nothing really that we need to change all that much. I think our system stands up, so it's just really fine-tuning the small things now. So, we're going to review the game really strongly, and it's honestly just going to be minute little tweaks week to week.
Well, you're good to watch last night. Best of luck in round 1, taking on North Melbourne in the Saturday twilight. Thanks, Jesse, for your time.
No worries, guys. I appreciate it.
Great to hear from Jesse Hogan, who kicked 4 goals against the reigning premier, the Magpies, in the Giants' 32-point victory on Saturday night. That concluded opening round, just the 4 matches for the AFL in that inaugural concept. Round 1 kickstart on Thursday. So Carlton and Richmond from the MCG, 7:05 Eastern Daylight Time. You can hear it on ABC Radio and Sport Digital in Victoria, South Australia, WA, Tasmania and the Northern Territory. If you want to hear it anywhere else or you're on the go in those states as well, the ABC Listen app is your home of every single code. So you can hit the AFL button, you can hit the NRL button, you can hit the Grandstand Cricket button right now if you want to hear more of our coverage from the Test match and you're unavailable to reach your analogue radio, your digital radio right now. Aaron Bryan's with you in the Grandstand host studio. And speaking of the second Test, we're going to head back to Hagley Oval in a moment. Australia 5 for 174. They need 105 runs for victory.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. New Zealand versus Australia, live from Hagley Oval, Grandstand Cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital and on the ABC Listen app.
Let's get back into it. Standing by Xavier Doherty, the great man Corbin Middlemas to bring you through this second session. Corby, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Az. It's so well set up, Australia and New Zealand, as the players make their way back onto the field to start the second session on day 4. Australia need 105 from here to win. New Zealand need 5 wickets. So we started the day with the Aussies needing 202. New Zealand needing 6 wickets. New Zealand were able to take 1 of those, while the Aussies have wiped off nearly 100 runs of what was required at the start of the day. Mitch Marsh, 55 not out, a half hundred for Alex Carey as well. He's on 50. 105 more from here. The only batsman out today was Travis Head. He cut the ball straight to point. Caught by Will Young off the bowling of Tim Southey. He was out for 18. So 5 down, 174 on the board. 105 more to get. I mentioned Xavier Doherty's alongside me. Perfectly set up, Xavier, as we come back out after lunch on day 4.
It is perfectly set up, Corbin. You are spot on. Even money, you would suggest, but it only takes one ball for New Zealand to be back on top. We nearly saw it in that last over before the break where Glenn Phillips, we thought it hit Mitchell Marsh on the foot, on the full, but the umpire up in the box decided that there was a little inside edge on its way, so they couldn't overturn that one. But even Steven just at the moment, but it won't take much for it to swing either way.
There has been a number of moments already this morning. So Marsh was put down on 28 in the second over of the day, cut the ball straight to Ravindra at point. He was dropped. And then Carey was given out leg before LBW on 19. He was able to survive that, had it overturned on the video. He then had one reviewed that was given not out for caught behind. The video supported him there. So he's had the rub of the green so far today. First ball after lunch, and Carey's forward and defending into the gully. And then, as you said, Mitch Marsh right on the stroke of the break. Was struck almost on the full by delivery from Glenn Phillips. They really liked it. The bat was close by, and in the end it came back as umpire's call and was deemed that he hit it first. So as a result, not out, given the it was put down by the fielder at short leg.
And they lose a review, which is the bit I've got a little issue with, Corbin. I feel like I've been lining up the DRS all week, so I don't want to go too hard too early.
And he comes again around the wicket, bowls to Carey. He's forward and pushing Southey out to cover. So Williamson fields 5 for 174 as we're underway in the second session on day 4.
Yeah, but one thing I would like to see is if, and we watched the replay maybe a dozen times over the lunch break, and I don't think you could definitively say there was an inside edge on it. You know, there was a lot happening. So for New Zealand, this is going to go down to the wire, in my opinion. That losing that review might be a crucial little thing in the game. So I think there should be some scope somewhere in the rules that the umpires call, even with some LBWs.
Southey on his way in around the wicket for the lefty, and Carey's confidently defending off the back foot into cover. I did get a text message about this moments ago as well from Mitch, saying, interesting question maybe, but should the field umpire have to give more information to the third umpire for decisions? It was hard to tell whether Marsh hit the ball, but should the field umpire give his verdict on that? If the umpire was of the opinion that Marsh didn't hit it, but the ball was missing the stumps, should that be factored in when it's hard for the third umpire to tell?
Well, that's a decent point, isn't it? So you're not only questioning the review, you're questioning the umpire's decision within decision of why he gave it not out.
Southey around the wicket to Carey, forward and confidently defending again out to mid-off. And Henry collects. 5 down the Aussies. New Zealand need 5 wickets. Australia need 105 from here.
Yeah, there's a lot of talking points. Well, like you said, Corbin, there's been a lot of talking points within that first session alone. I think at the end of the day, it's probably not the one that New Zealand will look back on if they don't get the result here that they'll regret. It was certainly that drop catch of Ravindra at point. That was an absolute sitter, second over of the day. Mitch Marsh is looking like, just at the moment, he's going to make New Zealand pay for it.
Southey around the wicket again. Carey forward, finding the gap through cover point. As he just prods on the front foot, he wanted 2, and in the end he's going to be held to 1. As Young comes in off the boundary, throws the stumps down at the non-striker's end. They'll get the second here off the ricochet. And a double for Carey, moves to 52.
It's one of those ones. Another little rule change which you often hear spoken about. Can the batsman run when it deflects off the stumps? You see quite often they refuse the run if it hits the batsman. On that occasion, it's hit middle stump, I think, and deflected away. A little bonus for Australia.
Topical morning already. Southey on his way in again. Carey's driving confidently out through point. He'll pick up a single. And he retains the strike. He's looking the goods, Alex Carey. Big time spot for him with the bat. He's 53 not out. Marsh on 55. And the Aussies need 102. The SMS number is 0467 920 222. Great to have people with us right around the world, including Hamish, Ollie, Andrew and Steve, who are listening on the ABC Listen app from the slopes of Nozawa Onsen in Japan. So great to hear from you four. Nice to have your company from our Day 4 coverage here in Christchurch.
You a skier, Corb?
Not at all.
Never hit the slopes? No, neither have I. My knees, along with the rest of me, probably wouldn't hold up to it, I don't reckon.
Right. Is it a popular thing in Tasmania?
There were an amazing amount of people went to Japan over the Christmas holidays. You know, I reckon I knew 20 or 30 people that took off to hit the slopes, which is the last thing I feel like doing in the middle of summer. But anyway, each to their own.
Our man Dirk Nannis runs a...
He does, of course he does.
Runs a ski resort in Japan, and he's basically spent the entire Aussie summer over there. So we haven't heard much from Dirk at all throughout the summer months. He was in India before that. He went to the World Cup, worked for the host broadcaster, but I'm sure we'll hear from Dirk next summer and moving forward. All right, Glenn Phillips has been swung around, so we're going to see him here from the Port Hills end of the ground, bowling the first over from this southern end of the second session on day 4. Going to be taking the ball away from the left-hander Carey, who's forward and driving out through cover. Fielder a little deeper than the ordinary position, and that's Latham, who collects and zips it back into the keeper. No run there. Just the bowlers to come. Stark, Cummins, Lyon, Hazelwood. Carey's faced every ball so far of the session as he's reverse sweeped in here. As he often does, it pops up in the air and bounces a couple of feet short of Ravindra out of point.
He's not showing away, is he, Alex Carey? After the little lap shot brought him undone in the first innings. His second ball against spin. He's turned the bat on that one, found the backward point. Sticking to his guns.
First slip and short leg around the bat. Carey awaits Phillips. Phillips well flighted. Carey miscues a drive and bounces once before reaching Southey, who's inside the ring, almost at a catching cover position. It's interesting, the wind viz that popped up a short time ago. I think Jim was saying it was 65% in favour of New Zealand. The wind viz during lunch. We did our own little canvassing of opinions in the commentary box. I won't reveal who voted for who, but we basically asked the 5 of us in the box and Aaron back in the studio, and it came back 4 wins Australia, 2 wins New Zealand. As Phillips delivers and carries forward, just defending out to cover. So 2/3 of us have Australia winning from here, whereas WinViz has it at 65%. What do you think, Xavier?
You just said we weren't going to canvass our...
We don't have to say what. Well, I just thought.
I've got New Zealand. I've got New Zealand. I've got New Zealand coming home strong here.
Phillips well flighted. Carey driving down towards long off. He'll pick up a single. End of the over again. So he's farming the strike here in the early stages of the second session. 1 to come in the over, and it'll be the first one Marsh sees after lunch.
Only because it only takes one ball, Corbin.
Yep.
One ball, one little false stroke from Mitchell Marsh or a feather from Carey, and the game changes completely. I think we saw nearly 100 runs in that first session. I think the fall of the next wicket will slow that run rate down significantly. So there's just going to be some little moments over the next couple of hours which will play a big part in the result in this match.
She go back straight and square for Phillips. Deep backward square, deep point, and long on back as Marsh is forward and just defending with bat and pad close together on the offside. It's the end of the Phillips over. So Carey 54, Marsh 55. 101 to win for the Aussies. They're 5 down, 5 for 178 in their second innings. It would be a record chase for the Australians to get there after such a start. They were 4 for 34. The ball, though, Xavier, is now 45 overs old. And this is the part where we saw New Zealand jump on top in their second innings when the likes of Ravindra and Mitchell and Latham filled their boots.
It is, yeah, you're right. It's been the pattern in the game, hasn't it, when you sort of make your way through that initial 20, 25 overs, batting does become a little easier. My other theory behind tipping New Zealand to win is the fact that I've got all my predictions wrong this week. Okay. So there's a little piece of me that...
so you're having a bit each way?
A little bit. This is interesting, that they haven't gone straight to Henry. Is that Southey the man?
That's
him. A long way away. He's going to resume from the Botanical Gardens end. I'm surprised they aren't throwing absolutely everything at it here, New Zealand.
Southey on his way in, continuing around the wicket, bowls to Carey, opens the face of the bat, trying to run it to backward point, and Phillips darts in from point to retrieve it.
He bowled a 6-over spell, Matt Henry, in the first session, so you can't suggest that it's a workloads thing. Yeah, 6 overs is probably what you would expect from your strike bowler. But interesting, I like that they've gone with Phillips from our commentary end. I would have thought that they'd start with Henry and then bring him back, later on towards the end just to have another crack. But anyway, that's just me. I think they got their tactics a little wrong towards the end of that first session as well, Corbin.
Split Corden, Southie on his way in, bowls to Carey. He's looking to cut. It's a little too full, and a chopper as it bounces out into the gully. It's been some amazing Test cricket over the last 12 to 18 months. When you think about some of the finishes that we've had, and we've chatted about Edgbaston a couple of times already, which is obviously one that went the Australians' way, but the Test match was it Wellington 12 months ago? So the one in which New Zealand were forced to follow on and ended up winning that last gasp of victory against England.
Absolutely. You feel spoilt as a cricket fan, particularly an Australian cricket fan over the last 12 months.
Southie digs one in short. Carey looking to pull. Got there early and in the end hits it to the fielder in Henry, who's standing almost at mid-wicket. He's quite wide at mid-on.
Yeah, 2023, when you get an Australia versus India tour, an Ashes and a World Cup, all within the space of, 6 months, particularly with some of the results, Australia to win that World Cup, and when India were heavily favourites, fantastic way to sort of cap off a 6-month period there.
Southie around the wicket to Carey, who prods forward, pushes it past the backward point fieldsman in Phillips, and he'll pick up a single. Carey to 55, Marsh on that number as well. 5 for 179, the Australians. The runs required ticks over to exactly 100. 100 from here with 5 in hand.
I did say if they can get it under 100, it's just that psychological barrier that I feel like the Quicks and Nathan Lyon sitting up in the sheds will sort of feel a little bit confident that we can get this done if we are called upon anywhere from here.
Second new ball, long way away. Still 34 overs to bowl after this with the old ball. As Southie on his way in, over the wicket to Marsh, who's looking to cut. In the end, finds Williamson, who's standing at cover. Only Travis had out today, went for 18. It was a poor shot, played a cut shot in the air, hit it straight to Young, and Southie picked up his wicket. So out for 18.
I mentioned that I felt New Zealand got their tactics wrong just before the break. Jim was pretty strong in his opinion. Just the selection of Kugelheim is such a strange one for me. He's played... What did he bowl in the first innings? 6 overs?
6 overs, none for 30.
None for 30. He was the last bowler used in this innings, and just some really odd tactics to be employing in the situation that the game was at before the break.
Only bowled 3 overs in the second innings in Wellington too, so underutilised. It's an odd selection. There's no doubt about that. As Southie coming over the wicket, bowls to Marsh. Just dabs the ball away on the cut shot out through point for 1. So 100 run stand now between Marsh and Carey. Marsh 56, Carey 55. And perhaps even more significant, the runs to win now 99. 5 for 180, the Australians.
Yeah, fantastic effort. Mitchell Marsh and Alex Carey. They've ridden a few bumps along the way. Some close shouts, a critical dropped catch early on in the day. Just at the moment, they're doing the job that Australia need them to do.
Marsh hadn't scored a single run in his last 2 hits as well. He was out for a duck, second innings in Wellington, out for a duck, first innings here. Staring down the barrel of a pair, he comes out to bat at a tough time for Australia yesterday with the team 4 for 34, and he's still there. Both batters with half hundreds, 55 for Carey, 56 for Marsh. And a bit more from Phillips, the right-arm off-spinner, is going to continue. He's bowling to the right-hander here, though. Mitchell Marsh on strike. Awaits Phillips. He comes down to track. He drives into the ground and fielded by Williamson, diving out to his right. Saves a certain boundary. His work at cover, and he's going to get a little pat on the backside too from Tim Southie for his efforts.
Yeah, nice work there. Kane Williamson +4 for his team. Would have raced away to the boundary. A nice stop. Man in his 100th test. Keeping the pressure on.
Phillips to continue. Short leg first slip around the bat. Marsh on strike. Awaits Phillips. It's a quicker ball. He's lap sweeping. Hits it straight into short leg. It bounces back and in the end collected by the keeper. Dot ball. 99 to win. What do you make of Phillips bowling here after lunch?
Absolutely. Spot on decision. He's outside Henry has looked the most dangerous of the bowlers for New Zealand throughout the series, if we're going to be honest.
7 in the second dig in Wellington as Phillips on his way in again, bowls to Marsh. And he defends back down the track. 5 in the second dig. 5 for 45.
Yeah, so I think he'll play a huge part here, Phillips. He'll bowl the majority of the overs from this. What are we calling this end again?
This is the Port Hills end.
Port Hills end, yeah. So he'll do a lot of the grunt work here and they'll rotate the quicks from the Botanical Gardens end.
Here we go. Phillips on his way in again. Flatter delivery. Marsh opens the face of the bat, runs it past first slip. Down towards the third man rope. Doesn't have great speed on the ball. Chase is on. It's going to be collected just inside the boundary. Thrown back in and Marsh will get through for a triple. He moves to 59. 96 to win for the Australians. 5 wickets down. It's starting. I know that New Zealand only need one to change the momentum and put the pressure back on the Australians, but gee, if they don't win from here, New Zealand, it's going to be a what might have been test match. They've certainly had their moments and had plenty of opportunities. Australia were 5 for 80 earlier today. They're now 5 for 183. Had their chances. Aussies on top at the moment as Phillips on his way in, bowls to Carey, looks to cut, he plays and misses. Taken by Blundell over the top of his off bail.
Yeah, that's lovely bowling from Phillips. He's been tossing them up to this point. Carey going back, looking to cut that one. He slid it through 90 kilometres an hour. It was the quicker one. It was so close to the off stump, so close to the outside edge. He can only throw his head back, Glenn Phillips.
Carey resets. He awaits Phillips coming at him around the wicket. It's fallen. Carey just drives it away on the onside. Phillips darts out from delivering that ball to try and retrieve it. It's the end of the over. Marsh is 59. Carey's 55. 96 to win. 5 for 183, the Australians. Shout out to Grant in Hobart. Nice to have you with us as well today. Big fan of ABC cricket, so always lovely to have him with us. Change of comms coming up. More from Xavier Doherty. Jim Maxwell is on his way.
Thanks, Corbin. Yeah, I think just to answer your question a little bit more there, Corb, Glenn Phillips is going to play a huge part in this test match. A couple of shots there within that over. Mitchell Marsh trying to go the lap sweep, which is not... I've seen a lot of Mitchell Marsh over the years. I don't think I've ever seen a lap sweep. So just a little shot out of character, and then the beating of the bat and the off stump from Alex Carey with a beautiful piece of bowling that just slid on with the arm. He's oh so close there for New Zealand. Welcome back, Jim Maxwell.
It's interesting to watch the way the game is played today. It's all risk and reward, isn't it? No one likes to play out a maiden. Southey runs in and he bowls, and Marsh cuts at this and hits it hard. And there's a man deep at point. He's going to have to move. He won't be able to get to that. He went left, but it was to his right, Ravindra, on the boundary out there in front of the mound towards those old clubhouse buildings. It was beautifully struck by Marsh. And you sense Southey's just keeping an end going until Henry's ready to come back.
I don't know why wouldn't Henry be bowling here? Oh, this is odd. Like he didn't bowl the last from that end before the break.
He's bowled 15 overs in this innings.
Yeah, that's not many, is it? Like this, the test match is on the line here.
He's bowled 15 out of 47. He's bowled a third of the overs. Yes, I suppose. Well, whatever it is, he needs to come back because they need a wicket. New Zealand desperately need a wicket. This partnership is flowing. Southey goes in, Marsh back and cuts again with some savagery. This time he's picked the fielder out, Ravindra, down there. They're running back for a second because he's so deep, and the ball has got to travel a fair way back once he collects it. And that's 2 more. Marsh surging. He's 65, 5 for 189. And you just sense that if New Zealand don't break this partnership fairly soon, Australia are going to race away with this.
They are.
Really are. I mean,
They are.
Phillips is a little bit of a threat, but it's not just the next wicket. They need a few more, and with Stark and Cummins to come, there's still a little bit of batting on. Once you're under 100, 90 needed now. Anyway, keep listening, folks. It's fun. Here comes Southey. He bowls and is pushed away firmly by Marsh down towards mid-off. Yes, well, I hope for New Zealand's sake that they can get a break and keep us on the edge of our seats. But at the moment, the momentum is certainly with Australia.
It certainly is. That's right. I was going to mention there was some poor fielding from Ravindra out there. I'm being told he's usually a very reliable fielder, but they pinched the two earlier in the over because he didn't attack the ball, which is just a basic of cricket. He allowed the ball to come to him, and he copped a couple of decent sprays from his teammates.
Away goes Southey, bowls. Marsh is on the cut again. Over the slips it goes, down to the boundary for 4. An uppercut. And when Marsh gets a little bit of freedom here as he flows, he's dangerous. He might hit the ball in the air, but now that he's got away from that drop catch early in the day, the ones that go in the air can go anywhere, and normally away from fielders, because Ravindra is very square behind point. No one flies third man. 10 from the over.
It has been a good over for Australia, Jim. You just sense there's a little bit of freedom here for Mitch Marsh. The target is down to 86.
Yeah.
I get the sense that he's just going to chance his arm a little bit here, Mitchell Marsh, and knock off as many runs as he can while they've got a bit of a run on here, and while Matt Henry is not in the attack.
A 7-2 field, packing the offside as Southey goes into Marsh. Marsh leaves a wide his delivery, very wide indeed, as if Southey's trying to buy a wicket on that ball outside the off stump. But Marsh is 69 from 88, 5 for 193. There hasn't been a wicket since Travis Head was caught at point for 18 in the second over of the day. It was the ball after Marsh was dropped by Ravindra at point. They took a single, but no joy since then. A couple of DRSs. One given and overturned, another not given and not given, because they went for the catch behind the wicket, but there was no evidence of a nick from Carey. So they've added over 100 as Southey bowls to Marsh. Marsh forward, checking himself on the drive away on the offside to end the over. So most of the interest for New Zealand at the moment, with Henry out of the attack, is whether Phillips can induce an error, create something. They seem keen to get to him either on reverses, sweeps, whatever, rather than just, as some might think, well, just sit on him for a while. We've got plenty of time. And they don't play that way.
And they don't play that way. They try and hit the ball where the gaps in the field are, no matter where the ball's pitched, Jim. That's the modern way. They've got, what have we got, 1, 2, 3, 4 men out on the boundary for Phillips. So there are some gaps in the field, but yeah, we've seen Carey already employ the reverse sweep. Mitch Marsh going for a lap shot. They certainly keep things interesting.
Yes. You feel the batsman are going to give the bowler a chance here or there by playing this aggressive game. But he's got a slip and a sort of leg slip. Perhaps more on the miscued attempt to sweep. There's a mid-wicket, a mid-on a little deep, and a deep backward square. So Phillips, with his crafty, is more than occasional, this stuff. It's very useful. A short cover in there, and he's around the wicket, coming into Carey. Carey forward, respecting the length, patting it away on the offside. 5 for 193. 86 needed for Australia. And 5 somewhat elusive wickets, at least the next one for New Zealand at the moment. Phillips around the wicket, comes up to Carey. Carey goes back and he's caught behind. No, he's not. A yelp from the keeper once again as he played and missed. See, he doesn't have to play at all of these. He can, but you're in a rhythm. You do play shots, don't you?
You do. That's only a fourth stump line. That's so close again to the off stump.
Yes.
You've got a slip and a backward point in play and a cover point as well. So it's not as though there's a big gap there for him to pierce.
That's his game. He's on the adrenaline rush here as Phillips comes up towards him and he's leaning out and defending with an ooh and an ah and a psychological message to the batsman. That's close. Watch out. You might miss one.
They're making a bit of noise, aren't they? They can sense that with every dot ball that Alex Carey faces here, that the chances of a rash shot just goes up a notch.
He's on 55 in the sunshine here. Phillips comes up to Carey. Carey's forward driving to cover, short cover where it's collected by Southey and close. There's still a few jumpers on out there, sweaters, because there's a cool breeze coming across the ground. A few more fans in here than at the start of the day. It's not a full house. And now Phillips chatting to Southey about something or other with a field or... Yeah. Couldn't read it from here, folks. Sorry.
I reckon they're talking about the long off, bringing the long off up and maybe force Alex Carey to play one of those big lofted drives.
So Phillips goes in to Carey, and Carey's leaning out once more and patting it gently away to Southey on the offside. So it might be time to just push one through a little bit quicker around the off stump, get him on the cut once more. He's played and missed twice that shot. Last ball of the over from Phillips. He moves into Carey. Carey goes back, tries to cut, and he does. Gets it away behind point. Ravindra fields it, and that's a maiden over. And that's a rarity in this contemporary game of Test cricket. 49 overs bowled of the score 5 for 193, 86 more required.
Yeah, nicely bowled there from Glenn Phillips, just keeping it on or around that off stump. Alex Carey able to get a cut shot away, but straight to the backle point. Just feel with every little maiden and every dot ball, the stakes just go up a little bit for Australia.
Now, is it Southey again, or are we changing up?
From the Botanic Gardens.
Here we go. Matt Henry.
So what did he bowl? 1 over, did he? 2 overs. From the other end there, Southey.
Yes.
2 overs, I think it might have been.
Might have been 3.
3, was it? So, there's a strange one. Anyway, they've got the man on who I've been calling for anyway. I think this is the moment where they are desperate for a breakthrough now, New Zealand. It's Australia. Have they got their noses in front, maybe just? So if Australia can get through this little burst from Matt Henry, they will be feeling confident that this target is within reach.
So Henry's back. He's bowled 15 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 60. Sears 11 overs, 2 for 52, and Southey 14 overs, 1 for 39. So here's another potential turning pivotal moment. Just a slip in a deepish gully now. He runs in and bowls to Marsh, and Marsh goes back. He's hit on the pad, a big appeal for LBW, and the umpire's not interested. He's moving away to the leg side to signal a leg by, perhaps? No, not even that, because he feels the batsman hit it. And they ran a single as it ricocheted away on the offside. Well, that was interesting. They were keen for the LB. The umpire had no interest. He was just on a little perambulation away to the onside, and he obviously thought that there was an inside edge on that little stroke.
Oh, he's missed it by a mile.
I think he has.
Well, I think the height might have been the issue. Yeah. I think Henry signalled to Tim Southey that it was maybe just too high for a review.
Would have been an interesting review in the circumstances as he bowls around the wicket and he's driving. Carey's driving beautifully between the bowler and mid-on. It's racing away towards the boundary, and Kukaline will get to it now, and they come back for 3 runs. Another nice riven stroke, showing, as it was like yesterday, this is the time to be batting. The pitch is at its best pace. The ball's not doing a lot. I mean, it was clearly missing, that ball from Henry. But the fact that he signalled, is there any squeak off the bat?
There may have been the slightest feather, but
anyway, it wasn't going to be LBW.
Wouldn't have hit the stumps. But anyway, lovely shot there from Carey. The on drive from the left-hander. Gains himself 3.
58 to Carey. Just burying those old naysayers again with an innings of substance and importance for his team. Here comes Henry. He bowls and he's after the short ball, slams it out to deep square and collects a single away there to Young in the deck. He dropped that short. This is important for New Zealand that he gets it right here, Henry. If he's a little bit weary, that's no surprise. Well, there you go. Mitch Marsh has just reached a milestone. 2,000 test runs with 3 centuries and an average tipping over 30 in his 42nd match. More importantly, the score is 5 for 198. Psychologically, you get past 200 in the countdown. 81 required now. And Kerry's just checking up the bowler for a moment. He wants to see the field settle with a slip and a deepish gully. Around the wicket goes Henry. He bowls to Kerry. Kerry down the leg side. He's flicked it off towards the boundary and it'll go down there for 4 runs, I think. Yep, not the first time he's whistled a leg glance from bowlers pitching near his pads. More momentum. Kerry 62. The 200's up. 5 for 202.
It's a very rare loose delivery there from Matt Henry. He's coming around the wicket, angling into Alex Carey. Yell of disgust with himself. Just drifted onto leg stump and an easy put away for Alex Carey.
Once more Henry around the wicket and it's short and he climbs up onto the length of it and slaps it out to Young at deep point for a single. 5 for 203. Carey 63. He's almost catching Marsh on 71. There's been a very well-judged innings from Carey. He's had a couple of moments along the way, old DRS, but things have got to go your way. Perhaps the one for Marsh, other than the catch, was a ball from Henry. He nicked under the pad and just went past his stump. Stayed from Southie down at that Botanical Gardens end. That's where Henry is. He's bowling short and has smashed away in the air for 6. It's gone for 6 over deep backward square. Beautifully struck by Marsh. He banged it in short. 2 men back. And, one of them was sort of moving under it, but it went over Young's head and crashed away to the boundary for a 6er. Marsh on the way here. He didn't miss out there. That was a vigorous whack, and it's gone beyond the boundary for a 6, just through the clutches of a spectator down there. And that's another good over for Australia. Good signs for Australia, not for New Zealand at the end of the over.
I think just for a split second, Mitchell Marsh had his heart in his mouth. It went over the head of, was it Will Young, the man at deep backward square? The spectator was in the front row of the crowd here, so it only just cleared the boundary, but he's a strong man, Mitchell Marsh. Another 6 that are wiped off the target here. It's down to 70.
Marsh 77, Carey 63. Phillips starts a new over. Around the wicket, Carey leans and misses, leaves it alone, in fact, outside the off stump. Zipped through. No shot from Carey. So there's been a rhythm in this partnership for a while now, and the more so since lunch, as New Zealand have been unable to come up with a wicket-taking ball. Phillips tries again. Carey goes back and steers it uppishly behind point to Ravindra. You could hear the reaction from the field as he probed at the ball, just held on the surface, and he pushed it uppishly to backward point.
He's keen to get that cutaway, Jim. I'm not sure I like it. In fact, I don't like it. The risk reward is probably not quite there for Alex Carey.
Phillips bowls to him and he's leaning forward once more and sending it away towards cover. Well, if we haven't seen him try the reverse or the conventional sweep since very early on in this spell of Phillips, will he go there? Or will he just play conventionally? Phillips is around the wicket, bowling to him. He's on the back foot and he hits it hard, but straight to Ravindra. Not as hard as he would have liked. He had to wait on the ball a little bit and found the fieldsman there. 5 for 209. Exactly 70 needed by Australia. His partnership worth 129 now for the 6th wicket. Phillips is working away with his finger spin around the wicket to Carey. Carey leans out once more and plays it well, playing it towards cover. Just looking a little bit more assured when he plays like that.
There's nothing wrong with playing defensive shots, is there, Jim?
No, but it's unusual for them to
play out a maiden.
Be a sequence.
Yeah.
Normally they could get a bit venturesome here. One ball to come in the over to Carey. Phillips moves towards him. Carey goes back and hits it hard, and it goes on the bounce, and it's well stopped by Ravindra behind point. So another tidy maiden over, 5 for 209 at the end of it. Marsh is 77, Carey 63. Travis Head, the only man out today, for 18 in the second over of the day. Craig MacMillan's slipped in alongside me. So, what do you think?
My optimism is waning, Jim.
Why? Only new wicket? Or two or three?
Yeah, because this partnership's been so dangerous. Sort of a little bit perturbed by some of the tactics of New Zealand too. I quite can't understand.
Cook-a-line. That over, that had to be one of the worst overs in the history of Test cricket. 10 runs and they were all sundries. Oh, it was nuts.
That was effectively a maiden over.
It was. Well said. That's nice cover. In comes Henry. He's bowling, and it's driven firmly down towards mid-on. I just couldn't work out either the tactic. It was a sort of Wagner thing, but the field was all wrong. And then he bowls a balloon that goes so far over the keeper's head. The keeper may have said, if you're going to bowl those, I'll go back to the boundary to stop them.
They were easy runs. They were soft runs.
Easy?
But seriously, why has Matt Henry not opened up after the lunch break? He's been New Zealand's best bowler throughout this whole Test match. Tim Southee opened up with himself.
Why hasn't Phillips bowled earlier to Carey?
Correct.
But here we are, watching the game. Henry's running in, and on the walk, is pushed away by Marsh down the onside. So just 70 needed now. This has been a very good partnership. Yeah, they've ridden a few anxious moments, but they've played pretty well.
They have. They've played exactly how they should have played. Mitch Marsh has done exactly what you expect Mitch Marsh to do. Alex Carey's found some form, finally, at a poor time for New Zealand, but a good time for Australia, and they've combined well.
Now, I'm going to stand up for Carey here in a moment, and as I have been a bit, I think he's the best wicket-keeper. The batting's, AK, Henry bowls, back goes Marshy. He shoves the ball away into a gap through point and he gets a run, 78. People forget, in that West Indies loss in Brisbane, he made a very rapid 65. And if Australia had ended up winning that game, which they probably should have, people would have been talking up his batting a lot more.
Yeah.
It was a very, very good innings, given that, like this, the top order had just gone, boom, fallen over.
That's right.
And then he got out to a good bit of bowling. So that's not that long ago. And I just think he's a bit undersold as a wicket-keeper batsman in this side. Now, around the wicket he's facing, and he's forward, and he's playing away down towards mid-off.
You look at this field, Jim, it looks to me now New Zealand are just waiting for a mistake. They're actually, with the field set that they've got, it doesn't look to me like they're expecting to get a genuine edge or a genuine wicket. They're waiting for a mistake. There's only one slip. I'm not quite sure what this fielder's doing. He's almost on a fine gully line, but he's deep. I don't know how the ball's going to get to him. But everyone else is in a ring field. I just don't quite get it.
Here's Henry again bowling, and Carey is sliding him away off the pads through the onside to deepish square for a single. Henry thinking he may slip through onto the pads. 5 for 211. Are you saying the leadership is not as proactive as it needs to be?
Well, I think you need to have a little bit of protection for the bowlers, so one out either side, whether it be deep cover point or deep backward square. But to me, you still have to have two slips in a gully and play for an edge. You have to. That's where the edges have gone, into that slip cordon. Because if Australia, Mitch Marsh or Alex Carey get an edge now, there's no one there, Jim. And it ends up running away for 4.
Over the wicket, Henry bowls, and Marsh goes forward carefully, pushing through the line down towards mid-on. 5 for 211. Marsh 78, Carey 64. Craig MacMillan's alongside me, and Brian Waddle is going to come in, but he'll be waiting for Geoff Lemon, who's coming in before him.
Thanks, Jim. Yeah, interesting time. New Zealand need a wicket, no doubt. They need to break this partnership and quickly. This is the highest 6th wicket partnership in the 4th innings versus New Zealand. And it's come at a crucial time for Australia. Bad time for New Zealand. Glenn Phillips has looked the most likely bowler since the lunch break, to be fair. He's actually had a degree of control. And both players, it looks like Carey and Mitch Marsh want to get after him, but haven't been able to, Geoff. Yeah, I think he's done a good job into the breeze, says Phillips.
Well, there is that mystery that we spoke about. Why didn't we see him earlier? Well, it's easy to make the criticism after the fact, but the facts were there beforehand. Phillips starts a new over around the wicket to Carey, who lunges forward and defends. It's not just the fact that he got Carey out in the first innings and he got 5 for in Wellington. You think about that World Cup game even. Different format, sure. But he was bowling to Mitchell Marsh in Dharamshala, and he was all over Mitchell Marsh during that game. Phillips. Round the wicket, and Carey's going back and punching, looking for a run. He'll get one between cover point and backward point. Tick the score along to 5 for 212, 67 to win.
Well, Marsh looks like he wants to use his feet to every ball that Phillips is bowling. There's been a couple of outside edges when he's done that, so Phillips has looked likely. He's got long on and long off back. Well, long off is sort of 3/4, isn't he, Ben says. The power of Mitch Marsh, you might as well put him all the way back, because you don't. If he wants to go downtown, whether you're on the boundary or 10 off, won't make any difference with his power.
If he drops a bit short, you've got the room to run in. Phillips will come over the wicket to Marsh, who's defending off the back foot with a straight bat, and again he looks a little bit unconvinced and unconvincing. I haven't seen him face a ball from Phillips today, really, where he's looked completely secure in what he's doing.
He's a lot more comfortable against Southey and Henry, isn't he, than what he's doing against Phillips at the moment, which is encouraging for New Zealand.
Phillips, right arm off spin, bowls a bit flat. Marsh comes forward and drives back to the bowler. You know, if you're a number 3 in T20 cricket, you're used to battering finger spin or getting out to it. There's a couple of options. You're trying to hit it down the ground, or you're accepting your fate if you don't quite cue it properly. You're not working it around for ones, figuring out which balls to defend. Phillips again really darts it through. Marsh backs away, exposes the stumps, punches it out to that halfway back long off. They'll get through for 1, 5 for 213, 66 to win.
Well, now it's that even singles are hurting New Zealand now. 66 is the number, and that lower order, the bowlers will be sitting, the Australian bowlers will be sitting watching, thinking, we only need 60. We can do that if we need to. It's not out of our realm that we can do that, so that's the concern for New Zealand. Need 2 wickets quickly.
Phillips round the wicket to Carey, who backs away and flashes a cut on the bounce. Wants a run from the misfield, a backward point, but in the end decides against it. Ravindra managed to slap the ball down, even though he couldn't get it cleanly in the hand. 53 overs gone, 5 for 213. Sandstorm comes on the PA again, DJ's favourite. Pretty sure I remember you walking out at the MCG to this at some point.
Oh, I wouldn't have picked it, Geoff.
You wouldn't have picked it, but it might have been when the players didn't put in their selection. I remember about 5 of the New Zealand 11 getting Sandstorm when they came out. So maybe if you didn't send in your form on your clipboard, that's what you ended up with.
That's what you got stuck with.
But yeah, the Phillips one is extraordinary. I think about that game a lot. Australia are, 118 off about 10 overs in that World Cup game. Heads 100 off 60 balls. Warner makes 89 off about the same number of deliveries. And then Mitchell Marsh makes something like 35 or 55 balls. Tied in knots by Phillips, who bowled 3 for 37 off 10, straight through. And Marsh particularly couldn't pick him.
It's a good point.
So I think if you're onto it, if you switched on to the tactical matchups, so we start a new over with Henry, bowling to Marsh, who's carving the ball away behind point for 1 to the deep backward point sweeper. 5 for 214. Early in the day, thinking you've got Marsh, who's got that history. You've got Carey, who sweeps and reverse sweeps spinners. Why not bring him on earlier in the day?
Look, it's a question mark that I guess someone, you might even ask at the press conference. Right. It'll be interesting to know the answer to it.
You just get the impression with Southey that at times he's a by-the-numbers captain. You know, now it's the time to bring on this fast bowler and then this other fast bowler. Henry round the wicket to Carey, who's driving handsomely through the covers. He beats the dive at short cover. They won't get it all the way to the boundary. There's a sliding save out there in the deep, but they'll get a couple more runs. And they keep picking them off. 63 to win now, 5 for 216.
He's looked good in this innings, Alex Carey. And it's been a couple that have gone past the outside edge, but when he plays that cover drive, just looks very conventional and gets in a strong position.
That's his best shot. Leave aside all the sweeps and so on, which people associate with him more. That's the one that he hits most consistently well. Henry round the wicket to Carey, who pulls. They've got a deep backward square. He's not going to get there. That goes for 4. Fine leg and deep backward square converge, and all they can do is pick up the ball from the rope and lob it back into their teammates. We're into the 50s. 59 to win. 5 for 220.
Every boundary really hurts now, Geoff. That's really well controlled by Carey. Got on top of the bounce, got it to ground quickly and picked the gap. 2 players back there, but timing was superb. Picked the gap, and it just every run, every boundary, just twist the knife here for New Zealand.
Henry around the wicket, and Carey's looking for a run to a short mid-wicket, and he's not getting it. I think when we look back at this innings, if Australia do manage to get all the way there, that over from Henry that went for 16, that felt like that's when the spell was broken. New Zealand's best, 9 in the match, should have had 10, did have 10 for a minute. The ephemeral nature of the DRS system. It was given out. He had his 10th, and then it was taken away when the ball was missing leg stump on the ball tracking.
Yes.
He deserves better than this, Matt Henry. Deserves to take 10 in a win. He may yet. And he's bowling to Carey, who's coming forward and defending back to the bowler. Still time for this to change. If Henry can find a way, winkle out one of these two.
Australia have done it well, Geoff, because there'll be no second new ball. This will be done and dusted before that second new ball comes up for grabs. So the pace that they've gone at, the pace before that lunch break, that last 20 minutes, 25 minutes where I think they were going at close to 9 and over, and runs were just flowing. New Zealand couldn't stem them. And that really, for me, took the game almost out of New Zealand's control right then and there.
Henry with 1 to come, bowls to Carey, who angles the bat and plays it. A little late cut behind point, but straight to Phillips in the gully. Won't get a run that time. 54 overs gone. 5 for 220. 59 to win. Yeah, it was the way that those runs flowed. All of the extras from the Cougar line over, 10 from that, and then 12 from the next over from Sears. While Carey was getting on with things. 59 to win. 54 overs bowled. 5 for 220. Looks like we'll have a change in the bowl.
Ben Sears. Interesting. I think Phillips had been doing a pretty good job.
Yeah.
Actually, there was some control. He was conceding very few runs. So I would have been tempted to keep Phillips going. Because now with Sears, you know that, there'll be some good balls bowled, but also both these players enjoying pace on the ball and will continue to score freely against that pace.
Is New Zealand cricket broadly just too seam bowling focused?
Well, you look at our pitches. I think it's one of the things that's shown is we do have the ability to produce pitches that turn. And I think that, around the cities, around your country, you don't want the same characteristics in every city. You want every province to have their own different characteristics. I think of one of my first tours to Australia. You went to Perth where it was fast and bouncy. You go to Sydney where there was turn, a little bit on the slow side and turn.
Sears start a new over. Tall right arm fast to Marsh, who's flashing and missing. The ball ends up with the wicketkeeper. And that was an angled bat carve that might have been flying through backward point. Had Marsh connected? He doesn't.
You go to Adelaide, it was very flat. So from a batting point of view, if you got in, you had to score big. Bowlers had to work hard for their wickets. You go to the Gabba, there'd be a bit of bounce, but a little bit of nibble, and it would quicken up on day 2. So they were a different skill set in every city you went to, Geoff, and that's what I want to see around New Zealand. So then you produce, as a coach, a more all-rounded player as well. And I think that helps everyone.
Sears has the ball in hand. He's got a couple of wickets in this innings. Looking for a third. Bowls to Marsh. Almost has it. He's hit on the pad. They're appealing and the fingers up. There's the breakthrough for New Zealand. They've been waiting and waiting. And finally, their number has come up. Mitchell Marsh will review, of course he will. He has to. He meets up with Alex Carey mid-pitch, but Sears has drawn the decision. That means advantage to New Zealand when we go upstairs. The stumps are a lot bigger than they would have been had the call gone the other way.
Check the placement of the feet to fair delivery. Front on spin vision, please.
Well, the hush settles over the ground as we wait for the technology to do its job. That looks pretty good. It's angling towards the leg stump, but it only needs to take a bit of it.
Can we confirm with ultra,
I think that'd be umpires call it worse. Yeah, there we go. We're reading from the same song sheet.
I hope so.
That's a bit of swing in, it looks like.
No inside edge.
And it does carry on off the seam towards leg stump. Hits him in front of middle and leg.
No bat involved. So
no,
ball tracking
involved, says the umpire. And ball tracking should indicate this decision momentarily. Crowd waits. Still looking at the ultra edge screen. DRS has been a bit bicycle powered today. Hitting him on the ankle, and his umpire's call on leg stump. Mitchell Marsh is gone. The technology confirms it, and Australia 6 down for 220. They need 59 to win, and now Craig MacMillan, the screw turns.
Oh, another twist to this great game. Geoff, I tell you what, great decision by Tim Southee. You have to say that. We were questioning bringing back Sears for Phillips, but he's done it. A great innings from Mitch Marsh of 80. It could well be a match-winning innings yet. He's played beautifully, but he has to go. You can see the disappointment. It's a real slow walk-off. And I guess batters sometimes with umpires call you can be disappointed, but at the end of the day, the ball was hitting the stumps, and a good decision. New Zealand needed that.
I think when it's fast, it's full, it's swinging, and it hits you on the ankle in front, you can't have too many complaints about the umpire popping up that finger. And we did say earlier today that Mitchell Marsh is the kind of player who's made important, useful 80s and not necessarily made a lot of hundreds. Well, here we are, 80 flat today from 102 balls. It has been critical. It's given Australia the chance to win, but it's not yet a match-winning innings because Mitchell Starc is now out in the middle to join Alex Carey. And now we're trending towards Edgbaston 2023 areas.
Well, New Zealand needed that wicket, but also the crowd. Now the crowd are involved in this match. They'd been quiet for quite a while. Australia had taken them out, but they're back. You can hear them in the background. This is good from Sears. Need a good, fast spell here.
Sears. Success from the last delivery. Bowls to Starc, who clips it to square leg, and he's caught. Ben Sears is on a hat-trick, and New Zealand are not out of this yet. 59 to win for Australia, but they've lost 2 for none. Mitchell Marsh, LBW. Mitchell Starc just clips one in the air at a comfortable height to square leg. And Australia is 7 for 220.
2 and 2 from Sears on debut. Just popped it up as easy as you like. Will Young will not get an easier catch than that. And Ben Sears has pumped the 26-year-old on debut. What a breakthrough. 2 and 2. Starc goes first ball. New Zealand 3 wickets away. Australia still 59. What a twist in this test match.
Well, are they too focused on fast bowling? Tim Southee says all fast bowling all the time. Let's have it. Yeah. And now we are getting into Edgbaston territory because here comes the Australian captain, Pat Cummins. He did the job for Australia in that first Ashes test, that run chase of 282. They need 279 today. That's 59 away. He's got company in Alex Carey, who did play a role in that run chase as well. Carey on 71 from 103 balls. And now all the focus, the attention shifts to Carey. He can't just be the one riding shotgun with Marsh. He needs to be the one to bring them home. Cummins is the one who has to stick around and support him. Just Lyon and Hazelwood to come. This match is alive.
It is. It's well and truly alive, but New Zealand have had trouble with Nathan Lyon right throughout the series. That was just popped up. It was loose. It was a soft dismissal, really. It was not much of a delivery, but he just popped it up to square leg. Catching practice, and all of a sudden New Zealand have some energy, some intensity in this test match. Tim Southee's got the helmet on. He's in short, silly mid-off.
Okay.
Wow.
The tall, fast bowling captain wearing the helmet in a close catching position. Not something you see very often.
Hat-trick. He's on a hat-trick.
He's on a hat-trick. Ben Sears.
On debut.
He's on a hat-trick bowling to the opposition captain, Pat Cummins. 2 slips, a gully, point. Silly mid-off, short mid-wicket, short leg slip. As Sears bowls to Cummins, who fixes the ball to slip, and it's gone through. It might have just gone through on the bounce, a dive across. We got an injury in the cordon, and that didn't quite carry, did it, Craig MacMillan?
It did not, but it's an outside edge. It was short of Tom Latham. They got a hand to it. What did the delivery to it? Cummins is almost leaving it, but somehow got it out of the middle of the bat, a bit of an edge, and it went through. Frustration on the face of Ben Sears. He's fired up.
Almost off the toe of the bat as Cummins reached for that outside the off stump. It spooned it.
Didn't carry.
Well, just in front, bounced just in front of second slip. So close to a hat-trick, Ben Sears, that might have set up a New Zealand test win. Well, it's not quite there yet, and Australia get 4 runs closer. 55 to win, Australia. 3 wickets in hand. Cummins on 4 from his first ball, but was nearly out. Carey on 71 at the other end, watching as Sears bowls to Cummins, who shoulders arms and watches the ball go through.
It's a nice channel. That's good heat too. That's 145.8. That's top end. That's top end from a New Zealand fast bowler. Oh, what a delivery. You're right. Mitch Marsh had every chance to hit that. He'll be disappointed he played around that front pad. That was the wicket. So the reaction from Marsh, he can't believe it. Has to keep walking. Another review burnt up for Australia too.
Steve Smith got rid of one yesterday, early doors. Become a habit with him. Sears bowls to Cummins, who fends it away, and the leg gully might have taken that, but there's nobody there. It goes all the way down to fine leg for a single, but they don't take the run. Cummins, they have taken the run. Cummins goes up to 5 and will keep the strike. Interesting call. Interesting decision. Obviously, Cummins can bat, but early in the innings. And the crowd rises to Ben Sears. Standing ovation as he walks down to field on the boundary. He got the one at square leg. He got the LBW. But Mitchell Marsh. Applause around the ground. 54 to win. Craig MacMillan off to catch his breath. Frankie McKay's with us. Good afternoon.
My goodness, how good is that? That is, the crowd has come to life. Ben Sears, the standing ovation as he heads back towards the boundary, and so he should. 2 and 2, sitting on a hat-trick, and all of a sudden, the game that looked like it was heading Australia's way, it has roared back to life now.
He ticked over the speedometer at just under 146 kilometres an hour in that over.
That's brisk enough, isn't it? That is brisk enough.
Well, that's why they wanted him in the side once they had the hamstring strain for Will O'Rourke, who couldn't participate in this match. Sears was the next one in. You can see why. An extra pace, was able to get past the inside edge of Marsh's bat and then draw the mistake from Stark. It was up near the splice of the bat when Stark spooned it away to square leg. So Cummins on 5, Carey on 71, 54 to win. Australia 7 for 225. They need to get to 279. Every ball in this innings remaining is going to be an event. Phillips will come on to replace Henry. At the Botanical Gardens end, he bowls to Cummins, who gets forward and defends. And I suspect we'll see a lot of this from Pat Cummins through the rest of the innings, Frankie. He'll just hang in there.
I would imagine so. I would imagine that's the way that the Australian skipper's going to look to play here. Alex Carey, well set, played really well today. And now it's just how to create another partnership, how to get through a tough spot here.
Phillips up to Cummins, who drives it along the ground to a short mid-on. Shouts of catch it. That wasn't in the air for long enough. They've got a short leg in, and they've got this almost a short straight mid-wicket, I suppose you'd call it, and a long on back on the fence, plus a deep mid-wicket. Cummins does like to hit spinners. Clobbered a few sixes in Wellington. Waits for Phillips to bowl right arm over the wicket to Cummins, who turns the ball past short leg. Won't get a run because they've got a backward square leg getting in quickly as well.
It's just a little hint of turn for Glenn Phillips. That'll keep him interested. And boys, come on. It's something Pat Cummins needs to be mindful of as well, looking to drive hard through the offside. It's going to be difficult with the ball turning.
Phillips, as Cummins taps the bat, waits for the off spinner and defends. Bat and pad close together, and a lot of chat from Blundell behind the stumps. And one other factor, Frankie, the sun has gone away. The clouds have rolled back over, and every time that's happened, it's felt like it's a lot harder to bat out there.
Yeah, it has done indeed. It's not going to rain, so we don't need to worry about that. That is done and dusted for the day. But yeah, that cloud cover does add an interesting layer to things now.
Here's Phillips. Bowling to Cummins, who flicks the ball away into the leg side. They'll take the single again late in the over. They're thinking about a second. They're herring back. Here comes the throw. And Phillips collects it at the non-striker's end, but Carey is home. So Cummins back on strike with one ball to come in the over. He's up to 7. Australia 7 for 227. 52 to win.
That's a really good piece of running. That is straight away off the bat. Pat Cummins is pushing hard for 2. It's only gone 30, maybe 35 metres tops away from the bat. So great piece of running. It's a pretty handy piece of fielding from Tim Southey as well, scampering after it, but couldn't keep it to just the single.
The chances that come with an aggressive field, which New Zealand have. Phillips bowling to Cummins, who defends the ball And again, just smothers whatever turn there might be. 7 for 227. We've had 56 overs bowled. Australia need 52 to win. They've got Carey on 71, Cummins on 7. This is very tasty indeed. I'll leave you with Frankie, McKay, and then Brian Waddle will be coming in.
The tension is building. The tension is building for sure. That big partnership between Marsh and Carey. There was almost a hint of anxiety for the crowd setting in, a little bit of tension, but the game was just moving on so quickly that it felt as though it was almost out of reach for the New Zealanders. But now still 52 more needed, and they always say add 2 wickets to any score and how quickly the game changes, and that's exactly what we've seen. Ben Sears able to pick up 2 and 2. All of a sudden Australia find themselves 7 down, just 2-7 on the board. Plenty of work still to come here for the Australian pair.
Yes, it's back alive again. Sears goes in bowling to Carey. First ball of a new over has him chopping it down into the offside. They'll get 1 and 1 only as it goes out to backward point, and 1 run taken. That's interesting that Carey was prepared to take that early in the over. I'd have thought he would be the dominant feature with the bat. Now, I also thought that the best bowling changes and the best bowling were done by Geoff Lemon. He was in pretty good form with his decisions to bring Sears back into the attack, and then he got a couple of wickets, nearly got a hat-trick.
He's just got a bit of X factor, doesn't he, Ben Sears? He's got a bit of something about him. Anytime you can get up bowling 145, 146 kilometres, but there's just something about the young man. He's got this ability to pluck wickets out of nowhere.
Sears goes in bowling to Cummins, and Cummins turns it into the onside, out towards short mid-wicket. No run for him as it's picked up by Kugelheim. It remains 228 for 7. 51 required. Cummins is 7. Carey is 72. Sears 4 for 58. Well, he's got that ability to bowl with extra pace. And I think during the white ball program, he started to produce a few variations, and that also helps. But he's got an eagerness to bowl. He wants to run in and he wants to bowl fast, and if he can do something, he'll end up with good figures. Up he goes again, bowling to Cummins, and Cummins is tucking it into the onside. Close catching fieldsman stops it, can't hold on to it. Will Young is in there with that roll. And of course, one bouncing just a little bit more might be awkward for Cummins as well.
He lives every ball, Ben Sears. He is up for this moment. Feels like every ball he could be, and probably he thinks should be taking a wicket the way he's bowling. He is animated. He's up and about.
Well, it's interesting to know what he's like to face at the top level as he goes up again. Not a long run up, bowls to Cummins, and Cummins gets one that he turns into the onside. Out towards mid-wicket. It'll be fielded there by Ravindran's. 1 more. Goes to 9. Carey is 72. 141. That, Laurie, I remember hearing Gary Stead say something about him as a bowler. He's all arms and legs, and then the ball arrives. You know, as though, you know, he's got those arms flying above his head. So that's something, I guess, that batsmen have to contend with to keep their eye on the ball. So he's got an interesting role within this side now. He could finish the game off for New Zealand. Up goes Sears, bowling to Carey, and Carey gets a short ball. Slips over as he gets his follow through. Meanwhile, Carey's managed to get the ball from pad running down to fine leg, but Sears, with all his energy, couldn't retain his balance. And I think that's one of the things that Gary Stead was probably talking about, because every moving part is moving.
Yeah, well, Grant Elliott, former New Zealand Test cricketer, he speaks about turning up to a young Ben Sears, rocking up to the Wellington indoor nets and pinning him in the corner, and he knew that was probably the beginning of the end. It was time to hang the boots up when this young fella's just in at him at the nets.
Carey is bowling to Cummins, and Cummins gets the ball, which he turns away into the onside, down towards Longley. There'll be 1, chance for 2. Carey wants it, Cummins doesn't, and he was running to the danger end, so they'll take the 1. 232 for 7. It's the end of the 231 for 7, sorry. It's the end of the 57th over. 48 runs to win. It was drifting away from New Zealand for a long period after lunch. They didn't seem to have any plan that was going to work, and then all of a sudden they've got to a position where they can put a bit of pressure back on in the field, and that was the point that Craig MacMillan made before you were here, was that they were they were just going through the motions. And now they've got the wickets to start coming in their favour. Another applause for Sears. Good hometown stuff.
There's a little bit of yelling from on the field as well, getting them in the right spot. I think he was maybe a little caught up in the fanfare going on beyond the boundary and had just drifted a little bit deeper at fine leg than was needed.
Yes, he's up at backward square leg where they want him for Phillips. Back into the attack. Bowling to the Australian captain Cummins, and has him playing defensively and gently away to the offside. Tom Blundell liked it. It's fair enough too. It wasn't a bad delivery.
Yeah, and I like the fact we've got these two bowling together at the moment. Ben Sears, Glenn Phillips, a couple of the youngsters in this New Zealand lineup, the future of New Zealand cricket, trying to bowl themselves to a test match victory over Australia.
Phillips bowls to Cummins, and he's forward, striking it away to the offside. Picked up there by a man coming in from cover, Kane Williamson. Slip is Mitchell. There's a bat pad and Will Young. The short mid-wicket Southey. Good field placements. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4 onside field. Cummins, I guess, is one of those players who's prepared to play strokes down the order as well. He was tapping his bat on the ground, and Phillips bowls him, turned into the onside where it's fielded there by Young, and there's no run.
Yeah, I like it. Like the fact that it's the in-out field, slip and a short leg in place, mid-wicket and nice and tight as well, catching opportunity, but then a deep mid-wicket, long on in place so Cummins can't just hit himself out of trouble.
Phillips bowls to him, and this one he leaves wide of the off stump. Bit of extra effort too. Good follow through from Phillips, as though he was expecting a catch and bowled sort of at short cover. Just one of the tricks of his trade. 231 for 7. Encouragement from Blundell. 2 balls left in this over as he goes in to bowl to the Australian captain. Cummins is on the back foot, just leaving it outside the line of the off stump. The indication from that was that it was a bit of turn, but it started wide. As I say, we're at sort of long leg behind the batsman, so what we see is his backside rather than any movement of the ball. Last ball of the over. Cummins waits. Phillips bowls to him and he's forward. Playing it into the onside. He got 1 run as it goes wide of Young. In fact, they'll get 2. Throw to the bowler's end. That's good running. Very good running, because it didn't travel much past the square leg umpire yet. They got through for 2 runs. Well taken by Cummins. Goes to 11. Carey 72. Cummins is dominating the strike at the moment. 46 required, 233 for 7. Phillips now none for 18 from 10 overs. So he's been economical. He's kept the runs down.
He's looked every part a test match bowler, I think. Glenn Phillips, there was maybe a little bit of surprise when he was able to pick up 5 wickets at the Basin Reserve, but since that moment, I think he's had really good control. I think he's bowled with good zip. He's been able to get some purchase off the surface as well, whether it was Wellington or Hagley Oval here, which is not a spinner's venue by any stretch of the imagination, but he's done a fabulous job and offered the control to allow the seamers to operate at one end and allowing Ben Sears at the moment to just tear in and try and bowl thunderbolts and wicket-taking deliveries.
3 wickets for New Zealand, 46 runs for Australia to win this test match. Sears is going to bowl round the wicket now. Still 2 slips in place. He's bowling to the left-handed Carey, and Carey gets a delivery which he manages to play in the air, over the field, down towards the third-man boundary. Not the best choice, I don't think. He gave him a little bit of width and allowed him to just spear it over the top of the inner field. Needed to be closer to the body, and that was gift runs.
You like the aggression from Ben Sears going to the bouncer early, but just a little misfire. Wide outside the off stump gives Carey the room to be able to just free the arms up, allow it to watch it go past, get the hands up nice and early and guide that over the slips quarter and down to third for 4.
42 required, 237 for 7. Sears bowling to Carey, and Carey defends into the offside. It'll run out to Henry fielding at mid-off. Good man to have alongside fellow pace bowler, Tim Southey the other, so they've got bit in common in terms of how to approach Alex Carey. Sears has got a focused mind, facial expressions to match every situation.
He has his emotions on his sleeve, doesn't he? You know exactly how he's feeling, exactly what he's thinking.
Here he is to Carey, and this delivery is short. He's done it again. He's gone in the air, just away from fieldsman Gully. They've taken one and one only. Did that go to hand? He hit it in the air to the Gully fieldsman Phillips. If it had gone to hand, he'd have caught it.
Well, if anyone's going to, it's that man. He is Superman in the Gully position.
Well, we had a chance to have a look at it again. And might have touched the hand. It was very high above his head, but he leapt and got one hand, possibly touched it. Hence the disappointment of him lying on the ground as he did for a period of time. Sears disappointed as well. Back over the wicket now, bowling to... No, he's not. Not quite ready to deliver. 4 for 65, the figures for Ben Sears. And this is his 14th over. Cummins 11, Carey 77, 238 for 7, 41 required. Up he goes, bowling to the right-handed Cummins, who leaves the delivery down the offside. Keeps low as it goes through to wicketkeeper Blundell. A few of the crowd there sitting on the bank, got blankets around them. I don't know how cold it is out there. It seems quite warm sitting in here.
Yeah, it's a little bit mixed. I think it depends which side of the ground you end up sitting on here at Hagley Oval. There's definitely, depending on the wind, what breeze is rolling through, there's a warm side and a cool side.
Yeah, it moves around, that breeze, doesn't it? Sears, 14 on his back. Ready to go in again and bowl to Cummins. And Cummins gets a delivery this time, which has him turning it into the onside. Down towards long leg. One man back in the deep is Kugelheim. And they take another run. 239 for 7, 40 required. Cummins 12, Carey 77. Again, good pace from Sears, 139. I like what I see of a young player. New Zealand doesn't often turn out new fast bowlers. Well, this year we've seen two making their test debut and basically leaving a mark on the game, O'Rourke and Sears. And of course they've got Jamieson waiting in the wings if he's able to recover from that injury. Round the wicket, bowling to Carey, and Carey is driving. Not getting any contact with it. Through to the keeper, 239 for 7, with the 40 runs required. This is when the tension starts to get hold of commentators too, doesn't it? You know, sweaty palms just yet, but it gets to that stage.
Oh, you do. You get caught up in the moment. You get caught up in the anxiety, the tension, the stress, the excitement when wickets fall. It's just like that. You're sitting there, if you're the Australian side, Nathan Lyon, Josh Hazlewood, you're sitting there waiting to bat. No one else wants to sit near them because they're the nervous ones. They're the really tense ones. And it catches those attitudes, those feelings are infectious, and that becomes a little bit the same out in the middle.
Is that the sort of music you'd go out to bat with?
That's probably not quite to my personal taste, but
must admit,
beggars can't be choosers. Sometimes, you walk out to whatever music's getting played.
239 for 7. Here's Phillips bowling to Cummins. The Australian captain is on the front foot, pushing the ball back along the pitch to the bowler. Just in the ear of the captain is Tom Blundell, reminding them that was another good delivery. He's going to have to be watchful and on his game if he's going to contend with Phillips. None for 18 in his 11th over. So he's tidy. He's generally making the batsman play, isn't he? Up from the Botanical Gardens end, bowling to Cummins, who's forward. Oh, that's good. Defending. Just needs one that might bite and nip a little bit. He's capable of that.
Yeah, that's what he'll be seeking here, just to really show off he's got the ability to turn one squarely. We saw Nathan Lyon. He was able to rip one past the inside edge of Glenn Phillips when he was batting.
Phillips again to Cummins, who's on the front foot, gently pushing it out into the offside. He goes after it from his bowling follow-through to pick up. Continues to sustain that pressure. And this, at the moment, is a good combination of bowlers working in partnership, creating the pressure that they were able to force when they took those 2 wickets through Ben Sears. Phillips in again to Cummins, who turns it away on the onside, past the close-in fieldsman, out towards Southey, fielding at mid-wicket and does no run.
He's been good, really good, Glenn Phillips, and exactly what you're saying, that ability to build pressure, and it's not necessarily what you'd normally expect from your part-timer, to just be able to come and put it on the spot, but he's better than that now.
And he goes bowling to Cummins, who strokes it out towards coverage, fielded there by Williamson, and there's no run. Yeah, you sort of get to a stage where, you know, I call him a part-timer too, but he's probably heading above that, isn't he, at the moment, because he's come in and done a job here. The question is, why did it take so long to get him into the attack? That's what I question.
Yeah, correct. I definitely felt that before the lunch break could have had an extended look at him rather than just the almost token have a little roll before lunch. Actually, can you get him into a spell? Can you get him into his work? Because he's also just that kind of cricketer that finds a way to make things happen. If anyone's going to break a partnership, it's probably Glenn Phillips or him involved in some way, shape or form.
Here he is to Cummins, and Cummins drives up towards mid-on, and we'll get a single. Southey's diving to his left, can't bring the ball under control, leaving it for Kugelin out in the deep to do the fielding one more. 240 for 7, 39. It's coming down slowly, not at the same pace that it was when Marsh was at the crease, and I guess when you take 2 wickets, the run rate is going to slow because the batsmen are not going to take quite the risks that Marsh and Carey were able to do in their partnership.
Yeah, and they didn't take a huge amount of risks, even Marsh and Carey early on. They were aggressive when they had the opportunity to, but there wasn't that verging on reckless aspect to it. There were a couple of times today that maybe they did get close to that. Alex Carey's been the more watchful of the two, and Mitchell Marsh really looked to try and take the game by the scruff of the neck. But once you do start losing those couple of wickets, you just have to pull back a little, because I can tell you right now, there'll be 2 men in Lyon and Hazelwood. They do not want to have to go out and bat today. They are quite happy with their feet up.
Capable middle-order batsmen they are now, though.
Doesn't matter how capable they are. They want their test match to be over. They don't want to be doing any more work.
Sears bowling to Cummins, who guides the ball away through backward point, out towards the boundary. Chase for the fieldsman, and will be able to pick it up just inside the boundary. No, it's beat them to the fence. So just a little bit wideish, and he was able to flick it almost as he played it through the point gully region for 4. Just a bit more width than might have been the case from Sears, and was guided perfectly by Cummins. 4 more to the total, which will return to the scoreboard in just a moment. 244 for 7, 35 required. Sears with 4 for 70 to his name. Goes in again, bowling to Cummins, and Cummins is back on his stumps, playing back along the pitch. There'll be no run for him. He had to get the ball past the fallen figure of Sears, who's now twice gone over in his follow-through.
It just shows the effort he is putting in here, Ben Sears, putting absolutely everything possible into each delivery. He's ended up sprawling flat on the surface, and he's probably just happy that it didn't get thumped back at him.
Yes, the teeth are exposed. Here he is bowling to Cummins. He's turning onto the onside, out towards square leg. Ravindra's in the deep to do the fielding. They'll take one more run. And I sort of sense that Cummins has taken the majority of the partnership since he's come in to join Carey. 18 from 30. Carey 77 from 109 deliveries. And it's 245 for 7, 34 required.
Yeah, he's done an excellent job since coming in, Pat Cummins. He's been able to keep that momentum going. He's looked reasonably assured. He's always solid in defence, but looks to really have applied himself. He's picked up a couple of boundaries off a couple of loose deliveries as well, so still has that intent to score.
Sears to Carey. Short delivery, guides it away to backward point. He'll get 1 run for it as the man there to do the fielding is Glenn Phillips. Not only does he do the bowling, but he's involved in the fielding in that pretty demanding area when you've got pace bowlers going, because they're likely to just run the ball into the point gully region. Single taken, 33 required, 246 for 7. 3 wickets, the requirement for New Zealand. You look at it as hopefully an objective outsider, Australia might be slightly in front. Sears bowls to Cummins, who turns it down fine. More runs for him too as it goes down towards the boundary. The fieldsman there is able to keep it in the field of play, and they've taken 2. Coming back for the third, Kugelein's the man with the ball, but they won't get the third run, taking 2. But 3 wickets still quiet. That would change, I think, if one more wicket was taken. This pair have restored the chase for the target that was set for them.
Yeah, they've done fabulously well. Excellent partnership at the moment between these two, and the ability to just tick these runs off, just keep ticking away. Pat Cummins now up to 20.
Bat pad's been taken out and pushed to a leg gully. Will Young still got the shin pads on to protect his legs. Here's Sears bowling to Cummins, and Cummins is on the drive. We'll get no runners. It goes out towards mid-on to be fielded there by Henry. The end of the over, 248 for 7, 31 to win. Cummins 30, Carey 78, and Sears 4 for 74 from his 15 overs. More from Frankie McKay, and then it'll be Jim Maxwell.
Runs to win. New Zealand require 3.
They've been an excellent stint. The ability to break that partnership pick up. 2 quick wickets back to back. 2 and 2 for Ben Sears. He's sitting with 4 for 74 in his 15 overs, and what a story that would be. On debut for your country, can you bowl yourself to victory? Can you get your side home? The maiden 5-wicket bag. The ability to just pick up wickets at will has been Ben Sears. He has been mightily impressive so far. But this partnership is growing and growing quickly, and there's only 31 more needed to win.
Yes. Is it time to get Henry back into the attack? Sears looks a little bit spent to me, as well as he has bowled. Thank you, Frankie, for joining us during this test match. Lovely to have you on board as they take a drinks break here out in the middle of the ground, and we still have 31 and 3 wickets in hand. That, as they say, is the equation. And Cummins has scrounged 20 again, as he so often does. You remember him scoring the winning runs in his first test in Johannesburg years ago, and of course last year at Edgbaston. He seems to be the man for the moment when it comes to making handy runs, and at the moment he's doing an excellent job alongside Alex Carey. Xavier Doherty's back alongside me. How's it going? You still contemplating a Kiwi win?
Absolutely, I am, Jim. It's times have certainly changed since we were last on air together. I think it just proves what a one ball can do in when things start to get a little tight. So Carey and Cummins have got Australia to within touching distance, but it only takes one ball and it'll change again.
That ball may well have been, in any analysis retrospective, the one that was just over the fingers of Phillips behind point from Carey a few overs ago after he uppercut a 4, and he got one tight bouncing in towards him, and he just got it past the fingertips of Phillips, who took that brilliant catch in the first innings. They really need to get Carey out, you would think, here if they're going to win the game. He's 78, and this partnership is so far worth 28 runs after Mitchell Starc was very generous to the primary club again by getting out to his first ball.
Yeah, it's it really just shows you what pressure can do, isn't it? Yeah, as you say, if anyone was going to catch that one in the gully, it was Glenn Phillips. I think he may have got a fingernail on it, but it was an unbelievable effort to even get that close. But yeah, I think with it just shows, you know, when Mitchell Starc came to the crease, you just got the sense his head was still in the change rooms and his innings was over before it started. You know, it was an easy little chip up to square leg, but look, it's an even money game. I think I said New Zealand to win, didn't I? By about 15 runs.
15 runs, yes. So you need a wicket, and New Zealand need a wicket, but they need to find a way to break this stand because Carey's played an excellent innings, 78 from 110 balls. We're about to go again after the drinks break. There's a little bit of high cloud around, and Phillips will continue down at the Botanical Gardens end. He's going in around the wicket. Hasn't bowled to Carey for a while. He comes up now and he does sweep and sweeps effectively, and it goes out in front of a square for 4 runs. I think that'll get there. Yep, it beats Henry away to the boundary. That was hit out of the middle. It wasn't a lolly catch to Latham at short mid-wicket. And that is 250 up. Another 27 only required by Australia.
That's a great shot from Alex Carey. You're right, Jim. I don't think Glenn Phillips has bowled a single ball to the left-hander in this spell. Alex Carey, throughout his Test career, he's been keen to go to that sweep shot. It brought about his dismissal in the first innings, but I think when the runs, or the majority of the runs, are on his shoulders here, he sort of has to play them when it presents.
2 short covers in place, as well as a slipper. Short mid-wicket there too. Phillips around the wicket, and he does paddle one. And neatly away it goes down towards fine leg. It's running quite quickly. They're chasing it, but it will go away to the boundary for 4. So the little lap shot from Carey as Phillips got in near the line of the leg stump. He's helped himself to 2 boundaries. So what looked horrible yesterday, or the other day, is looking pretty handy at the moment. Consecutive boundaries to Alex Carey.
That takes guts, doesn't it, Jim? That's the paddle sweep that brought about his dismissal yesterday. And he was, criticised from some sections of the media for that shot. You're right. When it goes wrong, it looks a little ugly, but when the responsibility's on his shoulders, this is a real pressure situation. He's been happy to go back to it.
7 for 256, 23 needed. Carey's 86, he can get 100 as well if he keeps doing that. Now they're going to change the field again. They've decided they need a short, fine leg backward square on the sweep, a man deep at square, and a long on as well. Big gap at mid-wicket, just push one away for a single, but he likes hitting 4s. Phillips, 4-4. Watch this one. He comes up and bowls. Carey goes back and cuts. He's almost caught behind. He played and missed outside the off stump, wafting at that delivery. And he knows that wasn't his best shot selection because the ball just held and turned and bounced. And he very nearly nicked it to the keeper. Phillips comes up to Carey. Carey forward to drive away to Southey, who's there at short cover. 86 for Carey, 20 for Cummins. Another valuable partnership in this lower order for Australia after they were 5 for 80 this morning. Phillips bowls. Carey's back and he plays a little cut to backward point, and it's fielded there by Ravindra. That was neatly played, but he didn't have the placement. He just fiddles with his gloves, as so many batsmen, by way of their sort of waggle behaviour, do between balls. Phillips rolls in again and he leans forward and plays it with a pat out towards Williamson at cover. So another productive over for Australia. 23 needed, 7 for 256.
Yeah, good over for Australia. 8 runs coming from it. I think Alex Carey's about none from 9 off the cut shot though, Jim. He's played and missed maybe 3 or 4 times. He's picked out the backward point. We saw in Wellington, Australia in the end went to the cut shot plan for Rachin Ravindra. I get the sense that New Zealand might have to do something similar to Alex Carey, because it really is, if they can plug up that sweep shot, it feels like a wicket-taking opportunity for him there. Is it going to be Sears again? He's bowled a
good spell.
He's bowled a good spell. It was productive. He got early, got 2 in 2. Of late, it just started to leak a few runs. It's nearly at the stage where they have to go back to Henry, New Zealand. It is going to be the youngster in Sears.
This is an interesting move. He's had a good spell, but he doesn't want to leave it to Henry until too late. So Sears it is. 23 needed. He bowls and Cummins goes back and knocks it down to backward point. Square his third man for a single. That came off the pitch very easily. Cummins, he was helping himself to a comfortable single there.
Oh, you're spot on. I was about to say the exact same thing, Jim. The Pat Cummins, Australia's number 9, just stood up and had all the time in the world just to knock that into the offside. So the sting out of Ben Sears has just gone away a little bit. He's bowled beautifully. He's got 4 for 75. He's got New Zealand back in this Test match, but it might be the time to go back to their spearhead in Matt Henry.
22 needed. Carey facing Sears, who comes to him, and he's pulling the short ball away, and he's pulling it down to the boundary. It's a no ball.
Oh, he knocked the bails off.
I see. So what happened there? Did he actually hit the ball? He did.
Yeah. So Ben
went to the boundary, but it's a no ball automatically because as he went through the crease, his back foot kicked to the right and knocking the bails off as you deliver the ball is constituted a no ball. The Steve Finn rule.
The Steve Finn rule, exactly.
Yeah.
I actually heard the bails come off. I thought it was Alex Carey, but no one reacted. So
they took a single, didn't they?
They did. So 2 for that one.
Cummins on strike. Sears runs up and bowls short. He's pushing back and he plays into the ground. Sears hoping to get the ball up. That was so unusual because his front foot, his delivery stride was nowhere near the stumps,
No.
but his back foot just kicked around.
Kicks out in a big arc. It went around the body. So
that was odd. They've got a leg slip and a short leg here for Cummins. They're hoping that he'll push a catch somewhere or other in close.
Sorry, Jim. The short leg is 2 pitches over. Pat Cummins, when he fends them off, they go straight to ground. That short leg has to be at the feet of Pat Cummins.
20 to win. Sears runs into Cummins. Cummins leaves the ball, bouncing through outside the off stump. As I say, Sears has just lost a little bit of the zip he had. It's no surprise. This has been an excellent spell. He was up over 140 at times. He's still sharp, and he could still bowl the ball that breaks this partnership, but that's what New Zealand need. Cummins, another plucky innings from the Australian captain, 21 not. Carey's 87, 7 for 259, 20 to get. A leg slip, a short leg. Sears goes in. Cummins ducks a bouncer. Good bouncer. Went past his nose. But, Cummins, as ever, up for the fight here. You can see the look of determination on his frozen complexion with his teeth clenched.
He's been in this situation before, hasn't he, Jim? He's a tough man, Pat Cummins. You see the best of the man when he enters this situation. I think he called himself a stabber or something like that in a podcast I heard earlier in the week. He's someone who gets in. He doesn't have all the shots in the world, but he won't give his wicket away easily.
Here's Sears at our commentary box. Andy runs in towards Cummins back and turns it around inside. That man at leg slip. It's whistling away to the boundary. It's cut off just inside the boundary. And they'll come back for a third run as a result of that scramble down on the boundary there as it was chased around by Henry. They picked up 3. Australia, 17 to win. And that's the risk reward on bowling there. That if he gets it away and fine legs wide, they might get more than one. They could have got 4.
They could have. If it was Glenn Phillips at the leg gully, it would have been out, Jim. But Glenn Phillips is not your everyday fielder. It was, I think it's Latham who was the man at leg gully. It just went maybe a metre and a half wide of him. Not far away for New Zealand there.
Cummins to 24. Now around the wicket, Sears runs in and bowls a ball that's pushed away on the offside square of the wicket. Gaps in the field. Carey does well to manoeuvre the ball and keep the strike. He's 88. It's 7 for 263. Australia need just 16 runs for what will be a memorable win. And New Zealand need a little bit of a miracle, you'd think, at the moment to try and first break this partnership and then win the game. But what a day of Test cricket this has been. Australia 5 for 80 early on and now 7 for 263.
It's been a fantastic Test match, Jim, but in particular this 4th day has been sensational. Great work there from Ben Sears. I feel he's finished his spell there. He got a pat on the back from his captain in Tim Southey. Matt Henry is the man. He's going to bowl from Phillips's end, so they might swing the spinner around to finish. But well done to Ben Sears. It's been a cracking debut for the young man. I think New Zealand may have just found one there. He was constantly in the 140 mark. He took 4 very key wickets in this innings. He's played a huge role in New Zealand still being a chance in this Test match.
So here's Henry. He's been brought back into the attack at the end where Phillips was going pretty well, but Henry had to come on at some stage. You don't want to leave the run too late. Henry's bowled 18 overs, 2 for 85. Might be a little bit exhausted after his performance in the first innings, but he's kept putting in and bowling deliveries as the lights come on here in somewhat a darkening situation in the afternoon. High cloud cover, but I think everyone realises that perhaps it's a good thing to do in case it gets a little darker towards the end of this game. Now, Henry around the wicket. He bowls to Carey. Carey edges down to third man. It's running out towards the boundary, and that's where it goes for 4. That was a very educated edge, you would have to say, from Carey. And he's got it down there for a 4 to take him into the 90s. 92 not out as he pushed at that ball. I don't think he meant to play it as fine as that. He didn't. And he got away with it. No one in that little slot between slip and gully. And it raced down to the boundary. They're getting closer. 7 down with not a lot to collect from this position with Australia at 7 for. And watching goes Carey back and across and pushing it down the pitch to Henry. So the last blast you'd think for New Zealand. Carey, their best bowler in the series. And the Carey's just collecting himself up as he wanders away on the onside. And Australia ever so close to winning this game in a 2-0 victory in the series. A slip and a gully. He bowls to Carey. Carey forward, driving with a punch, and it goes down on the onside with a ricochet, and they get through for a single as Cummins went late. And the throw came in from the onside, but not before a sliding Cummins had made his ground. So Australia, just watching that throw, was that Williamson out there who threw it back anyway, but he was well home, wasn't he?
He was,
There wasn't a problem
it was nice work from Henry. It was a good shot from Alex Carey, punch back down the ground. Henry's thrown the left boot out at it, which has knocked it to mid-wicket. It saved 3 runs, I think, the left boot of Matt Henry, because it may have gone away for 4. So it's only resulted in the single, and they've got probably the man they want, Pat Cummins, on strike. New Zealand here.
11 runs to win the game. 7 for 268. Cummins on strike. Now, this is where he has to get the deployment of the field right. He's got to find a way to get a Nick LB, whatever. Maybe bring in a bat pad. 2 men back for Cummins. I'm not sure about that.
No, you're spot on about the bat pad. He's already popped one up in the previous over to Sears. They have to employ a short leg. They have to here.
No leg slip or short leg.
Okay, they're just going to go up the stumps then by the look of it, Jim.
Well, let's see. Cummins, 24 not out. Another valuable innings, isn't it? As Henry runs in towards him, and he's forward, playing safe, back up the offside. So it's 7 for 268. Travis head out for 18 in the second over. It was 5 for 80. And then a good partnership between Marsh and Carey took the score along to where it is almost at the moment. What do they make? 140 for that wicket. Marsh out LBW. Next ball, Stark caught in close, popped one up. And now this partnership from the score of 220. They've added 48 runs. Carey, 93. And away he goes. Henry bowls and he turns him away. They've got 2 close inners at short mid-wicket and shortish square. 2 close in on the onside. No bat pad. It's more there, it seems, to stop a single with 11 needed. They need a wicket. They've got to come up with some strategy, a delivery that's going to blast through or trap Cummins LBW. And there's one more to come in the over. Carey, 93, 11 needed. He bowls to Cummins. Cummins forward and plays it well. He's hit it straight down the ground. Runs here. It's heading up towards long on, towards the boundary, and it goes for 4. Just 7 runs needed for Australia now at the end of that over. And Corbin Middlemas, it's your turn to come in and be part of a little bit of history, whichever way it goes. So Corby's coming in at 7 for 272. Australia need just 7. Is the game over? Keep listening.
Great work there, Jim. It's not over just yet. It only takes 3 balls for New Zealand here. That was a fantastic shot from Pat Cummins. The on drive, just over pitch from Matt Henry there, who's been the strike bowler for New Zealand all the way through this Test series. The Australian skipper up to the task there. Welcome back there, Corbin.
Thanks, X. Thanks, Jim. Gee, it's dark.
It is dark.
Very overcast. Threatening grey veil hanging over Hagley Oval in Christchurch. And the Aussies need 7 runs to win. I'm so glad we had that chat during the rain delay at the start about Alex Carey. And what a day it was set up for him. He was the next man in. He's now 93 not out. As Sears digs it a short one in. Pull shot in the air, but it's safe. Lands in the outfield. Rolls into the rope for 4. Carey's 97. And the Aussies need 3 to win. How appropriate would this be, Xavier Doherty? He's 97 not out, and the Aussies need 3 to win the Test.
What a knock from Alex Carey this has been. He's a tough man, Alex Carey. He hasn't had his best Test match to this point. He made a bit of a meal of a catch. He got out to a shot that drew a bit of criticism. But when the game was on the line, Alex Carey has stood tall.
An amazing Test match. New Zealand needing 3 wickets to win. The Aussies now need 3 runs. Sears on his way in. Bowls to Carey. It hops up on him as he tucks it away off his ribcage back onto the square leg umpire, and Blundell bounces out from behind the stumps to get it. Carey's 98. The Aussies need 2 to win. But the South Australian is at the non-striker's end.
I don't think he'll care. He won't care if he finishes 98 not out. Not one bit. If Australia get over the line, it'll be a bonus if he gets the 3 figures, but that was an amazing delivery. It's caught nearly the top of the handle. It's like a big off-cutter off Sears. 2 to win. Pat Cummins on strike. The field comes in.
Seven for 277. A day that it's been with Head going early, Marsh and Carey holding it down for large periods. The Aussies need 2 to win. Sears on his way in, digs one in short. Cummins lost track of it. Almost stepped back on his pegs as he realised where it went. There's a short leg in position, but it landed in front of him. A nervy moment for the Australian captain, who's been ice cold so far with 28 not out.
He's been good, hasn't he, Pat Cummins? He's been in this situation before. I mentioned last over, Corbin, that short leg has got to be under the nose of Pat Cummins. He's got to be there from when he fends balls down. If he's standing right under his feet, he can be anywhere but touching the wicket. So maybe a missed opportunity there for New Zealand.
Split cordon, 2 to win. Cummins on strike, looking to cart. He bunts it back into the ground. Sears retrieves, throws the stumps down. Cummins was back. And it's a dot ball. Carey 98 at the non-striker's end. Cummins 28. New Zealand need more wickets now than the Aussies require runs.
Yeah, it was there to hit there from Pat Cummins. It was short and wide. He's thrown the bat at it. Just a little slow off the wicket. Didn't quite find his timing there, Pat Cummins. You just feel if he's got a couple of balls up his sleeve. How many balls this over? We've just lost down. 2 to go. I think Pat Cummins is going to fancy his chances here to finish it in these 2 balls.
There's a floating second slip, a gully in the cordon, a leg slip, short leg catching cover. Cummins on strike, gets a bottom edge, 1 bounce into the gloves of keeper Blundell. And there's 1 to come, and the Sears over. Cummins 28, Carey 98.
Or does he, Corbin? Does he just pat it back and look for the fairy tale, Alex Carey, to get his 2 to get to triple figures? He's got a decision to make here, Pat Cummins.
What would you be doing?
Block it out.
Block it out. Blocking it out.
Block it out. Just sit back on my pegs.
The only batting to come is Lyon and Hazelwood. The Aussies need 1 to level the game, 2 to win. The captain, Pat Cummins on strike. Last ball of the Sears over. Cummins off the back foot. Punches away through point for the win. It'll race into the rope. And it's a first for the Australian cricket team. Never have they been 4 down for as few to chase as many to win a Test match. And for New Zealand, it's the same old story. what might have been Test from a winning position. They fall again to Big Brother across the ditch. Australia win the Test match by 3 wickets. A bit before tea on the 4th day.
Fantastic win for Australia, Corbin. Well called. Absolutely outstanding batting from Alex Carey in particular. Mitchell Marsh did a lot of the grunt work, got him almost all the way there. Pat Cummins, cool as ice. Again, there at the end in an Australian run chase. But as you said, what might have been? They put a chance down, New Zealand, second over of the day off Mitchell Marsh. I think against this Australian team, you've got to take every opportunity that presents itself. It was a day full of drama. There were DRS reviews going both ways. Australia on the right end of them a few times. Mitchell Marsh in the end got an umpire's call to send him on his way. Pat Cummins and Alex Carey walk off arm in arm. They could not be happier, Australia. They were made to work pretty hard for it. But what a fantastic Test match. We've had good crowds all the way through the 4 days. They put up with a little bit of weather earlier on today. There was still 7,000 or 8,000, I'd imagine, have turned up and have witnessed a fantastic game of Test cricket.
It was a career day for Alex Carey. It's as good as it's been for him with the bat in Test cricket. He did get 100 previously in a Boxing Day Test. Australia were already well out in front after David Warner's double 100 in the heat on that occasion against South Africa a couple of years ago. He's got a number of sort of key plucky half centuries, but this one will live in the memory. When he walks out to bat, Australia are 5 for 80. They need another 199 to win when he walks out to bat, and he finishes 98 unbeaten at the end of the day. And that's why he's in this team. Alex Carey, what a knock from him to close out the Test match on the last day in Christchurch, or what proved to be the last day of the Test. Australia win by 3 wickets. And everybody in that Australian unit in the handshake line looks absolutely stoked for him.
Oh, they are. They are. He's a good man, Alex Carey. I think, as I mentioned a moment ago, he hasn't had his best week. He put down a straightforward chance off Tom Latham earlier in the Test match. He got out to a shot that looked a bit ugly when it doesn't go your way in the first innings. I'm sure he's aware that, there were whispers and things going on about his position in the team. There's not another Test match until November for Australia, so there's a lot of time before the next Test match. So if it didn't finish on the high note that it has, he would have had a 6 or 7 month period of dwelling on what might have been. But what an absolutely amazing knock. 98 not out. As you say, it's not the triple figures, but it's as good as it's been for Alex Carey.
What a day for Australian cricket. So 5 for 80 at one stage, and in the end they get there, losing just 2 further wickets, and they fell in consecutive balls after Mitch Marsh was adjudged leg before after bowling to Ben Sears, and then the 26-year-old newcomer was able to pick up Mitchell Stark first rock. And in the end, Cummins ice cold, 32 not out off 44. He hit the winning runs, in Alex Carey 98 unbeaten in his best knock in Test cricket to date off 123 balls. It wasn't a straight line to the finish for Alex Carey. He was given out on 19. He reviewed it, had the support of the video upstairs. It proved to be missing leg stump, and as a result, Carey survived. On 37, the Black Caps thought he'd nicked one behind. Umpire shook his head. New Zealand reviewed. Turned out he didn't hit it, so Carey stayed again on another nervous moment on 37. And then on 76, he got a short ball outside the off stump, tried to lift it down to third man. It came off the fingertips of Glenn Phillips, who's taken a hanger in the past. In the end, it wasn't able to get enough of it, just out of reach of Phillips in the gully. And as a result, Carey gets there at the finish, 98 not out, alongside his captain, Pat Cummins. Oh, there's a whole lot to work our way through. It is time for Grandstand at Stumps.
ABC Sport. Grandstand cricket.
There you go.
That's it for the day.
You can hear the bales.
And that is Stumps. This is Grandstand at Stumps.
On ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital. And take us with you on the ABC Listen app.
When Travis Hev went out in the second over of the day, Australia still needed almost 200 to win the Test. 5 wickets down, and yet Mitch Marsh and Alex Carey were able to get Australia most of the way there. And Pat Cummins cool as a cucumber at the end. It comes out to join Alex Carey, who had a career day, and Australia salute to win the Test match by 3 wickets. What a moment for the Australian cricket team. After being 4 for 34, 5 for 80 up against it with the bat, they ultimately prevail in what was a career day for Alex Carey. He finished 98 not out, Pat Cummins 32 unbeaten, and Australia victorious by 3 wickets in Christchurch to win the series 2-zip. And those numbers worsened for New Zealand. It is now 33 Test matches with just 1 win against their arch nemesis, and they have not beaten Aussie on home soil since 1993. That is 31 years and counting. This is Grandstand at Stumps. Australia by 3 wickets in the second Test. Corbin Middlemas alongside Xavier, Doherty, and the voice of New Zealand cricket, Brian Waddle. X, I'll start with you. Sum up that Test match for us. What have we witnessed over these 4 days in Christchurch?
That was fantastic Test cricket, wasn't it, Corbin? You know, New Zealand was sent in on a spicy wicket, you'd have to say. 162 in the first innings. You thought was well short of par. It was a new ball wicket. They couldn't get through it early on with a little bit of late hitting from Henry and Southey. Put a respectable, in the end, 162 on the board. Again, it was Josh Hazlewood. He keeps going, this guy. Like, he's so good, mechanical almost, robotic. Just keeps going and going and going, bowling the same stuff over and over and over again. He was fantastic. Got his 5 for 31 in the first innings. He was good again in the second innings as well, Josh Hazlewood. It was great to see Marnus back in form when Australia had their turn to bat. You know, the quirky, weird, all the stuff that goes with the loud stuff that comes with the Marnus Labuschagne innings was back. It was good to see him back in the runs. Australia, though, didn't do quite enough, in my opinion. They only got a lead of around 90 on the first innings and left the door open for New Zealand. When it back in New Zealand's second innings, life was pretty hard for Australia. I think they thought at one stage they were going to be chasing somewhere up above 400. Lucky in the end only to be chasing somewhere around 280, which for Australia, you know, if it was somewhere up around 300, would have made really tough work of it. The top order of Australia faltered. You know, the Steve Smith experiment hasn't worked again. There are a few questions between now and November that need to be answered. But at the end of the day, it was the wicketkeeper for Australia, Alex Carey, who's played an absolute blinder, 98 not out, well supported by Mitch Marsh earlier on in the day. And that man again, Pat Cummins, once again at the crease for Australia in a run chase.
An excellent Test match where the side batting last needs 199 to win, 5 wickets down, and the much maligned wicketkeeper. And I say much maligned. I think most people believe he's the right man for the job. Well, he came out and proved it once again here in this Australian Test team. 98 not out on a career day for Alex Carey. Brian Waddle, unfortunately, it's a familiar story for the Black Caps. It's a what might have been Test match.
Yeah, and there's far too many of those from New Zealand's point of view. You've got to give credit to Australia. They were given little chance by popular opinion at the end of 3 days. It's New Zealand for the taking. 4 early wickets, the best part of your batting gone, yet they came out and they found players who had the ability to apply themselves, the resilience that you need. Somebody under pressure. You talk about the batting of Carey. Well, he provided the kind of strength that they needed to put together the winning total. It was the middle order. Marsh was another one. In a position where he's been criticised at times, but he's making it his own, isn't he? And that was where the difference was. Well, one of the difference. The other was you've got to keep yourself in the game, and New Zealand didn't do it. They gave chances, too many. Not only the one that Ravindra dropped today, but other chances that they have spilt. And they had a period in the chase when Marsh and Carey were batting where they lost focus. They didn't have the ability to apply the pressure that was needed, and it allowed 2 players who were confident and aggressive to get away with what they wanted to with the bat. And you give credit to Australia. It is what might have been. New Zealand got themselves into a winning position. They weren't able to hammer it home. They couldn't put their foot on the throat. They've got to work on that.
So they dropped Marsh from 28, he made 80. That's the game, Max.
It is the game. They gave far too many opportunities in my eyes. Daryl Mitchell dropped a catch. Was that in the first innings? Again, it was just at times where all the way throughout this Test series, whenever New Zealand felt they were getting back in the match, they would miss a chance or give a chance. and you just can't do that against a world championship team like Australia.
Let's try
two quality bowlers
drop in here. This is Alex Carey, the man of the match.
We knew they were the threats early. The ball was nipping around, and I thought Mitch Marsh's his intent was outstanding and sort of got us going a little bit. But yeah, it was certainly tough early.
Yeah, that must have made it so much easier with you taking chunks off the total very, very quickly when you're out there with Mitchell Marsh.
Yeah, he does that. Travis Head's another player who I guess keeps the scoreboard going, and that was the messaging this morning was, let's go out there and play our way. If you see an opportunity, take it. And I thought Mitch's innings today was brilliant.
You stand in the non-strikers in, you need 2 to win. You're 2 away from 100, and you've got Pat trying to smash you through the covers.
I was happy with that. Yeah, I didn't want to get on strike again.
Good on you. And I'll tell you about the fielding too, because I think you equalled Adam Gilchrist's record of 10 catches in a match as well.
I'll have to thank the bowlers for that one, but yeah, nice little stat.
All right, congratulations.
Thanks, cheers.
Alex Carey, ANZ Player of the Match.
Thanks.
I think a pretty popular winner at that, Alex Carey, and as pointed out there as part of that interview, 10 catches equals Gilchrist's record for the most against New Zealand in Test cricket, but 98 not out. And in the end, that was the game. He walked out there when Australia were 5 for 80. If it wasn't for his innings and the partnership that he shared in, Australia wouldn't be winning this match.
Oh, no chance. Yeah, they'd be no chance. With, what were they, 4 for 34? Yep. And then we lost Travis Head. Australia lost Travis Head second over of the morning. And really no stage throughout this second innings of Australia were they in front until they got within, maybe 20 runs, 25 runs even. But so the fact that Carey's been able to guide it all the way home, I think we heard that he was happy not to get his 100 there, and he was avoiding the strike. But one of the best 98s you'll see, just in the circumstances of the match, it was absolutely fantastic.
Matt Henry's the player of the series. I don't think there's any argument about that. I mean, the guy takes 17 wickets for the series, 3 more than any other player, Brian Waddle, and really it's been the moment of his career as well, these 2 matches against Australia.
Well, it's just shown too in the bowling stats that were there. He was the top wicket taker, 17. I think it was Josh Hazlewood who was second, and it might have been Nathan Lyon who was third. But they dominated both sides with the ball. There was very little in the bat. I think Cam Green, total of 238, was the top run getter. Now, in 2 test matches, you expect a batsman to be higher than, say, 238 or up there vying for that. And I think Matt Henry has shown that he's the leader of the attack. He was the one who created opportunities at a number of occasions. In the early stages of the second innings, he'd done a good job for New Zealand and deserves to be certainly the bowler of the series, but also to be the player of the series. I think that's a great reward when you look at the player of the match was Alex Carey. And that in itself is the right sort of decision, I think.
It's not often you see a team lose both test matches, yet the team who lost gets player of the series, and I don't think there's anyone would be arguing with it. He was so good, Matt Henry. He stood up. I think there's a few question marks over the selectors for New Zealand, the fact that there was so much left to Matt Henry to do, but he certainly stood up, and not many arguments for him being a judge player of the series.
No, he did the right sort of thing. I mean, we're looking at a test match where New Zealand had a chance. They didn't use their bowlers. They didn't make the right sort of selections. They were lost in terms of a plan to win a test match in the fourth innings, and Australia deserved their victory. Credit to them.
So Australia go to 8 wins, 3 losses and a draw in the World Test Championship table, so it means they're second behind India on 62.5%, so that's a percentage of wins, so draws mean really little. You may as well, if you're going to draw, you may as well lose, the way that the win percentage works, and it means New Zealand are now absolutely 50-50, so 3 wins, 3 losses, so they changed positions from where they were leading into the series. New Zealand now third, Australia second behind only India.
And they've got a lot more work to do because they've got England later in the year and they've got India as well. So, coming out of this with 2 losses, a side that's prided itself in its home conditions has not lived up to that fact.
Let's have a listen to Tim Southey, the captain of the Black Caps.
And the number 1 side in the world. Just need to go that little bit further. But I think, great test match. Obviously, turn up to day 4. Both results were in play, and it ebbed and flowed throughout the whole match. The other thing, when you look, I guess you look at the series as a whole, you've got to take your chances, and maybe just a few too many chances slipped. Yeah, no, it means to drop catches. It's part of the game, but yeah, it's part of cricket. But like I said, when you're playing against the best side of the world, you just got to be a bit better for a bit longer. And I know a major milestone for you was your 100th Test match. You want to remember it fondly. I guess you got to find some positive, because I mean, you did it. Was New Zealand, I think, stood up well. Yeah, there's a number of positives to take away from it. I think you look at the efforts of Matt Henry throughout the series. He's just gone from strength to strength. Obviously, for a first part of his career to be sort of in and out of the side, and then the last 12, 18 months been a regular member of the side, really seen his qualities at Test level, and he had a phenomenal series along with a couple other blokes throughout the year as well. So yeah, there's always positives to take away from things. So yeah, all right, bad luck today, but well done, and cheers.
So Tim Southey, the captain of the Black Caps. Australia winners by 3 wickets in the end. Pat Cummins 32 not, and Alex Carey, a career day 98 not out, were able to steer Australia home. When they lost their 5th wicket, Australia were 5 for 80 with Travis Head walking back, and in the end it was contributions from Marsh with 80 and the 2 men I just mentioned, Stark and Cummins, that were able to see the Australians home. Let's have a listen into Pat Cummins now as part of that post-match presentation. Australia by 3 wickets in Christchurch.
Well, your side, but with the bat out here later on, how tense was it?
Yeah, pretty tense. Yeah, I was pretty nervous watching for the last couple of hours. Everyone tried to keep themselves busy and then look up for the ball and then look back down, and yeah, amazing win. Yeah, kind of bit by bit, the boys were fantastic today.
I asked Alex about it. He said he was quite happy for you to smash the winning runs through the cover. You know, you left him 98 not out, but I think you were pretty keen to get it over and done with, weren't you?
Yeah, any way possible. I had no idea he was on 98, so that would have been embarrassing if he was celebrating and I wasn't looking.
Take you right back to the start of the game. You win the toss, you bowl first, and I guess you set it up by reducing New Zealand to a low score and then getting a decent lead. It was about 90. How crucial was that?
Yeah, really important. You know, the toss helped as well. It was kind of funny, our Test match that day one moved really quickly, and then after that, you know, the pitch flattened out and it was a bit tougher going for the bowlers. But yeah, the first innings lead's always key, and yeah, pretty pivotal.
And I guess it was the way that Alex came together with Mitchell, Marsh, and the way that they played positively. You just trust those guys to go out and in a pressure situation like that, just play their own games.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been on the other side of it plenty of times, and if the scoreboard's not moving, you always feel in the game, but if they're just chipping away at it, it seems like it's all happening pretty quickly. So that was the goal today, just always be busy out there, just keep the run rate ticking over, and yeah, bit by bit getting closer.
There were so many times that New Zealand pressed you in this series, and you just get your noses in front again, you take a crucial wicket or you get a crucial punch and just keep New Zealand under the thumb. How much do you put down to that experience of winning many games and how to win them?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I think experience in general, really. We've got a quite experienced side, played a lot of Test matches and had quite a bit of success along the way. I think the story of this series was, you know, in key moments, one guy stood up and, yeah, didn't necessarily play complete games, but in those pivotal moments, someone stood up and made themselves a match winner. So, yeah, keep finding ways to win. It's a pretty awesome squad.
Cricketers always talk about Test matches when they get tight, especially towards the end of the match. After today, it was 4 days, could easily have been 5. You don't play Test matches for about another 8 months. You're going to miss them?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely love them. I mean, we've coming off basic 7 in the last couple of months. So it's been busy, but it's the best form of cricket. It always seems to throw up dramas like today.
Well, you hold on to the Trans-Tasman Trophy. It's so difficult for New Zealand to take it off you. You still get your hands in it. I've got the President of New Zealand Cricket, Leslie Murdoch, to present you with the Trans-Tasman Trophy.
So that stays in Australia's hands. That's an abrupt exit too for the interview, but there's how it ends. So well done to the Australians and Pat Cummins, as we just lost our line right at the crucial moment there. But Pat Cummins has the trophy in hand, and that is staying with the Australians. The Aussies went by 3 wickets. It was a fun Test match right throughout, and particularly headed into this final day. The Aussies needed 202 to win. 6 wickets were needed by the Kiwis at the start of the day. Brian Waddle, the New Zealand point of view, what do we think coming out of this from a New Zealand standpoint, with their next Test match to come in September as the Aussies celebrate downstairs with the Trans-Tasman Trophy?
Well, I suppose you have to look back at it, and if you're a coach or a selector, you take out the positives. Unfortunately, you've got to deal with the negatives, and there are things in the New Zealand game that certainly need to be improved. Their ability to bowl Australia out in the second innings when they had a good chance. They'd done the work at the top of the order. Yes, we talked about it being a pitch where the new ball was important, but New Zealand seemed to lack a plan about how to end the Marsh-Carey partnership, and they're one of the things that they will find as a negative. They've got to learn how to catch. The catches were significant. You can't drop the best batsman in the world and expect not to pay a penalty. And it happened on the final day here. You don't intend to drop catches, but you have to find a way to ensure those ones are taken. Marsh was dropped, bang, game over. They tried hard, but that was not in the New Zealand side of things. The New Zealand batting has to be more consistent, and I think Australia probably look at it the same way. They need to be a bit more consistent at the top order. You've talked about the weaknesses. Well, it can't be that weak. You've just won 2 test matches in New Zealand, and one quite comfortably and one from behind. I think it's fair to say that New Zealand were ahead going into the final day, and Australia have shown the resilience to fight back. Can I just finish off with the pluses for New Zealand? Ben Sears to me is a plus.
Yes.
Will O'Rourke is a plus.
Yep.
And I think, despite the drop catch, Rachin Ravindra is a plus. And New Zealand have to look ahead to those players and build the team around them. There are other great players. New Zealand still has Williamson. You can't discount him at any time. But the 3 pluses are those new players with the ball, and they can form a partnership with Kyle Jamieson when he comes back from injury. And, you can look ahead and be positive. But they still have to deal with the negative issues as well.
We are very reasonable as Aussie cricket critics. We just want every batsman to score 100 every time they walk out on a wicket every over in which they bowl.
Yeah,
that's all right. Apart from that, and we keep learning the same lesson over and over again. And Pat Cummins said, look, the moral of the story when it comes to this version of the Australian cricket team is that somebody always stands up and gets it done for us. And again today, that proved to be the case, where Alex Carey was the guy. It was Cam Green in Wellington. And so as much as we probably walk out of here and we think, look at the fragility in the batting lineup, you've had 2 guys that have had career innings in a 2-match series. Green in Wellington, Carey here in Christchurch. And in the end, they produced their career best efforts at a time in which Australia needed it most.
So the theory they're running with is they're picking their best 6 batsmen, Australia. That's the theory. That's why Steve Smith's been shuffled to the top. And whether you say that Alex Carey's the best wicket-keeper batsman or not, you can't. It's hard to argue the guy's just gone out and got 98. That's the reason they're doing it. They are putting the best possible players in this team, whether they're out of order or not. Time will tell, and there's a few people who suggest that that's the case. I'm not 100% sure. I like the Steve Smith experiment at the start. The numbers aren't backing it up just at the moment, but that's the reason you've got 6 batsmen. You don't all have to be scoring runs at the same time. Yes, they're getting saved just at the moment by guys down the order, but they're the best team in the world for a reason. And the questions, I guess, around that top order will linger, for the 7 months until next summer starts. But it's hard to argue with form and the win-loss just at the moment.
How do they keep the momentum when they don't play a test now for 8 months? It's India at home, 5 test matches, but the first one of those is probably pretty deep in November.
Well, that's right. It is hard. Well, so most of this team will feature in the T20 World Cup, Corbin, or at least be on that tour. So, yeah, I guess that's always the issue, isn't it, with the modern game, and they change from format to format quite regularly. So I'm sure there'll be, a few rounds of Shield cricket, and it always, names will be thrown around and, who's the best fit, but I can't see them changing the 11 names, whether they bring in, whether Renshaw's the best spare bat, time will tell, because all those players on the fringe of the team will have a chance to put their name forward. But yeah, the momentum thing, it's a hard one to keep going. I think that it's been a big summer, in particularly for the bowling attack. They've kept that bowling group together for all 7 tests. So I'm sure they'll appreciate a break.
The SMS line 0467 920 222. It's been great to have you with us right throughout this test series in New Zealand. It's been a fun tour. In the end, Australia win both the matches. So they won by 172 runs 172 runs in Wellington, and they win by 3 wickets here in Christchurch. Michael in Melbourne, I'm really loving the coverage. I wish Australia and New Zealand would play against each other every year, or at least every other year, given we're so close. You'd think that we should be able to play a bit more Test cricket than we do. Hi guys, Beats and Jings, laying tiles in Bunbury. I'm loving the commentary. Keep the Kiwis in check. Awesome win from the Aussies. Nice to hear from you guys. Appreciate that. Here we go. This is great. Sarah in Glenelg East, who we spoke to.
Oh, we did, yeah.
At the start of play, and I'm very happy to read this out. Absolutely stoked with the result. Who can say Test cricket is dead after this series? Hanging off every ball, so thrilled for the Aussie boys and Alex Carey in particular. Great calling, ABC cricket commentary team. Love hearing the Kiwi commentary as well, especially Brian Waddle with a big smiley face. So.
Can you just read that again? I didn't get it all.
Well, she messaged us at the start of the day and said, look,
Took us to task.
Need to lay off Alex Carey. He's the guy in this team at number 7. You did, and he proved it again today. 98 not out of 123 balls, and as I touched on pre-match, it wasn't so much that it wasn't Carey. It was just the margin between him and the next guy out of the squad is smaller than it is for everybody else. So he showed why he's worthy of his place in this team. Green did it in Wellington, and they're the best cricket team in the world. They proved it again.
Yeah, the end result of that is it's the competition for places. Yep. And if Carey feels his competition, he's got to deliver, and he did it.
We'll hear from Jim too just before we get out of here. He's just made his way back in to the box, so he won't be getting off scot-free either. And we'll hear from Geoff Lemon downstairs as well. Hopefully get some reaction before we get out of here. If not, you'll be able to catch it all online. The ABC Listen app is the place to do it. And, of course, through the podcast store, look out for the best of ABC Sport folder in the podcast store. Oh, this is great timing. We can head downstairs to the man of the moment after a career day. Alex Carey is with our own Geoff Lemon.
ABC Sport, we've got Alex Carey with us, fresh off 98 not out in a big run chase. Has the adrenaline settled down a bit yet?
Oh, a little bit, yeah. The families are starting to come on the Oval now, so... yeah, great win, obviously. Tough position overnight, but I thought the way Mitchie sort of set the standard today and the intent, got us in the right direction.
It's a big achievement. It's only 13 times before that an Australian team has chased that many to win. That's in 150 years of Test cricket. That is a big hurdle for your team to get over.
Yeah, I thought we were in a pretty decent position going into that fourth innings, but quality outfit had us in a bit of trouble overnight. Sort of ebbed and flowed throughout the series, and I guess we were lucky enough to win, those key moments. But yeah, still some areas to improve on, but great result and lots of smiles around the group.
Travis Head gets out this morning. There's still 199 to get, 5 wickets in hand. Are you genuinely confident at that point, or is it more a case of just start and hope for the best?
I think it's just go through the process. The way that Mitch was playing, he takes, chunks of runs off the scoreboard pretty quickly. So it was sort of just build a partnership with him, see how we go, get through that initial burst of Henry and Southey. Henry's series was unbelievable. So we knew the threat there. And then we saw with our bowling innings that it does flatten out a bit. So, yeah, it was sort of absorb that first hour and then counterpunch a little bit.
Your own performances, you didn't quite look yourself a couple of the innings on this tour. Then you hold 10 catches in this match. That's just about the record for a Test match. You're only one short. Where were you at confidence-wise? Where was your head at when you were walking into bat today? Yeah, really excited to get back out there, to be honest. I'm probably a little bit disappointed in my dismissal in the second innings in the first game, but felt like my form coming in was okay with some shield runs and a decent summer. But I was pretty excited to get out there and bat again for the country and see what unfolded, and I guess it was a good day for me. If we're completely honest, that last ball of the last over, you're 98 not out. Was there any thought to say to Pat, why don't you just block this one out and leave it for me?
Oh, to be honest, it's sort of if it was meant to be, it was meant to be, and I'm really happy I probably didn't have to face another ball. I was pretty up and about at that stage, and might have played a rash shot with the energy going the way it was, but. Again, his contribution with the bat, we've seen that in big games now, and 30-odd, kept the scoreboard going, and I didn't feel under any pressure once we lost that wicket. So a great effort from the captain.
You've got a strange kind of situation now, almost 9 months before you play another Test match, end of this year in November. What do you do in between now and then?
Yeah, a bit of downtime. Be a dad for a bit, run around with them, bit of school drop-offs. Maybe a bit of cricket once, we've probably had a month or so off overseas somewhere. But at this stage, it's pretty quiet. It has been a huge sort of 18 months for this group. Some boys fly off to IPL, to England, and I reckon after a month or so I'll be pretty keen to get back out there.
In terms of match situation, is that might just be the best innings of your career so far?
Yeah, it certainly is, without doubt. I think, under the pump a bit and, to, I guess, see us over the line, without doubt, that's the best innings of my career.
One we'll remember and one we're sure you'll remember fondly. Thanks for talking to us.
Thank you. Cheers.
Thanks. No doubt about that. Great to hear from Alex Carey with Geoff Lemon. What a knock it was from him. He gets Australia home, 98 not out. That's about it from us here in Christchurch and in New Zealand more broadly. We've got a lot of thank yous, but Xavier Doherty, firstly to you, spending time away from your family back in Tassie to come on a test tour with us on the ABC. Your insights have been excellent right throughout, and we've loved your company. So can't wait to hear you again on the ABC, hopefully in future. And thanks for coming.
Thanks, Corbin. It's been a lot of fun hanging out up here in the commentary box and spending time off air and listening to some of the stories. But great to see and be able to call some of the fantastic cricket. So it's been a lot of fun.
Xavier Doherty, 3-format spinner for the Aussies. Brian Waddle, thanks for having us in your neck of the woods, both in Wellington and in here in Christchurch as well. And hopefully we see you back in Oz in the not too distant future.
Here's hoping, and thanks for having me. It's always difficult when you have one affiliation and you work for someone else. There's a different way of dealing with it, and I guess it teaches you a bit of balance when it comes to the commentary. So I've enjoyed it and look forward to doing it again.
It's been excellent. Brian Waddle, the long-time voice of New Zealand cricket. To the rest of our crew, to Geoff Lemon, we just heard from him downstairs for his work throughout the series. Craig MacMillan, Frankie, McKay and Katie Martin, our New Zealand voices throughout. To Tim Verrill, to Mel Buckley, Stu Baker, Andrea Williamson for all their work behind the scenes. To New Zealand cricket for looking after us so well. Spriggy, Az, Lauren, Akash, all back in the studio throughout the series. Thank you for their work. The last word, though, always belongs to the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell. 7 Test, Jim, in the Southern Hemisphere swing, and the Aussies get out of it with just one defeat. What did you make of all that?
Exciting. Wonderful Test cricket. That's what we want to see. But we want to see 3. We're going to see 4 Test matches against New Zealand in a couple of years. Most enjoyable, good atmosphere, 2 excellent cricket grounds, and lovely to see Wads in such fine condition, and the fact that he's become a grandfather for the second time. Cricket is an ageless game, as we know, and we saw that in part with the Australian team's performance here. Even though some of their more starry historical players didn't turn up in the top order, a lot of them did. And I love the way Pat Cummins plays. Since his first test, when he got the winning runs, and he got them at Edgbaston, and he got them today.
You've been a big defender of Alex Carey as well.
Yeah, well, it goes without saying, 10 catches, he's made runs in this match. I don't think his place was ever in doubt, as we've all said, but, the media like to pick up on something, and they were struggling for a line. Now they'll have to find something else to talk about, won't they?
We'll catch you next summer, Jim. Enjoy the winter months in Oz.
Good on you, Corby. Well led, son.
Jim Maxwell, the voice of summer. He'll be back to do it all again when India come to town for the Test Summer next year. Appreciate all of you for listening. Catch up on all the latest through the ABC Listen app.